497. Qin Pingan left the boundary of the sheep intestine palace and quickly put the sword back into its sheath. He landed on a lofty mountain ridge overflowing with miasma. Overlooking the land, he figured that as long as he walked out of the mountain ridge and walked towards the southeast for about 50 miles, he would arrive at the tall stinky copper city. Qinglu town, where the cultivators of the Zhuang sect lived, was not far away. Learning how to ride the sword was a very interesting thing. The sea of clouds in the world was ever-changing and one could never get tired of looking at it. Besides, one could also do something to relieve boredom. When he left the sheep intestine palace earlier, Qin Pingan purposely chose the bottom layer of the sea of clouds that was as neat as a knife. He submerged his head into the sea of clouds and slowly swam on the sword. If there were demons and ghosts in the wilderness below who looked up and saw this scene, they would probably think that this chi cultivator without a head was sick in the head. In addition to such childish and ridiculous self-entertainment, Qin Pingan also liked to submerge himself into the sea of clouds with only his head exposed. He then swung his arms up and down like a duck. This was actually similar to how Pei Qian put his head on the counter in the shop in the Riding Dragon Alley. They were indeed a pair of master and disciple. In the deserted mountain ridge, it was lonely and barren. The trees in the forest were twisted and sickly. Qin Pingan passed by a cliff and looked up to see a slender plum tree growing in the crevices of the cliff. It was surrounded by clouds and smoke. At the bottom of the cliff, there was a large pile of broken bones. It was most likely a plant spirit that had the potential to cultivate. It had already learned how to hunt birds and small animals after being slightly enlightened. Generally speaking, it was the most difficult for plants to become spirits in the world. Most of these spirits had already reached the end of the road when they turned into human form. For example, the cute little spirits standing on the pine and cypress bonsai at Qingfu Square at the ferry of Shui country were destined to have no hope of cultivation. They could only waste their time by relying on the natural longevity of plants. Most of them were reared by cultivators for the sake of pleasing festivities. Therefore, before the Pearl Cave fell, the older generation under the locust tree in the town liked to tell stories of ghosts and ghosts in the mountains and rivers. They deliberately fooled and scared the children. However, most of the old people would also say that it was not easy for them to be born as humans and that they should cherish it. Otherwise, if they did not live a good life in this life, they would be reincarnated as pigs and dogs in the next life. Qin Pingan liked to squat far away and listen to stories when he was young. Lu Xianying, who was not scared of anything, never liked such stories. He always said that ghosts and spirits were all lies. Therefore, it was mostly Gu Ken who accompanied Qin Pingan to enjoy the cool air under the shade of the locust tree. It was not until the woman in the mud bottle alley asked Gu Ken to eat and sleep that she rose and left. Qin Pingan dashed to the top of the cliff. His fingers were like hooks as they pierced into the cliff and hung in midair. Then he took out 3 snowballs and held them in his hand. Using the refining arts that the goddess of the buried river had given him, he refined the snowballs and the spiritual energy contained in them into deep green water droplets, which dripped from the gaps of his fingers onto the border between the old plum tree and the cliff. After Qin Pingan finished everything, he patted the cliff softly and slowly landed on the ground, continuing his journey. If one's Taoist partner was in a difficult situation and urgently needed a sum of money that could save one's life, he might have seen this strange plum tree. His first thought would be to wonder how much it was worth. In the end, he would have the courage to take the risk, climb the mountain and cut it down. As for whether the plum tree's lucky chance had been cut off, he would not have cared. If his Taoist skills happened to be higher and he did not have enough money, wouldn't it have been a battle as dangerous as the competition of the Great Tao when he encountered the 2 monsters on the Iron Chain Bridge? Qin Pingan had never been disgusted by the fights of the Taoists. Even if their methods were more ruthless, Qin Pingan could understand it. The only people that Qin Pingan disliked and even hated were the deities on the mountain who had occupied all the advantages. For example, the dragons hiding in the clouds were high and mighty, but they did not have the slightest pity for the human world. As long as their level was lower than theirs, their lives were as worthless as grass in their eyes. After suppressing and killing the eyesores casually, they would be able to keep their Taoist heart as firm as a rock by simply saying that the Great Tao was merciless. What kind of Taoism was that? Walking alone in the forest, Qin Pingan mumbled to himself, "What I don't like must be wrong? Aren't you a bit too domineering, Qin Pingan? Who do you think you are?" Qin Pingan asked himself again, "The merciful don't command troops, and the righteous don't command wealth?" Qin Pingan shook his head. Qin Pingan felt that when the ancients spoke, they only said half a sentence. It was not the real enlightening words. Once some words were taken out of context and were regarded as a standard by the world, it could indeed save a lot of trouble in life. It was not that it was bad, but in the end it was still a fly in the ointment. For example, the book said again, "The merciful don't command troops. After grasping great power there must be great benevolence. The righteous don't command wealth. After becoming rich and powerful, there must be great righteousness." Chin Pingan stopped and leaped onto a high branch. Sitting on the tree, he took out the carving knife and bamboo slip that he had not seen for a long time and engraved the 2 sentences on the bamboo slip. Thinking about it, he engraved the words he had said to the little rat in the Yangchang Palace, the words about cultivating the heart and cultivating strength on another scroll. Chin Pingan put away the carving knife and held a bamboo slip in each hand. He raised it high and smiled brightly. "Now it's the real book." It turned out that it was all Chin Pingan's nonsense. Probably in the whole world, only those bootlickers of the Luopa mountain would be willing to take these words seriously. Chin Pingan carefully put away the 2 bamboo slips. He was in a good mood. After that, Chin Pingan did not rush to the stinky copper city. Instead, he drank a few mouthfuls of wine. There was still a lot of wine left in the jug that he took from the Yangchang Palace. Chin Pingan began to carefully count and calculate his belongings. This time he gained a lot from entering the Ghost Valley from the Skeleton Beach. However, the damage to the springgrass robe on him was not light. To really repair it to its original state, he estimated that he would need at least 5,000 to 6,000 snowflakes. When he escaped from the siege in front of the scholar at the earth-surging mountain, in order to appear weak, he did not dare to reveal the true strength of a pure martial artist. He could only purposely suppress the pure essential chi in his body. With just the robe, he took a heavy blow from the mountain-moving ape. Afterwards, at the bank of the Black River, he fought with the Thunder Divine General of the Jishao Mountain. He was trapped in a pool of lightning, and the springgrass robe was seriously damaged by the lightning. This was not a small expense, and it made Chin Pingan's teeth itch. Chin Pingan could only comfort himself. The world's smallest bag shop still needs some capital to do business. Your attitude of making money without any capital is not good. And in the pool of lightning, it was like frying one's skin and soul. This was the real Ghost Valley experience. Although compared to the torture in the Luopa mountain it was lighter, but the benefits were not small. Moreover, the pool of lightning was the most torturous cage in the world. There were other benefits to being tortured. Chin Pingan actually felt that his bones and soul had become slightly tougher. At the Crow Ridge, he took a snowflake robe from the white concubine of the greasy city. According to Fan Yun Luo, the market price was 2 or 3 grain rain coins. If he sold it to the greasy city, he should be able to get a premium of 1 or 2 grain rain coins. But when he thought of the white concubine who liked to be mysterious, Chin Pingan felt depressed. At that time she changed her face and used it to bewitch people. This made Chin Pingan angry and guilty at the same time. In addition to the 5 skeletons that the lower 5 realms Dao couple carried out of the Ghost Valley, there were also the skeletons of more than 10 female officials and maids from the greasy city. As for how much they could be sold for after leaving the Ghost Valley, Chin Pingan did not know. Thinking of this, Chin Pingan could not help but look to the south. He did not know if the Dao couple had been sold for a high price. The so-called 1-month agreement. In fact, Chin Pingan did not take it seriously from the beginning. He just let the other party be at ease and collect the money. It was not easy for the Dao couple to earn money in the Ghost Valley. Chin Pingan did not care whether they would keep their promise for a month. Because the Dao couple had sold the 5 sets of Greasy City's white jade bones, whether they waited for a month or not, Chin Pingan would not appear in the market. Without waiting, they would abscond with the money. They were worried that they would be held accountable after the event. It was more or less a burden on their minds. If they waited for a month, it would be even better. They could leave with a clear conscience and let the lower 5 realms female cultivator break through the bottleneck to the cave realm. The immortal money should be more than enough to help her stabilize the cave realm. As for the remaining surplus, whether the male cultivator could take advantage of the situation to break through, it would be up to fate. As for why Chin Pingan was like this, the reason was very simple. Just like when Chin Pingan was at the goddess of the summer's underground vault, he had to collect the 2 sets of white bones. It was not for money. Chin Pingan not only did not covet the white bones and dragon robes of the emperor of Longxi country and the female cultivator from the Qingde sect, his only thought was to return to their homeland and find a place to bury their white bones amidst the green mountains and clear waters. He hoped that there would be lovers in the world, pairs, and finally married. He hoped that the people who had already passed away would live and die together. The Tao was long and the road to immortality was long. In the process of cultivation, other than diligently practicing the sword and fist, and not being afraid to fight against the strong, he did these small things that others were not willing to do. How could it not be a great joy in life? In the Guanghan Palace of the Peeling Mountain, there were gains from the goddess of the summer's boudoir and the treasury. He received more than 1,000 pieces of snow from the scholar. However, Qin Pingan felt that the most valuable thing was the piece of cold iron that acted as the door. It was meticulously built into a winter moon palace by the Mahist's mechanical master. As for the bottles and jars in the moon palace's boudoir, Qin Pingan was still very concerned about them. In the future, when he left the Skeleton Beach and continued his journey to the north, who knew if he would meet a few wealthy ladies or mountain fairies who had nowhere to spend their money? Perhaps they would be blinded by lard and would buy it at a high price? Zhu Lian had vowed that there was no woman in the world who did not want to be prettier. If there was, it was only because they had not met a man who was worthy of making themselves beautiful for the one who loves them. As for the big box of military books collected by the great demon hunter at the end of the Sheep Intestine Palace's tunnel, Qin Pingan did not have the time to carefully flip through them. He planned to only flip through them one by one after he settled down in Qinglu town. They should be the books left behind by the 2 great dynasties and a dozen vassal states at the Skeleton Beach. After thousands of years in the Sheep Intestine Palace, they just happened to be one of Qin Pingan's assets. However, he still needed to carefully select the best ones and place them in his own library on Luopa Mountain. When he thought about the future when a disciple of Luopa Mountain entered the library to borrow books and flipped through them, he would hear the old man of the library say that these books were the loot of their mountain lord when he traveled to the Skeleton Beach in the North Continent. The old man would embellish some nonsense and say that he must be careful when he flipped through the books because these were treasures found in the dragon's lair and the tiger's den. Wouldn't that disciple feel that he had to be even more attentive when he went back to reading? Then, under the lamp when he was tired of reading, he would more or less admire that young mountain chieftain, who had walked through thousands of mountains and rivers. Qin Pingan sat on the high branch and could not help but laugh. He continued to calculate. Similarly, an accountant wearing a green robe could only think of less losses at Bookslip Lake. In this ghost valley he could think of earning more. His days were getting better and better. In Divine General Qi Lei's territory Jiaoshao Mountain, he dug out 5 golden lightning whips of different sizes. The true value of these treasured golden lightning bamboo whips was unknown for the time being. However, why did the monster with 2 golden eagle heads say that he was the thief who stole the thunder pool? Because of this, Qin Pingan was worried that something big had happened at Jiaoshao Mountain. After leaving the Black River, he deliberately avoided Jiaoshao Mountain. In fact, Jiaoshao Mountain was the same as the old dragon's lair. If one was not afraid of death, one could explore to the end and perhaps obtain unexpected gains. Of course, in this way he would be like that pair of Dao companions who did not have a high level of cultivation. They were really risking their lives to earn money. In the ancestral temple by the Black River, he and the scholar sat on the ground to split the loot. They worked together to divide the cave treasury that the scholar built at the bottom of the river from the progenitor Fu Hai. 6 spiritual weapons. Qin Pingan gave up that so-called magic hairpin, and only wanted those pitiful 800 snowflakes to spend in the treasury of the underwater mansion. P.S. The 18,000 snowballs in the main body of the previous chapter has been revised. It should be 800 snowballs. In the small turtle's cave, the scholar conveniently swept away the items close to him. A pile of junk, similar to the collection of the Moon Palace's boudoir. Even after returning to Luopa Mountain from the Book Lake trip, Qin Pingan knew that his Tao was close to water. However, he still rejected the magic weapon that could only benefit cultivators who were close to water. Occasionally, a few pies would fall from the sky and hit his head. However, Qin Pingan did not believe that Yang Ning of Chongshin Bureau used a mysterious Tao technique to condense all the evil in one's heart into a pure mustard seed. However, Qin Pingan was very curious about how this unique Tao technique of Yunshao Palace's Yu Yi Qing Xiang was able to refine the mind like refining an object. After Qin Pingan finished calculating, he discovered that he had actually earned so much from this trip to Guiming Valley. On the way he discovered that the mountains and rivers at Mirror Treasure Mountain had collapsed. It was very likely that Yang Chongshin had finally obtained the mirror opportunity. Moreover, the thunder pool of Jixiao Mountain had been secretly moved to the sky. This was a great fortune. However, Qin Pingan didn't feel that the bountiful profits of others were enough to make him jealous. In reality, the scholar who schemed everywhere and lost to Qin Pingan in everything, on the other hand, when he left Guiming Valley, even if he did not mention the 3 mountains that Yang Ning painstakingly made for him, just the golden fish in the small pond of the old dragon cave and the carving mother ancestral coin that a certain great hidden immortal of Qing sect had personally made, just these 2 items, he could already be considered to have returned from a fruitful trip. However, even if he knew the truth, Chin Pingan would not take it to heart. You walk your path, I walk my single plank bridge. You take your great fortune, I pick up my little junk. Chin Pingan suddenly laughed, a smile that could not be concealed. He said cheerfully, this kind of junk, the more the better. Then Chin Pingan shook his sleeves and said, besides, you're not trash. You're all godly money. Moreover, in the big sleeve of the 100-eyed Tao Tai that he had taken from Yang Ning, there were still 3 talisman that looked extremely valuable. Chin Pingan jumped down from the high branch, his footsteps were cheerful, imitating Cui Dongshan's swaying sleeves and imitating Pei Chen's footsteps. Chin Pingan felt that he was indeed a little carried away. But so what, I am very happy now. Chin Pingan carried the wine jug. After drinking, he did not even bear to throw the jug away. After keeping it close to him, he felt a little regretful that he did not encounter any demons or ghosts along the way. It was similar to Mount Tongguan. However, just as he was about to leave the mountain, he suddenly discovered that at the foot of the mountain far away, there were 2 groups of people arguing. Both sides were facing each other with weapons pointed at each other. Chin Pingan quickly stealthily moved over with familiarity. He restrained all his chi and chose a place to hide. On a huge coarse carriage, although it was called a carriage, there was actually no cover around it. It looked more like a wooden raft with a throne. On it sat a burly man with bulging muscles. He was 2 feet tall, his fists were as big as alms bowls, and he held a huge wine bowl in one hand. He was drinking with his head tilted back. The wine casually poured out, and his dense chest hair looked like it was raining. Empty wine jugs were placed beside the burly man's feet. Beside the throne, a female demon with 2 pointy ears sat curled up. She held a big bowl full of wine with both hands. From time to time, she secretly glanced at a certain person in the enemy camp. Her eyes were like silk. The carriage was carried on the shoulders of the 8 little demons. Near the carriage, dozens of demons were wearing iron armor, holding swords and spears, clamoring incessantly. Confronting this group of demons from the mountain were more than 10 tall ghosts in elite soldier attire. They were armed with swords and crossbows, like elite soldiers on the battlefield. The leader was a general ghost in silver armor, his face full of anger. Beside him stood a living man who was a head shorter than him. Accompanied by the ghosts and demons, he was still arrogant and fearless. He was actually wearing a bright red civil official's uniform embroidered with a white pheasant on the chest. Inside he wore a white gauze shirt, white socks, black shoes, and a jade belt around his waist. This young official was pointing a finger at the carriage, cursing incessantly. The burly man who was sitting like a small hill heard the man's long-winded curses. He lifted his leg and lightly kicked the woman beside his feet, asking in a low voice, "What are you talking about?" The charming woman smiled and said, "He's saying that you're not a human, master." The burly man was stunned for a moment. "When was I a human? Between us and those skeletons in Stinky Copper City, which one is a human? Isn't this pale-faced scholar the only one who's a human?" The woman lowered her head and covered her mouth, giggling. When the burly man threw away the wine bowl in his hand, she quickly raised it and caught it. She also carried a large bag on her back, which contained the bottles and jars she had obtained from the Mountain Moon Palace's boudoir and the Black River underwater mansion. As for whether or not he would give himself away, Chin Pingan naturally didn't care. He hoped that the demons would follow the clues and seek revenge. However, that demon hunter didn't even dare to stay in his own sheep intestine palace. Why would he dare to come to this Stinky Copper City to die? Previously in the blade-strengthening gourd, Chu Yi didn't seem willing to show himself to kill demons. It was the demon that Flying Sword 15 killed. Chin Pingan held his bamboo hat and then covered the old man's face. Previously at the Water God Temple by the Black River, the scholar said that he wanted to keep the young man's face as a small memento. Chin Pingan didn't agree. The scholar took a step back and said that he was willing to buy it at a high price. Chin Pingan said that he could buy it, but the price was 10 grains of grain rain money. Since they were good brothers who had gone through thick and thin together, talking about money would hurt their relationship, so he gave a 10% discount. Only then did the scholar reluctantly return the skin of his face. He said that it was hard to find such a good brother in the world. Stinky Copper City was located in the southern part of the Ghost Valley. It was not a small city with tall walls and 3 city gates. Because the northern part of the city was built to look like a monarch's palace, a large number of ministers, civil and military officials, who were appointed by the city lord, lived nearby. There were more than 10 big and small markets in the city, and trade was flourishing. There were many detailed records in the Rest Assured collection written by the Linen sect. It was written that if one entered Stinky Copper City with the Linen Sex Jade token, not only would there be no restriction on entering and exiting the city, all transactions in the city would also be treated well. From this, it could be seen that the Stinky Copper City Lord who took root near Qinglu Town and expanded his business was a person who knew how to conduct himself, to be a ghost. Sure enough, when the guards saw the jade token on Qin Pingan's waist, not only did they take the money and interrogate him, they also changed to a humble and respectful attitude. They bowed their heads and greeted him with a smile. Not only that, they also congratulated him in unison. "We wish the immortal master a prosperous future." This caught Qin Pingan a little off guard. After thinking for a while, he didn't leave quickly. Instead, he put on the air of a foreigner traveling around Qinglu Town and flicked a snow coin to a ghost general who was in charge of the city gate. The latter hurriedly caught the snow coin with both hands and gently bit it with his mouth. Suddenly he couldn't close his mouth. In Stinky Copper City there were 3 big markets that were famous in Ghost Valley. One was the Daughter Square, which had many brothels filled with the smell of cosmetics. After all, the women in Stinky Copper City were very beautiful. In addition to some flesh business, the Daughter Square also sold human beings. They selected some beautiful girls and clearly marked the price there. In history, there were foreign immortal masters who took a fancy to the young girls in Stinky Copper City and took them away from Ghost Valley. It was said that one of the girls was a cultivation jade with pure innate characters. Together with the benefactor who saved her from the fire and water, they joined the ranks of the Earth Immortals. In the world, the immortal mansions of the sects in the mountains went down the mountain to select disciples and examine the aptitude of others. Usually, each had their own strengths and weaknesses. It was very difficult to truly see through them. Not to mention, there were all kinds of strange opportunities in terms of bone structure. One person's honey was another person's arsenic. One person's jade was another person's mountain rock. Qin Pingan had a deep understanding of this. When he left Book Slip Lake and headed north, he accidentally passed by the gold and silver shop in the county town. There were 2 young men who did not know how lucky they were at that time. Because there were 2 old immortals who hid their identities and traveled the world watching them, the old cultivator with a higher cultivation chose the seemingly simple and honest young man to be the target of his teachings. The cultivator with a lower cultivation realm chose the clever young man to be his disciple. There was also a horse shop, mostly bartering. The jade and minerals in the Ghost Valley, spiritual flowers and herbs, white jade bones, as well as the various relics of the dynasty that one inadvertently obtained, could all be bought and sold here. After all, the cultivation of ghosts also had many things to pay attention to. On the road of cultivation, each higher cultivation realm meant that one could live longer. The last shop was the gold powder shop, which specialized in the secret treasures of the Prime Minister. Of course, the traveling immortal masters could also take out their own treasures and sell them to the sister of the city lord. This was the destination of Qin Pingan's trip to the Stinky Copper City. If he wanted to come here to be a bag shop, he had to practice and learn to be thick-skinned. Along the way the ghosts walked freely in the daytime. The living men and women, old and young, were also fearless. They strolled and shopped, each having their own fun. It should be that the small world of the Ghost Valley had already refined the light of the sun and the moon, especially the sunlight no longer hurt the ghosts. The gold powder shop was not big. Outside the shops on the street, most of them were scholars who had not yet passed the imperial examinations but had spread far and wide. This girl's idea of the Prime Minister was indeed a bold and imaginative one. Qin Pingan came to the first shop at the corner of the street. The shopkeeper was a young female ghost in luxurious clothes, and there were 2 little ghosts with snow-white faces, a boy and a girl. Seeing Qin Pingan with the hemp sex jade token hanging on his waist, the 2 little guys were a little scared. There were many disasters in the history of the Stinky Copper City, but they were all caused by these foreign immortals, killing and injuring countless people in the city. The girl's expression was normal and politely asked, "Old immortal master, do you want to buy or sell? Since this shop of mine can be opened on the street, naturally the goods are not bad nor are they fake." Qin Pingan changed his voice and said with a hoarse laugh, "If I came from that side, wouldn't it be the end of the street?" The girl smiled sweetly and did not mind. After all, the shop's business had always been up to the customers to decide whether to buy or sell. The 2 little guys, who were originally timid, looked at each other and smiled. This old immortal wearing a bamboo hat actually knew how to joke. Qin Pingan looked at the antiques and treasures on the shelves in the shop. There were very few that had spiritual energy flowing, and most of them were relics of the previous dynasty excavated from the ancient battlefield of the Skeleton Beach. They were similar to the armors and equipment at the Crow Ridge, except that one was well maintained and bright as new, and the other was lost in the wilderness, covered in rust. Moreover, the treasures on the mountain could not be called spiritual weapons just because they could hide some spiritual energy. Only when a cultivator refined them meticulously, could they be used to nourish chi cultivators and nourish the chi residents, could they be considered spiritual weapons. Furthermore, they had to be able to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and be able to refine it to make it pure. This was another difficulty, and was the so-called shape of heaven and earth and spiritual weapons. There were many palace treasures in the world, and they were priceless in the eyes of ordinary teachers. However, the masters on the mountain did not pay attention to them, and regarded them as worn-out shoes because of this. However, the treasure of the shop was a well-deserved spiritual weapon. It was a featherless heavy iron arrow. Presumably, the owner of this object must have had astonishing physical strength when he was alive. He must have been a valiant warrior on the battlefield. The tip of the arrow was stained with blood. Even now, the blood had not faded and had soaked the arrow. The female ghost shopkeeper saw the man staring at the arrow and smiled, "Old immortal master, you have a good eye. This object is called mountain-breaking arrow, and it was once used by a general in the Longxi kingdom. That general was a military cultivator, and his natal item was a mountain-breaking bow. Together with 12 mountain-breaking arrows, one arrow could blow up a mountain, and its power was amazing. This mountain-breaking arrow is even rarer, because the arrowhead was stained with blood, because it pierced through the eyeball of another military general. Therefore my master named it mountain-breaking arrow. Old immortal master, if you buy it, you can travel across mountains and rivers with the arrow, and you will be able to ward off evil spirits and ghosts." Qin Pingan smiled and asked, "Where is the mountain-breaking bow now?" The female ghost shopkeeper said regretfully, "In the soul-stirring battle at the Skeleton Beach, it was pulled taut by my master on the battlefield. Not to mention the broken bowstring, the body of the bow was the same." Qin Pingan sighed, "What a tragic battle." The female ghost smiled, "If it was not so, how could we ghosts have the chance to come back to life? We have to thank those warriors on the battlefield who did not hesitate to sacrifice their lives." Qin Pingan nodded, "I'll walk around a bit more." The female ghost did not force him, and let the old man with the bamboo hat leave the shop. Qin Pingan walked around all the shops on the street, and found that they were all similar. Each shop had a spiritual weapon. For example, at the end of the street there was an iron pipa, and it was in good condition. As for the rest of the scattered antiques, they weren't really up to standard. Even if Qin Pingan wanted to buy them at a low price and resell them at other places, he could not pick out one or two. Presumably, the real good things had been given to the girl, and the prime minister had kept them in the palace. Qin Pingan had learned a little from Ma Dui and the old ghost from the book Lake about picking up scraps and discerning eyes. However, after seeing so many good things, Qin Pingan had some confidence in whether an item was good or bad. But as to how good it was, he still lacked experience and skills. In the end, Qin Pingan returned to the shop he first set foot in. The two little guys were no longer afraid of him and were sitting on the door sill, basking in the sun. They just moved their butts to make way for him. The female ghost shopkeeper smiled and asked, "Old immortal master, did you have any unexpected gains in our gold powder shop?" Qin Pingan shook his head, "I couldn't find anything with a suitable price." She glanced at the big bag Qin Pingan was carrying and asked, "Old immortal master, are you selling your treasures?" Qin Pingan nodded, "I'm just trying my luck. I don't know if it's good enough for you." She smiled, "Let's see first. If it's really good, I'm not afraid of spending money in this shop." Qin Pingan took off the bag and gently placed it on the counter, and moved the items out one by one. This was only 30% of the items in the Lady of the Summer's room and the Lady of the Sea's mansion. It was obvious that Qin Pingan had the ability to scavenge 3 feet of the ground. It could be said that wherever he passed, not even a blade of grass grew. The female ghost had a strange expression at first. Because the first few items were all women's boudoir items, such as a powder jar, a makeup mirror, a silver box with inscriptions of mandarin ducks, and a woman's head ornament. It was only as big as a fist, but it was delicately carved with a cluster of dark red peonies and hundreds of dancing flowers. This old immortal master was really a shameless pervert. The guy with the bamboo hat seemed to feel that something was wrong. He stopped taking things out and finally began to rummage through the items. He took out a few items that were slightly normal. Only then did the female ghost shopkeeper's angry and embarrassed expression become slightly better. When Qin Pingan took out a pair of golden chopsticks, her expression changed slightly. Compared to the exquisite golden flower head ornament, she was even more tempted. In the end, Qin Pingan only took out half of the items in the bag. They were scattered and densely packed and had already piled up on the counter. He asked, "Shopkeeper, is there anything you like?" The female ghost shopkeeper's gaze casually swept through all the items, and only stopped for a moment on a powdered porcelain bottle. She seemed to be slightly tempted, but more than that she was greatly disappointed. Chen Pingan sighed, "Since neither of us can take out anything I like, I can only waste my trip to Stinky Copper City." The female ghost saw that the old man was about to pack up the bag. She gently stretched out a finger and pressed on the top of the powdered porcelain bottle. She said, "Old immortal master, may I know the price of this small porcelain bottle? I think it's small and cute, so I plan to buy it myself." Sister Jingguan, that old grandpa really disappeared with a whoosh. I ran up and down that street several times, but I still couldn't find him. The little ghost girl covered her face with both hands. She began to sob when she spoke of her sadness. The female ghost shopkeeper was worried and distressed. She hurriedly went around the counter and squatted down. She stroked the little girl's head and said softly, all right. It's not a big deal. Don't cry." The boy standing to the side made a funny face and gloated. He said, "Sister Jingguan, if you let me follow that old man just now, he definitely wouldn't have been able to run away. Little K is stupid. Sister Jingguan, you know that." The little girl finally managed to stop crying. Now she started bawling. The female ghost shopkeeper glared fiercely at the little ghost. Then she went behind the counter and took out a silver bell. She threw it to the little ghost. "I can't leave the shop. Take this token and remember not to lose it. Then quickly go to the northern palace gate and report to General Chu, who is guarding the gate. Say that an old immortal master from outside the village came to Gold Powder Shop earlier and has many treasures on him. Tell the Prime Minister not to miss this opportunity. It would be best if she could meet that immortal master in person." The little ghost boy nodded vigorously. "All right, Sister Jingguan. Don't worry. I'm much more reliable than little K." The little girl cried even harder. The female ghost shopkeeper pointed outside the door and glared at the little bastard who kept adding fuel to the fire. "Quickly disappear." "Understood." The little boy immediately dashed out. A moment later, the shopkeeper, who was squatting on the ground and comforting the little girl, turned her head and was dumbfounded. Outside the shop, a tall woman was carrying the motionless little boy. She walked into the shop with a smile and said, "Jingguan, you don't have to look for me. Stinky Copper City has been very tense recently. Our city lord has ordered people to keep a close eye on all suspicious people coming in and out. So, when that old immortal master from outside the village walked into Gold Powder Shop, I got the news." The woman put the little ghost boy on the ground. She sniffed and looked intoxicated. She laughed and said, "Oh, what a strong aura of treasure light. Jingguan, you really missed out on a great deal." The young ghost girl said guiltily, "This servant wanted to help the Prime Minister lower the price. I didn't expect that old man to have such a bad temper and leave in a fit of anger." The woman waved her hand. "No matter. As long as he's still in our Stinky Copper City, we can find him. I've already sent people to invite him over." The woman was the sister of City Lord Tang of Stinky Copper City. Her name was Tang Jinxiu. For a long time she was like a child playing house. She built a court in the city and even prepared for the imperial examination. The city lord, Tang Jingyi, was an old gold core ghost, but he had never fought with anyone before. This was not surprising, as Pu Sheng was the most powerful ghost in the 10 cities in the south. If not for his own sins, he would have been a shocking unpolished jade-level ghost sword cultivator. As for the other city lords, except for the Grand Tutor City Spirit near Lanmusk Town, none of them had reached the Yuanying realm. Further north, there was only one Yuanying city lord. He was the hidden backer of the goddess of the summer, the powerful spirit of the city of Unyielding. He was one of the 3 ghost commanders of the Divine Providence Kingdom who died on the battlefield. He was also the owner of the Mountain Breaker Bow in Stinky Copper City. He had personally visited the Gold Powder Shop and only took a glance at the Mountain Breaker arrow in the shop. Not only did he not take it, but the Jindan Ghost Commander did not accept it when the Stinky Copper City offered to return it. Tang Jinxiu said with a smile, "When he comes, I'll tell him that I'm the owner of this golden powder shop, the one who really manages the money. Once my identity is exposed, that immortal master will raise the price to death." The female shopkeeper smiled and nodded. Tang Jinxiu glanced at the 2 little ghosts and scolded with a smile, "You 2 idiots, go play somewhere else." The 2 little ones quickly ran out of the shop. A slender figure appeared in the shop out of thin air. The surrounding Yinchi rippled. Tang Jinxiu was stunned. She smiled and said, "Brother, why are you here?" If I remember correctly, this is the first time you come to my gold powder shop. Alas. The young female ghost called Zhenguan was already kneeling on the ground. She said in a trembling voice, "Greetings, city lord." The middle-aged man said, "I'm here to tell you that you'd better not have any other ideas except doing business with that person." Tang Jinxiu smiled and said, "Isn't he just an old man? What? Are you afraid that I'll take a fancy to him? He's not a young handsome guy. I don't have any ideas." Tang Jingyi said helplessly, "This person just used some camouflage. If the spy is right, he should be the young sword immortal who made Fan Yin Luo and the demons in the mountain suffer a lot. I just got the news that the mountain dog is also dead. It was killed by a flying sword that pierced through its head. It was quiet and didn't even show up." Tang Jinxiu licked her lips. Tang Jingyi said seriously, "I don't care about you when you're just playing. But this time it's a serious matter. If you're not careful, you'll lose half of the stinky copper city. If you still dare to mess around, don't blame me for grounding you for 100 years. Tang Jinxiu felt wronged and said, "Since it's a serious matter, why don't you come out yourself?" Tang Jingyi laughed angrily and said, "Me? Do what? If word gets out, are you secretly planning to eliminate the other demons? Or are you ambitious and want to swallow up the surrounding cities? Or maybe I'll sit in this shop and eat melon seeds. I'll ask him for a sky-high price and bargain with him on the spot. Since he doesn't plan to make it public and only comes to our city to do business, even to hide your identity to prevent him from raising the price. How can I bargain with him here? He only needs a small amount of money for an item and I buy it with a grain of money? Otherwise, wouldn't our stinky copper city be disrespectful to a young sword immortal?" Tang Jingyi stretched out his finger and pointed at his ashamed sister. "Next, you just need to make sure that it's a business deal. Don't paint a snake with legs and don't deliberately curry favor with him. But if he keeps being aggressive, you don't need to be too afraid. Our stinky copper city and Qinglu town have signed an alliance agreement. Those Zhuang sect cultivators will definitely not sit by and do nothing." Tang Jinxiu said with resentment in her eyes, "I know." Tang Jingyi turned to look at the young female ghost and reminded her, "Remember to remind her not to be infatuated with him. Our stinky copper city's prime minister really doesn't deserve a young sword immortal." Tang Jinxiu stomped her foot. "Brother, how can you talk about your sister like that?" The spirit of the city lord had already hurried over and quietly returned. About an hour later, a female ghost woman who purposely didn't wear her palace attire led the old immortal master to a shop on the corner of Gold Powder Lane. The female ghost, Zhen Guan, looked as if she was facing a formidable enemy. Tang Jinxiu was already standing at the shop's entrance with her hands behind her back and one hand gently pressing the air, indicating that the real shopkeeper behind her didn't need to be nervous. After the woman explained the situation, Tang Jinxiu looked at the old man, who wore a bamboo hat and carried a luggage bag and said with a smile, "Old immortal master, you didn't enter Gold Powder Lane and hit to drink. It took us a long time to find you." Tang Jinxiu then began to introduce herself, "I'm the shopkeeper of all the shops in Gold Powder Lane. Zhen Guan is blind and doesn't have much money in her pocket, so it's better for me to do business with you." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Okay, I hope you don't bully the customers. My old bones can't withstand a few knocks. I can't even listen to half a sentence of those threatening words." Tang Jinxiu cursed in her heart, but the smile on her face deepened. The shops in Gold Powder Lane are the youngest, but they are 400 or 500 years old. They have a golden signboard and a lot of returning customers. "Old immortal master, don't worry." Qin Pingan entered the shop. Tang Jinxiu and the female ghost Zhen Guan stood side by side behind the counter. The woman who found Qin Pingan guarded the shop's entrance. Qin Pingan took off the bag and took out the items one by one, putting them on the counter. He still took 30% of the items first. There was a dazzling array of treasures. Tang Jinxiu picked them up one by one and put them down one by one. When she saw the beautifully carved golden flower jewelry with hundreds of peonies, her heart trembled slightly. She smiled and said, "It's really a beautiful item. Even if it's placed outside in the market, it should be worth 10,000 taels of silver. After all, this item has a great origin. It was once the beloved item of a beautiful empress in Antian Kingdom. As long as the snow is crushed and money is dripped into all the stamens, it is said that a strange scene will happen. Well, I'll give you a small sum of money." Tang Jinxiu picked up the pair of golden chopsticks again. After carefully examining them, she knocked them against each other. She pricked up her ears and listened carefully. Then she nodded and said, "It's really them. This object is also recorded in the history books. It was bestowed by the last emperor of the Magpie Mountain country to a famous minister, Song Jing. At a banquet, in order to commend Song Jing's honesty as an official, he specially ordered the immortals to make this pair of chopsticks. It's not made of ordinary gold, but some secret treasures of the mountain. Therefore the knocking sound is like someone whispering, honest, and upright, in the ear. Song Jing is worthy of this item. As a civil official he led the army to fight. He has outstanding military achievements and made great achievements in the battlefield. It's a pity that he alone can't resist the general trend. Qin Pingan suddenly said, in that case this item is not for sale. Tang Jinxiu was stunned. Old immortal master, why? I'm willing to give you a small sum of money. What's more, this pair of golden chopsticks can't be sold at such a high price elsewhere. His trip to the stinky Copper City's bag shop was a little unexpected. It was 1 piece of grain rain money and 6 pieces of grain rain money. The rest of the items in the bag that could not be sold were not really junk. Even after leaving the Ghost Dawn Valley and the Skeleton Beach, there was still a chance to sell them for real money. Qin Pingan made up his mind. When he left the stinky Copper City, he must reward the ghost of the gate officer with a piece of snow money. That guy must be blessed. His trip to the gold powder shop was a great way to make money. Carrying his bag, Qin Pingan put on his bamboo hat again. He took out the pink porcelain jar from his sleeve and placed it on the counter. He looked at the young female ghost and said with a smile, take this as a gift to express my sincerity. I wish the shopkeeper's business will be prosperous. The shopkeeper named Zheng Guan quickly glanced at Tang Jinxiu. Seeing that the latter had no reaction, the young female ghost accepted it with a smile. Qin Pingan left the gold powder shop and left the stinky Copper City through the previous city gate. He threw a piece of snow money to the gate officer. The latter was overjoyed and bowed to thank him. Qin Pingan went to Qinglu town. He found a place to rest. In addition to recuperating, he also had to draw 2 golden distance shrinking talismans. After all, in the Ghost Valley the only place that could be called safe was Lanmusk town. Only Qinglu town was personally overseen by Zhu Quan of the Hemp sect. Qinglu town was not far from stinky Copper City. It was just a detour. Qin Pingan did not fly on his sword. He walked on foot. After seeing the outline of Qinglu town, he was slightly relieved. After Qin Pingan left the shop, Tang Jinxiu's finger gently tapped the counter with a smile. It was said that it was easier to invite a spirit than to send it away. Not only did she succeed in inviting a spirit, she also made a little profit. However, Tang Jinxiu was a little apprehensive. She was afraid that her brother, who rarely scolded her seriously, would scold her for drawing legs on a snake. The moment Qin Pingan walked out of the city gate, Tang Jinxiu came to the gold powder shop. Tang Jinxiu's gaze wandered. Tang Jinxiu smiled. Very good. Your response was appropriate. You even made a good deal. How rare. You even know how to help stinky Copper City earn money. Tang Jinxiu was relieved. Tang Jinxiu was proud. She asked, brother, do you think that guy knows my identity? Tang Jinxiu's mouth twitched. At first he might not be sure. When he left the shop he should already have a good idea. Tang Jinxiu was puzzled. Did I give myself away? As the owner of gold powder shop he should know so many historical stories. It shouldn't be a flaw, right? The few female officials by my side have followed me to read hundreds of years of books. They can also count them like family treasures. Tang Jinxiu glanced at the female ghost Zheng Guan and pointed at her. It only took him more than 2 hours to refine 3 drops of spring water, in one go, and give them to the 3 boys in green clothes in the water mansion. Qin Pingan's shallow cultivation was already so time-consuming. Once he went into seclusion he would not hear anything about the world. That was why there was a saying that the mountains did not know the weather of the world. When Qin Pingan took advantage of the time to rest and immerse his mind, his Yin spirit turned into a mustard seed and patrolled the water mansion. As a result, he was met with the resentful eyes of those little guys. They were probably saying that if his talent was mediocre, he should be more diligent in his cultivation. The clumsy bird flies first. Why was it that after building such a big mansion with such a key acupoint, not to mention fishing for 3 days and drying the net for 2 days, it was simply like fishing for a day and drying the net for a year? Qin Pingan felt guilty and left the water mansion awkwardly. The fire dragon condensed from the pure genuine chi of a warrior was at a fork outside the water mansion. It silently stared at Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan was gloomy and did not speak. It swung its head and tail and quickly swam away. In the early years, there was a golden little man in a scholar's robe and holding a sword on its head. Together with it, they patrolled around and expanded the territory in this small world. They were invincible and complemented each other like the civil and military officials of the imperial court. Qin Pingan put away his thoughts and withdrew the inner vision. After he came back to his senses, he sat at the table and lowered his gaze. He was in a daze and did not speak. When it came to reasoning, it was not easy to convince others, but it was also difficult to convince oneself. Then why did he have to reason? A bowl of common rice and a boxing manual. Was it worth it? The price he had to pay was extremely huge and had hurt the foundation of the Great Way. But was his choice really right? What if it was wrong? Qin Pingan was not entangled in the first question that he already knew the answer to, and the question that he was destined to not know whether it was right or wrong. But Qin Pingan was afraid and his heart was palpitating because he did not know why he was thinking about these things. Qin Pingan suddenly took a deep breath and stood up. He left the table and turned upside down. His green robe fluttered. He closed his eyes and began to walk upside down with the heaven and earth pillar. On the lake there was a green bamboo raft. The youth from Sanlang Temple Yuan Xian was fishing as usual. This time there were no outsiders, so he was even more relaxed and carefree. The female martial retainer and the old Jindan sword cultivator each held a fishing rod. The young man had just returned and was a little disappointed. It was said that the young ranger who had made a name for himself in the Ghost Valley did not come. Yuan Xian glanced at the surface of the lake that remained still all along. Later, she heard from the immortal guests in the inn that the Taoist nun who traveled here was a female cultivator from the Tongya continent. She fought with a cultivation genius named Lu Jinglong on the Juli Mountain. Lu Jinglong was a genius among geniuses. Even a small rogue cultivator like her, who was just a gatekeeper, had heard of Lu Jinglong's great name. He and the Taoist nun from another continent fought fiercely on the Juli Mountain, and both sides were injured. An average-looking woman with a sword slowly walked over from the street. The female cultivator guarding the door hurriedly held her breath and waited for the person to approach the inn. Then she called out in a trembling voice, "Sect Master." The woman with the sword smiled and nodded in return. Then she called Du Wenxi, saying that they would walk together. Du Wenxi and Sect Master Zhu Quan walked side by side. Zhu Quan smiled and teased, "That's enough. That Huang Ting said that when she returned south, she would come to Qinglu town again. But whether she will come or not, when will she come? Is it something you can wait for at the door?" Du Wenxi's face slightly reddened. Zhu Quan continued, "I heard that the young sword immortal who caused a ruckus has already entered the small town?" Du Wenxi nodded and said, "He just came back from the stinky copper city and is staying in the inn south of us." Zhu Quan smiled and said, "This guy is very interesting. The first time the deer-riding goddess left the scroll, she went after him. I don't know why, but it didn't work. I don't know who didn't take a fancy to who, but in the end, the deer-riding goddess followed the youngest sect master in the history of the North Continent. This little girl actually stole my title. If I didn't meet her in this Ghost Dawn Valley, but somewhere else, I would definitely exchange pointers with her. If I win, only the heavens, earth, me and her will know. If I lose, she doesn't need to release the news. I will announce it to the world myself and make a name for her." Du Wenxi smiled knowingly. This was her sect master's temper. Zhu Quan suddenly said, "The treasure mirror mountain was completely destroyed. That fight caused a lot of noise, but I didn't have the face to peek, so I didn't know the details. That young man should be, as you said, the one ranked at the bottom, Yang Rintu. It seems that he has already obtained the opportunity of the treasure mirror mountain. In any case, since he didn't cause any trouble in the Ghost Dawn Valley, he was allowed to return with the treasure. However, in the territory of Jishao Mountain in the Peel Mountain, because of this young man who entered the small town and a scholar of unknown origin, the two of them worked together and turned the place upside down. My goodness, they are quite capable and even more scheming. They played all the monsters in the palm of their hands. Guess what happened in the end?" Du Wenxi smiled bitterly. "Sect Master, how could I guess?" Zhu Quan said helplessly, "Your temperament is too boring, no wonder you are still single. It's not that I want to criticize you, but if you meet that Huang Ting again, if you like her, then say something. If she wants to leave, then you kneel and kowtow. What's the point of having a face? After she is tricked by you, when the time comes, do you still need others to teach you how to deal with your wife in bed? I don't believe that even if you can't beat her in bed you. Forget it, since ancient times men can't beat women in bed. Alas, if that's the case, it's not wrong for her to look down on you. I originally wanted to be the matchmaker, but now it seems that I should forget about it. It's your fault for being useless. You say, why haven't you reached the nascent soul realm yet? Is it fun to crawl around the gold core realm like a turtle? Do you really think you are a relative of that old turtle? Then why don't you go and marry the old turtle's daughter? It's best if you don't die in the Skeleton Beach. You should die in the north, even further north." Du Wenxi shook her head. Sect Master, I can't do this. Running away without a fight, even if I, Du Wenxi, give up my Dao and life, I will never. Zhu Quan suddenly gently pushed Du Wenxi's head. Her expression was calm as she indifferently said, "Don't be silly, Du Wenxi. I'll put on the airs of a sovereign one last time and tell you something from the bottom of my heart. In this world, at least in my eyes, a real man with an indomitable spirit is one who can endure great hardships and even greater humiliation. Even if you're a mountain pressing down on me, my spine will always be straight." Du Wenxi stood in place. Zhu Quan continued to walk forward slowly. On top of the city's towering Jingguan city wall, a handsome middle-aged man was leisurely strolling. In the distance, two women and a skeleton stood on a horse path, looking to the south together. Dao Sect Master He Xiaoyang, the deer-riding goddess, and the owner of this city, Jingguan City's city lord Gao Cheng. The most powerful Yin spirit in the history of the Skeleton Beach and Ghost Valley was guarding this small world. It was almost comparable to an immortal realm cultivator who was good at fighting. But Gao Cheng's life experience and background were not recorded in the history books of later generations. It was not that the historians and the cultivators on the mountain did not want to trace back to the origin, but they really could not find any record in the archives of more than 10 vassal states of the two dynasties, not even a word. They only found the name Gao Cheng in the lowest household register of a country's Ministry of War. Foot soldier Gao Cheng. It was as if this ghost who stood up from the millions of bones in the Skeleton Beach was really a nameless soldier lying in the pile of corpses on the battlefield. It was as if when he stood up as a skeleton ghost, he began to rise step by step. Gao Cheng's figure was not tall, and he still appeared as a snow-white thin skeleton. He just wore the most simple and damaged iron armor, and the saber on his waist was even more ordinary. Gao Cheng asked, "He Xiaoyang, after you came to my Jingguan city, you only said that you wanted to take a look. Have you finished?" The young woman wearing a Taoist robe and a lotus crown smiled and said, "City Lord, are you going to drive me away?" Gao Cheng said, "I'll give you 3 more days. If you don't leave, it won't be driving you away but killing you." The deer-riding goddess on the side was a little frightened. The evil spirit in the Jingguan city was too strong. The 5-colored deer god was a spiritual creature blessed by heaven and earth, and it could not stand the erosion, so she had already put it away. The goddess did not doubt that the city lord's words were not a threat. He Xiaoyang smiled and said, 3 days it is. When the time is up, I will leave the Jingguan city. Gao Cheng glanced at Zhou Fei, who was walking on the wall in the distance. "This Jiang Shangzhen better not leave on your flowing cloud boat, or I'm afraid I can't help but use my saber." He Xiaoyang did not comment. Gao Cheng walked down the wall. Jiang Shangzhen walked back to He Xiaoyang and the deer-riding goddess, jumped down the wall and said with a smile, "As long as Lord he still doesn't say anything and doesn't do anything, it's okay if you don't take me with you. At worst, I'll leave Gao Cheng in the Jingguan city. Those white-bone beauties have a different taste." He Xiaoyang asked in his mind, "What do you think this ghost valley lacks the most?" Jiang Shangzhen leaned on the wall and rubbed his buttocks. He also said lazily in his mind, "Of course it's a living person. In fact, the spiritual energy in the small world hasn't changed much, and it can't change anything." However, after picking up the brush, he realized that he could not move the brush, because he knew that if he forced himself to put the brush down, he would not be able to draw a talisman on the golden talisman paper, but he might be able to do it on ordinary talisman paper. Chen Pingan put down the brush, got up and practiced the sword furnace stance for 2 hours, but he was still unable to calm down. He pushed open the door and walked around Qinglu town in the night. After returning to the inn, he took out some bamboo slips, flipped them over and over under the lamp, and looked at them for a long time. Just like that, Qin Pingan sat by the lamp for the whole night. At dawn, Qin Pingan put on his skin, carried the bag and went to Stinky Copper City. He was a little regretful that he did not see the familiar ghost of the gate officer. When he went to Golden Powder Shop, it was just opening. The female ghost shopkeeper was stunned for a long time, and let the little boy ghost hold the silver bell to call the shop owner. The little ghost was indeed clever and just nodded. Without saying anything, he went to the North Palace Gate to find the Gate God General. Soon, Tang Jinxiu carried him to Golden Powder Shop. Entering the shop, Tang Jinxiu saw that the counter was already full of items. Tang Jinxiu smiled, "Old immortal master, you're here again? Is our Ghost Dawn Valley full of treasures? Can you fill a sack with anything you pick for a night?" Qin Pingan smiled, "Isn't it? It's really a good place." Tang Jinxiu was speechless, and both sides started to buy and sell according to the old rules. But this time, Tang Jinxiu looked through the items in the bag, only bought 2 items and took out 2 small coins. It was not that she was stingy with the immortal money, but in fact it was so. If it was not for the fact that the other party was a young sword immortal, she would have been honest with the old and the young by paying one small coin. Chen Pingan took the money and left Stinky Copper City. He did not feel that he had taken a wrong path. 2 small coins was not a small amount. Returning to Qinglu town, Chen Pingan continued to practice the heaven and earth stance in the inn. He planned to practice the strange fist stance 1,000,000 times in addition to the walking stance. That day he only had one meal. At dusk he went to the wine shop to buy a pot of wine. There were few customers, so Chen Pingan sat there and drank the wine, and just finished a dish with wine. He still could not draw talismans overnight, but compared to the day before it was much better. Chen Pingan did not practice the heaven and earth stance in the second half of the night. He lay on the bed and closed his eyes to rest, thinking about the past. The more he thought, the more time passed until he went up the mountain to pick herbs in his youth. Unknowingly, Chen Pingan fell into a deep sleep. After dawn, Chen Pingan suddenly woke up and felt refreshed. He packed a new bag and went to Stinky Copper City again. This time he finally met the ghost captain at the city gate. Chen Pingan was more anxious than the other party, so he threw a snow to spend money. Under the guidance of the ghost general at the city gate, he heard the familiar auspicious words, "Money roll in." Chen Pingan went straight to Gold Powder Shop. This time, Tang Jinxiu was already waiting at the door of the shop. When she saw Chen Pingan, she smiled and said, "Old immortal master, give me a definite answer. Are you coming tomorrow or not? If you're still coming, I'll sleep on the floor in the shop today." Chen Pingan laughed and said, "After today there will be no more treasures to sell for the time being. It's my fault. After drinking yesterday I fell asleep immediately. That delayed me from going out to pick up things at night. Nothing could be better than being greedy for wine." Today, after Tang Jinxiu looked through all the items, she picked 6 and gave him 5 snow coins. Although it was not as good as the first day, it was better than yesterday when they stared at each other in the shop and asked with a look, "Are you sure you don't want to buy it?" Again and again he answered with a look, "I really can't bear to do that shabby scene." Today's business was much more festive. After Chen Pingan put away the snow coins and parcels, Tang Jinxiu walked him to the door and joked, "Old immortal master, are you really not coming tomorrow?" Chen Pingan adjusted his bamboo hat and turned his head with a smile. "Tomorrow, Prime Minister, you can sleep in peace." Tang Jinxiu was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "Okay." Chen Pingan thought for a moment, then turned around and cupped his fists to bid farewell. "Sorry for the inconvenience." Tang Jinxiu also curtsied and said with a smile, "Senior Sword Immortal, take care. Come again when you have time." Chen Pingan nodded. Tang Jinxiu suddenly could not hold back and said with a smile, "Sword Immortal, in the future, don't barge into a woman's boudoir to plunder. It's degrading." This time, Chen Pingan didn't even turn his head as he quickly left. Tang Jinxiu held her stomach with one hand and covered her mouth with the other. In the end, she did not dare to laugh out loud. She was afraid that the thick-skinned young sword immortal would turn around and give her a flying sword. When Chen Pingan left the city gate, he did not forget to give the guard a snow coin. When he was a few steps away from the city gate, Chen Pingan inexplicably stopped and looked back, muttering to himself. Then, without hesitation, he took out another celestial coin and threw it. This time it was not a snow coin but a snow coin. Chen Pingan laughed heartily and said, "General, you can treat us brothers to the best wine in the city." The ghost guard felt as if he was dreaming. He repeatedly looked at the snow coin in his hand, then laughed loudly and said, "That's great. In our Stinky Copper City, this thing is really the ancestor of celestial coins. It's more valuable than anything else." When Chen Pingan returned to Qinglu town, he had nothing to do anyway, so he began to practice the 6-step stance. After all, the heaven and earth stance was too strange. The more he walked, the calmer he became. Unknowingly, Chen Pingan arrived at Qinglu town. After laughing, he continued the 6-step stance to the inn. Anyway, there were only a few steps left. When he arrived at the inn, he put the whole package into his near-hand item. This package house was more or less the same in the Ghost Dawn Valley. When he thought of the snow coin he gave at the end, Chen Pingan took a deep breath. Chen Pingan sat at the table and took a deep breath again. It seemed that because he had made up his mind, he no longer had any distracting thoughts. He once again took out the brush, ink, and 2 pieces of golden talisman paper from his core item and began to draw the contraction talisman. In one breath. After resting for a moment, he shook his wrist and got up to continue the 6-step stance in the room. After sitting down, he once again drew the second contraction talisman in one breath. After drawing the 2 contraction talismans, he carefully put them into his sleeve. Qin Pingan closed his eyes and began to think about all his experiences in the Ghost Dawn Valley again. From himself, Sanlang Temple, Yuan Xian and the others, and that pair of Dao companions walking through the archway, Crow Ridge, Mirror Treasure Mountain, Peach Forest, Peel Mountain, and finally landing on the bank of the Black River. The old monk once said, "Repent and be saved." Previously, at the city gate, Qin Pingan had thought of these 4 words for no reason, which was why he had given the small sum of money. After Qin Pingan opened his eyes, he squinted his eyes. After a moment, he took out some new things from his core item and put them into the package. For example, the paintings of immortals fighting in the goddess of the summer's boudoir and the 5 golden bamboo whips. After leaving the inn, Qin Pingan did not go straight to Stinky Copper City. Instead, he went to the small town's wine shop and asked for another bowl of wine. When the old shopkeeper put the wine bowl on the table, he could not help but laugh. "Little sword immortal, what's wrong? You just finished your business in Stinky Copper City and now you want to earn money again?" Qin Pingan smiled. "Immortal money doesn't grow legs. What's in other people's pockets won't move. I can only rely on myself to run a few more steps." The old shopkeeper had served him a bowl of wine before, so he knew that this young sword immortal in front of him had another young face. He joked, "Have you seen the city lord's sister, Tang Jinxiu? If you want to earn more money from her, I suggest you don't rely on that old man's face." Qin Pingan drank a mouthful of wine and joked, "Forget it. Otherwise, if she takes a fancy to me, wouldn't it be troublesome?" The old shopkeeper laughed. "That's true." The old shopkeeper looked at Qin Pingan sitting there drinking wine and asked, "You are a sword immortal. How many times have you been to Stinky Copper City to be a bag shop for those wild cultivators? Aren't you afraid of being tainted by the stench of copper?" Qin Pingan smiled. "I should be able to earn more this time. The previous few times were just to warm up my hands and hook her appetite." After Qin Pingan drank his wine, he went to Stinky Copper City, only to find that the ghost general at the city gate was no longer there. Qin Pingan seemed to be very disappointed. He asked the ghost soldier at the city gate where the general went. The ghost soldier grumbled, "This old immortal teacher, it's all because you rewarded that piece of snow with money." The general went to Daughter's Square to have fun by himself. We as servants didn't get to drink wine anyway. Qin Pingan looked speechless. He sighed and turned to leave. Then he turned back and threw a piece of snow to the ghost soldier, exhorting, "Remember to tell your general that I will come to your Stinky Copper City tomorrow. You must be there." The ghost soldier was overjoyed after receiving the money. He nodded and bowed, shouting, "Don't worry, old immortal master. Tomorrow I will bring the general here even if I have to tie her up." After Qin Pingan returned to the inn in Qinglu town, he continued to shut himself in. Jingguan City in the north of Ghost Valley. The city lord Gao Cheng, who was sitting on the white bone throne, slowly withdrew his hand. When the young man didn't see the lucky star ghost at the city gate, he returned to Qinglu town in disappointment. The city lord of Jingguan City sneered. At this moment, Gao Cheng no longer looked like a skeleton. He returned to his appearance when he was alive. However, his appearance was still ordinary. He Xiaoyang didn't say a word. The deer-riding goddess' face was pale. He Xiaoyang, who was in the sea of clouds above the skeleton beach, suddenly turned his head and slightly opened his mouth. Her face was full of emotions. Finally, she calmed down and looked deeply at the south. The deer-riding goddess was trembling with fear. He Xiaoyang turned his head and only said one word, "Let's go." In Jingguan City, after Jiang Shangzhen caught a glimpse of that inconceivable scene, he fiercely wiped his face. "I'm really convinced this time. How could he think of this and do it?" Gao Cheng suddenly stood up and roared angrily, "Leave the flying sword." In the great round moon temple, the old monk looked up at the moon and put his palms together. He smiled and said, "Good." In Qinglu town. After 2 flashes of golden light, a young swordsman who had changed into a golden robe appeared near the sky screen in an instant. With a sword in his hand, he split open the sky screen and rode his sword straight to the hall of ancestral masters of the draped hemp sect. Zhu Quan held the hilt and stopped in the air, looking to the north. Not only did the master of the draped sect not stop him, but she also helped the young sword immortal who secretly came to her and made a big deal with her to keep an eye on the north. In Jingguan City, a white bone swordsman more than 10,000 feet tall suddenly appeared. He was going to split the barrier between heaven and earth and go out of the skeleton beach to chase after the young sword immortal. Jiang Shangzhen laughed and threw out a net bigger than the previous 2 snowy spending nets. The previous 2 were only children's nets, but this one was the ancestor's net. The big net instantly wrapped around that mountain-like white bone ankle and fiercely pulled it down. Jiang Shangzhen leaped up and used a willow leaf to open the sky. He had actually completely abandoned that big treasure net that was worth dozens of grains of Guyu money. When he flew out of the hole in the sky, Jiang Shangzhen turned his head and laughed. "You skeleton, come and hit me. Come and hit me. Come and hit me. Come and hit me. If you don't come, you'll be the obedient grandson of Zhou Fei." Even though Jiang Shangzhen was spouting vicious words, it did not hinder him in the slightest. In the Ghost Valley, Zhu Quan swung his sword. A white rainbow went from the south to the north and cut the huge white bone's waist. There was also a rainbow sword that came from Baigong City and cut the white bone's skull. Zhu Quan was surprised and asked, "Bones Poo, what are you doing? You've been coveting my beauty for a long time, so you follow your wife's lead?" The white bone in the green robe said indifferently, "We swordsmen are unrestrained by heaven and earth." Zhu Quan and Pu Meng swung their swords and sabers respectively to stop the white bone from tearing the barrier. Outside the skeleton beach, Chen Pingan rode his sword all the way to the ancestral hall of the Drape sect. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and grinned. "I'm also the one who broke the sky curtain with one sword. Awesome." For 98. The ancestral mountain of the Drape sect was called Muyi. It was a towering mountain, but there were no luxurious buildings. Due to the scarcity of Drape sect's cultivators, it seemed even more deserted. Only a plaque with a Dharma idol, hanging on the mountainside, was used to entertain guests. 3 days ago, Muyi Mountain was sealed off and no longer entertained guests. Not only that, the archway at the entrance of the Ghost Valley was also cordoned off. Those who came for training could only leave but not enter. From the Naiha Pass Bazaar to the Mural Town to the Swaying River, and to the entire Skeleton Beach, no one felt that this was unreasonable. Because they had already seen more unreasonable things. First, the 3 paintings of the heavenly official and goddess in the Mural Town turned into white paintings on the same day. Compared to the great changes that followed, this was nothing. Many cultivators at the Skeleton Beach were still immersed in the loss of the 3 blessings. Not long after, they witnessed a thrilling scene with their own eyes. In the middle of the night, above the Skeleton Beach, a huge white skeleton appeared out of thin air. It was as tall as a mountain. It appeared in an invincible manner. It should be the Dharma idol of the Ghost Valley's Jingguan City Lord, Gao Cheng. It used brute force to open the barrier between heaven and earth. When the white skeleton Dharma idol that was supposed to be hiding in the underworld appeared, it clashed with the Yang world. The white skeleton and the Skeleton Beach's spiritual chi rubbed against each other, creating brilliant sparks. The white skeleton Dharma idol was like an ancient fire god descending to the human world. That white bone was obviously chasing after a streak of golden light that was rushing south towards the ancestral hall of the Woodcloth Mountain. Although Gao Cheng was being delayed by the blade and sword of the Ghost Valley, the person who wielded the blade was hovering in the air, confronting the 1,000-feet-long white bone. The person was as small as a grain of rice, but every time he wielded the blade, the wind and thunder would shake violently, and the brilliance would skyrocket. The attack from a distance was like a long bridge. Looking at the aura, there was no doubt that it was the head of the hemp sect, Zhu Quan. But there was still a sword. Its momentum was not inferior to that of Zhu Quan of the Jade Primitive Realm. The white bone Dharma form with its crooked shoulders seemed to be restrained by another force in the Ghost Valley, but it still raised its palm high and slammed it down heavily. Suddenly, a thick sea of dark clouds rolled up. Ghosts wailed and wolves howled. The sea of clouds seemed to be piled up with dozens of ghosts that could not be reincarnated, struggling bitterly in the sea of bitterness. The sea of clouds pressed down on the Hempen sect's ancestral hall rapidly. Soon after, the Hempen sect's protective formation was activated. Thousands of armored puppets rushed out from the Muyi Mountain. Each of them was dozens of feet tall and wore talisman armor. Golden light and silver threads swirled around their bodies as they crashed into the sea of clouds. The sea of clouds was constantly being thinned, but it still had the momentum of falling. In the Muyi Mountain, groups of armored heroic spirits advanced dauntlessly. In the end, the sea of clouds and the thousands of Hempen sect's heroic spirit puppets fought each other. At the same time, a ray of light spread down the mountain from the ancestral hall of Muyi Mountain, like thunder and lightning. It intertwined into a bright formation at the memorial archway. Then a 5,000-foot-tall golden body god rose from the ground, holding a giant sword, and swept the sword toward the waist of the white skeleton Dharma idol. Jing Guancheng's white skeleton Dharma idol's attack failed. At the border between the Ghost Valley and the Skeleton Beach, another golden body Dharma idol suddenly attacked. The giant white skeleton grabbed the sword with one hand, and golden sparks fell on the ground like rain. For a moment the whole skeleton beach shook. The white skeleton Dharma idol swung its arm to shake off the giant sword, and its body fell down into the shadow of the earth. It should have returned to the small world in the Ghost Valley. The golden body Dharma idol also returned to the formation. The ray of light also returned to the ancestral hall of Mui Mountain, and condensed into a precious pearl in the mouth of a bronze flood dragon statue in the ancestral hall. The night of the skeleton beach slowly returned to silence. In the immortal mansion halfway up the mountain, Pang Lanshi, the young man whom the hemp sect had high hopes for, sat beside a stone table and stared at the young ranger sitting opposite him. The young ranger was reading a yellowed military book that he had plundered from the sheep intestine palace. Although Pang Lanshi was young, his seniority was high. He was the only direct disciple of an ancestor of the Linen sect. Several practitioners of the Gold Core realm had to call him youngest uncle. As for the practitioners of the middle 5 realms, they could only call him youngest uncle master. In the past 3 days, the green-robed swordsman in front of him was the only guest in the mansion. Pang Lanshi had been here several times. Out of curiosity he talked about what he wanted to talk about and asked what he wanted to ask. The other party was very sincere and did not deliberately beat around the bush. However, after Pang Lanshi thought about it, he did not seem to get to the point. It was hard to imagine that the person in front of him was the poor painter who had cheekily bargained with him in the mural town. At that time, Pang Lanshi, who was his childhood sweetheart, had to run out of the shop to remind this person to avoid showing yellow and white objects in Jianghu. It turned out that they were all fooled by this guy. The ancestor of the sect who was in charge of the discipline in the ancestral hall did not want to reveal the secret of heaven. He said that he would wait until the master returned to Mui Mountain. However, before he left, he sighed with emotion that with such a low realm, he could escape from Gaocheng in the Ghost Valley. Pang Lanshi became more and more curious about what had happened in the Ghost Valley. How did the person in front of him provoke the governor of Jingguan City? Qin Pingan put down the military book written by a general of the Divine Prowess Kingdom. He thought of something and asked with a smile, Lanshi, the 8 murals in the mural town have all become white paintings. What will happen to the business of the shops at the foot of the 3 goddesses, riding deer, hanging inkstone, and traveling in rain? Pang Lanshi was also a little troubled. She said helplessly, what else can we do? Xingzi was worried to death. She said that there would not be any business in the future. Now that the mural town has lost the 3 blessings, the number of customers will definitely decrease. What can I do? I could only comfort her. I told her some great principles that I had heard from my senior martial brother and junior martial nephew. However, not only did Xingzi not appreciate it, she became angry with me and ignored me. Qin Pingan, why is Xingzi like this? I was clearly being kind, why is she unhappy? Qin Pingan smiled and asked, do you want to know why? Pang Lanshi nodded and said, of course. Qin Pingan's smile became even wider. Lanshi, I heard that your great-grandfather still has a few boxes of complete sets of the goddess paintings. Furthermore, they are the most time-consuming works of your great-grandfather. They are the proudest works of his life. Pang Lanshi was stunned for a moment. After a moment, she said resolutely, as long as you can help me clear up my doubts, I will steal the paintings for you. Qin Pingan was a little speechless. He stretched out his hand and gestured for Pang Lanshi, who had already stood up, to quickly sit down. A gentleman does not take what others like. I also do not covet those sets of goddess paintings. I only hope that you can persuade your great-grandfather to draw 1 or 2 sets of goddess paintings that are not too inferior. I will spend money to buy them, not for you to steal them. 1 set is enough. 2 sets would be better. 3 sets would be the best. Pang Lanshi was a little doubtful. Just like that? Qin Pingan nodded. Pang Lanshi was still a little hesitant. There are pros and cons to stealing. The downside is that you will definitely be scolded. You might even be beaten up. The upside is that it is a one-time deal. However, if you are shameless enough to pester my great-grandfather to pick up the brush, it will not be easy to truly paint the paintings. Everyone in the Linen faction knows that my great-grandfather has a strange temper. He always says that the more effort he puts into the paintings, the more similar they will be to the paintings. Therefore, if you buy the paintings from a vulgar man, you will offend the 8 goddesses even more. Qin Pingan nodded. Sincerity is the key to success. Without this sincerity as a foundation, your great-grandfather might not have been able to draw that kind of charm. Otherwise, how difficult would it be for a so-called master painter to copy a painting to the finest detail? But why is it that your great-grandfather is the most marvelous one? It is because your great-grandfather's state of mind is pure. Perhaps the 8 goddesses even saw it in their eyes back then. Their minds are connected and the paintings are naturally marvelous. Pang Lanshi blinked her eyes. Was he speaking the truth or was he just flattering? Outside the mansion, a tall white-haired old man with a brush and inkstone hung on his waist turned to look at his best friend, the Linen faction's patriarch. The latter was putting away his hand. The white-haired old man asked, "With this kid's state, he should not know that we are eavesdropping, right?" The patriarch smiled. "I helped you conceal your chi so he should not know. However, there are countless spells in the world so there might be accidents. Just by seeing how he could escape from the Ghost Valley, we can't judge him with common sense." The white-haired old man stroked his beard and smiled. "No matter what you said has won my heart." The Linen faction's patriarch was the one who followed Jiang Shangjin into the secret realm of the mural. "Are you really willing to sell it?" Pang Lanshi's great-grandfather, Pang Shanling, had a great ambition when he was young. He swore to paint the most spectacular mountains in the world. However, for some reason he settled down in the Linen faction. Pang Shanling asked softly, "Let's wait and see. I'd like to hear how this outsider boy will guide Lanshi." Qin Pingan paused for a moment and asked softly, "Have you ever put yourself in the shoes of Miss Xingzi, whom you have been thinking about all this time? Some things, no matter how you think about it, no matter how you think about it, no matter how kind your intention is it really good? Is it always right? Have you ever thought that giving true kindness to the other party is never our wishful thinking?" Pang Lanshi wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Pingan slowly said, "At the Mural City, I was just a passerby who had met by chance. Since she allowed you to chase after me out of the shop and reminded me to be careful, she must be a good girl who is worthy of your affection. Previously, when I was observing the two of you in the shop as a bystander, I could roughly see that Miss Xingzi is a person with a meticulous mind and a broad-minded state of mind, which is extremely rare. Therefore, just because you are already an immortal who lives on the mountain and she is only a merchant at the foot of the mountain who deals with money all year round, she would not feel ashamed of her own inferiority when interacting with you. She did not feel that way. Do you really know how rare and how good it is to have such a state of mind?" Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "You don't know." Pang Lanshi was stunned and speechless. Her lips moved slightly. Qin Pingan said, "So all these years it was actually her who took care of your state of mind. She hoped that you could cultivate in peace and climb up the mountain step by step. If I didn't guess wrongly, every time you went down the mountain to help out in the shop, when you parted, she would not show too much reluctance. After that, you would be a little depressed and worried that she did not like you as much as you liked her, right?" Pang Lanshi's eyes were a little sore and she pursed her lips tightly. Qin Pingan sighed and took out a pot of wine. It was not some immortal wine, but the rice wine from Longquan County that was sold to Dali's capital. Qin Pingan took a sip and said, "You have never really thought about her thoughts but always thought about what I should do. Is this good?" Pang Lanshi shook her head. "No, it is very bad." So, this time, the painting of the goddess in the Mural City lost its fortune and the shop might not be able to continue operating. You only think that it is a small matter because to you, Pang Lanshi, it is naturally a small matter. How much money can a shop in the marketplace earn in a year? How much money do I, Pang Lanshi, receive from the Hemp Sect's ancestral hall in a year? However, you don't know how big of a deal it is for a young girl in the marketplace to open a shop at the foot of the Hemp Sect's mountain. Without this business, even if it is just moving to the Limbo Pass market to her, wouldn't it be a big deal? Qin Pingan took another sip of wine. His voice was soft and mellow, and the content of his words was like the wine. He said slowly, "The thoughts of a young girl are always more far-sighted than those of the same age. How should I put it? The difference between the two is like the thoughts of a young man walking on a mountain and only looking at the top. The thoughts of a young girl are like a meandering river that bends and flows into the distance." Pang Lanshi furrowed her face. He wiped his mouth and said, "It's a bit bland but it's wine and not water." She glanced at the young man sitting opposite her and asked, "Are you familiar with Bones Poo? When you were traveling in the Ghost Valley, even when you were running around with Yang Ningxing, I didn't see you. I don't know how powerful you are to make Bones Poo fight for you." Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "I'm not familiar with him. To be precise, we have some conflicts. At the Crow Ridge, I had a conflict with the female ghost in the Greasy City. It was Poo Poo who stopped me from killing Fan Yin Luo. Later, Poo Poo appeared to find me again. I saw him wearing green clothes and wielding a sword, so I asked him why he didn't covet the long sword on my back. Zhu Quan said that the rice wine was bland, but he drank a lot and soon finished it. he slammed the wine pot on the table and asked, "Then what about Bones Poo?" Chen Pingan smiled but didn't say anything. Zhu Quan exclaimed, "These two are really the same kind of people? What, wearing green clothes and using the same sword? Then you're so great." However, Zhu Quan glanced at the wine pot. Forget it. Since he had already drunk his wine, he had to be polite. Besides, any man who came from another place would be a good man in Zhu Quan's eyes if they were compared to Jiang Shangzhen's dog shit. Moreover, the young man in front of her had said, "Qin Pingan of the cloud-splitting mountain in Dali," to get straight to the point. Zhu Quan had heard of the cloud-splitting mountain in Dali, and she had even heard of Wei Pai a few times. There was no other way. The hemp sect's source of income in other continents depended on the cross-continent ferry. Moreover, she believed the second sentence of this Qin Pingan. The young man said that he owned half of the Oxhorn Mountain ferry, so for the next 500 years, the hemp sect's ferry would dock without spending a single snow. Zhu Quan felt that this long-term deal, which she didn't need to spend a single copper coin, was definitely worth it. If this spread out, who would dare to say that she, the sect leader, was a spendthrift? But Zhu Quan was still a little annoyed. The guy in front of her was too similar to her archenemy, Skull Pui. She smiled and said, "Actually, your actions were superfluous. Previously, when you found me, you didn't need to give me any conditions. As long as it was against the north, not to mention Jingguan City, even if it was any skeleton I didn't like, I would stop them. Do you feel heartache now? Is your little heart trembling?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Sect leader Zhu is heroic and righteous. This is the demeanor of the hemp sect. But I am a guest and a junior, so I have to behave. The proper etiquette should still be shown." Zhu Quan rubbed her chin. "Your words are good, but why do I feel that they are not pleasing to the ears?" Chen Pingan took out another pot of wine. Zhu Quan nodded and smiled. "Your words are not pleasing to the ears, but you are much more pleasing to the eyes." Chen Pingan picked up the unfinished pot of rice wine and slowly drank it. Zhu Quan glanced at the way the young man was drinking and shook his head. He was not pleasing to the eyes again. No need to take out more wine. Zhu Quan finished the second pot of wine and put the empty pot on the table. Skull Pui really angered Jingguan City this time. He won't have a good time in the future. But this guy never cared about these things anyway. Gao Cheng was also annoyed by him. If he didn't use his full strength, he could really kill Skull Pui, but Jingguan City would lose some vitality. He had no choice but to fight. After all, Gao Cheng lost face this time. First, he failed to kill you and was caught by that dog thief Zhang's broken net for half a day. When Gao Cheng returned to the Ghost Valley, guess what? He couldn't bear to tear that broken net into pieces, so he could only pinch his nose and put it away. Haha, before Gao Cheng became famous at the Skeleton Beach, perhaps he was used to doing this kind of thrifty business, but after he became famous, he never thought there would be a day like this. Jiang Shangzhen, this rotten maggot, actually did a good thing in his life. Zhu Quan felt satisfied and laughed. He naturally stretched out his hand. Chen Pingan sighed in his heart. He took out the third pot of rice wine and put it on the table. Zhu Quan began to drink. He probably felt that it was not right to ask for more wine, so he also began to drink in small sips, drinking sparingly. Sure enough, it was the Lord of Jingguan City, the most powerful spirit in the Ghost Valley. Previously, when Qin Pingan decided to escape from the Ghost Valley, he also had a guess. He carefully selected all the nascent soul ghosts recorded in the Rest Assured collection in the north. Jingguan City's Gao Cheng naturally thought of it, but he felt that the possibility was not big because just like the two masters of the White Cage City, or the Great Round Moon Temple and Small Xuandu Temple in the Peach Forest, the higher the realm, the higher the vision. Qin Pingan said by the Black River, "To achieve this, one must have this heart." In fact, the scope of application was not narrow, of course, except for the wild cultivators, and then there were many accidents in the world. There was nothing inevitable in the world. Therefore, even if Qin Pingan felt that Jingguan City's Gao Cheng was the least likely of Yang Ning's so-called spying in the north, Qin Pingan just happened to be a person who was used to thinking of the worst. He directly regarded Gao Cheng as an imaginary enemy. Otherwise, Qin Pingan was already in Qinglu town, and the leader of the hemp sect, Zhu Quan, was just a few steps away from him. Why would he need to spend 2 golden material contraction talismans to break through the sky and leave the Ghost Valley? Moreover, before this he began to believe that Jingguan City spies were hidden in Qinglu town. He also deliberately made an extra trip to Stinky Copper City. This self-rescue plan, from the time he threw a small coin to Stinky Copper City's guard officer, Gui Jiang, had already begun to quietly operate. In fact, in the depths of Qin Pingan's heart, he had already found a hidden line, a network. On this line, there would be many key points. For example, at the cliff's iron chain bridge, Yang Ning spoke of her feelings. On the bank of the Black River, The old monk looked at the opposite bank, sang a Buddhist chant, and said a seemingly casual sentence, "Repent and be saved." Logically speaking, after entering Qinglu town, which was the most stable place in the Ghost Valley, he was unable to put down his brush and draw talismans. The kind of restlessness where he could not even set up his sword furnace was extremely rare. If he were to look further ahead, it would be Tu Fuyuan, the heavenly official of the city of murals. The deer-riding goddess walked out of the painting and went to the crossing of the swaying river, turning into an old woman to test him. The city of murals could be said to be the first place Chen Pingan set foot in the North Continent. Yang Ning's pure evil thoughts were refined into a mustard seed. The scholar once said unintentionally in the ancestral temple by the water, that he had never won against Chen Pingan even once. In the world, fortune and misfortune always came hand in hand. Chen Pingan was deeply touched by this. If his mind was blindly immersed in the endless good fortune, what would the consequences be? At this moment, even though Chen Pingan was already far away from the Ghost Valley and was in the Linen Sect's Moi Mountain, he still had some lingering fear. Just imagine if he became the Bag Jai in the Stinky Copper City. Under normal circumstances, he would naturally continue his journey to the north. This was because the previous journey was filled with constant disturbances, but it was frightening without danger. Instead, he picked up scraps everywhere. There was no great fortune at hand, but he was lucky again and again, earning a little here and there. Moreover, the deer-riding goddess had nothing to do with him, the thunder pool in the Jiexiao Mountain had nothing to do with him, and the fortune in the Mirror Treasure Mountain had nothing to do with him. He, Chen Pingan, seemed to rely on his own caution and a little bit of luck. This seemed to be the most comfortable and least dangerous state for Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan narrowed his eyes and drank the rice wine in the pot in one gulp. Zhu Quan glanced at the long sword on Chen Pingan's back and gently shook his head, thinking that it should not be this item. Although Jingguanqing was the archenemy of the entire Linen Sect, the previous masters of the Linen Sect all acknowledged this spirit master of the Ghost Valley. Whether it was cultivation or ambition, he was not bad and could be called a hero among ghosts. Therefore, even if this young man was really carrying a half-immortal weapon, Jingguanqing would not be so covetous, nor would he be so flustered and exasperated. It was rare for Zhu Quan to prepare a draft before speaking. After a while he said, "I won't ask why Jingguanqing is against you, and you don't have to take the initiative to say it. This is a grudge between the two of you. Of course, fighting to the death with Gao Cheng and Jingguanqing has always been the duty of us Zhuang sect cultivators. There is no resentment between life and death. Similarly, you don't have to feel that you must get involved in the future just because you escaped this time and hid in my Mui Mountain. There is no need for you to do me a favor. There is no need for you and I to be so polite." Chen Pingan nodded and said, "Okay." Zhu Quan smiled and said, "Good boy, you're really not polite." Su Ming took a step back and cupped his fists. "Master, this disciple understands." The old Taoist nodded, "That's enough." Originally, every mural was a door in the immortal mystic realm. As the 8 murals became white paintings, the immortal cave lost more than half of its spirit qi. It was reduced to an ordinary mystic realm with insufficient grotto heaven and plenty of blessed land. It was still a place with good feng shui, but it was no longer breathtaking. Jiang Shangzhen walked in it again, feeling very disappointed. After he cut open the sky with his natal item, the willow leaf, and returned to the skeleton beach, he did not leave the North Continent. Instead, he quietly came to this mystic realm. There were some things that would make one's heart itch if one did not understand them. Moreover, hiding here was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Firstly, it was safer than hiding in Muyi Mountain. Secondly, he was worried that if he became enemies with He Xiao Yang, the repercussions would be more terrible. That ruthless woman was a person of great fortune. Once she hated him, it was very likely that as long as Jiang Shangzhen was in the ordinary North Continent, he would inexplicably suffer a calamity. It would not be a disaster, but it would be very disgusting. For example, Jiang Shangzhen was very worried that if he casually showed his face at the Skeleton Beach or Muyi Mountain, he would meet an old lady who was wandering in the south. Then she would cry her heart out to him. Jiang Shangzhen really could not stand this kind of reunion. However, as Jiang Shangzhen lay among the flowers in this secret realm and thought, sitting on the bed with beautiful bedding, leaning on the dressing table with a lingering fragrance, and sitting on the railing of the tall building where the fairies must have leaned on, there were still some things that he couldn't think through thoroughly. It seemed that in the blink of an eye, about 3 days had passed. If he could not figure it out, he could just ask. Jiang Shangzhen controlled his natal item and kept knocking on a door. Soon, the familiar elder of the hemp sect came. When he saw this person, he was furious. He shouted angrily, Jiang Shangjin, why are you still here? Our hemp sect has no dog sh*t for you to eat. Jiang Shangjin sat on the railing and looked down at the hot-tempered old man. He smiled and said, don't be like this. Let's talk nicely. I'm your hemp sect's ally now. The hemp sect's elder did not talk nonsense and was about to start fighting. Jiang Shangjin quickly raised his hands and said seriously, I have something to discuss with your sect leader Zhu Quan. Of course there's also the guest on your mountain. It's best if they come here for a chat. The elder had already controlled his natal item. Judging from his posture, it was not as simple as stretching his muscles and bones. Jiang Shangjin patted the railing with both hands and said helplessly, this is a precious property of your hemp sect. Won't it be your loss if we fight here? The old ancestor sneered. When the life-bound wooden tablet appeared, there were already 4 heavenly king statues standing around. Their limbs moved slowly and golden light condensed in their eyes. Jiang Shangjin was afraid that the North Continent's cultivators would do this, so he decided to fight them first. If it was back then, Jiang Shangjin would have fallen for this trick. Back then, Jiang Shangjin was only in the Golden Core realm, but he dared to claim that he was the best at causing trouble, the best at fighting and scolding, and the best at running away when things went south. He claimed to be one of the top 3. However, after this trip to the North Continent, Jiang Shangjin had no intention of returning to the Jianghu. Jiang Shangjin glanced up and heaved a sigh of relief. In a sea of clouds high in the sky of the mystic realm, sect leader Zhu Quan's embroidered shoes appeared again. At first they were as big as a hill and covered the sky. The moment they landed, they returned to their normal size. Qin Pingan was beside Zhu Quan. The two of them appeared in the corridor on the top floor of the towering pavilion. Zhu Quan asked the elder to return to Muyi Mountain. The elder cursed and put away his natal item and the 4 heavenly kings. Jiang Shangjin laughed and jumped down from the railing. Little Quan, they say that a day apart feels like 3 years. We haven't seen each other for 10 years. Did you miss me? I know you didn't miss me at all, right? Zhu Quan couldn't be bothered to look at him. He said to Qin Pingan, don't worry. I'll rush over if there's trouble. I'm more excited to kill this pervert than to flatten Jingguan City. Jiang Shangjin didn't mind. He leaned against the railing and fanned himself with his hand. He smiled and said, Little Quan is just as lively and cute as before. Zhu Quan disappeared in a flash and returned to Muyi Mountain from the Sea of Clouds. After the hempen sect's ancestor and sect master Zhu Quan left, Jiang Shangjin waved his sleeve. Strange magic treasures appeared one after another from his sleeve. He actually sealed the Sea of Clouds gate that led directly to Muyi Mountain and the other 8 small doors with murals. Then from the Sea of Clouds came Zhu Quan's muffled voice, Jiang Shangjin, are you looking for a beating? Then the Sea of Clouds shook. Zhu Quan probably started to smash the door on Muyi Mountain. Jiang Shangjin waved his sleeve again, causing numerous magic treasures that flowed with dazzling lights to constantly fly out of his sleeve and completely block the entrance to the Sea of Clouds. After that he swore loudly, if I commit murder here then I'll kill you Zhu Quan as soon as I leave this place. Qin Pingan was indifferent to this. He took a pot of wine and threw it to Jiang Shangjin. He said, thanks. Jiang Shangjin no longer had the joking expression from before. He sighed and said, I'm curious. Have you guessed who attacked you? Qin Pingan smiled and said, wasn't it Gao Cheng? For the first time, Jiang Shangjin didn't make any jokes. He just stared at Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan gently jumped up and sat on the railing. Jiang Shangjin also sat on the side and drank. Qin Pingan said, since you asked, I'm sure. Jiang Shangjin said doubtfully, then I'm even more puzzled. I've investigated your past through various channels. Logically speaking, you shouldn't have such a deep grudge with her. Qin Pingan first said something off-topic. Sect Master Zhu told me before that after Pu Tong of Bailong City attacked Gao Cheng, he replied to her with a sentence, when a swordsman does things, heaven and earth will not restrain him. That was really well said. Jiang Shangjin drank a big mouthful of wine. His cheeks moved slightly and made a gurgling sound as if he was gargling. Then he raised his head and swallowed. Jiang Shangjin raised his head and drank another mouthful of wine. He was still not in a hurry to swallow it. He had only lost a broken net worth 70 or 80 grain rain coins in the Ghost Valley. But he had watched such a good show from beginning to end. He didn't lose anything. To talk about money with me, Jiang Shangjin, is he trying to humiliate me? The reason why you're involved with He Xiaoliang is unclear. Qin Pingan was expressionless. He slowly said, it's that bastard Lu Chen who tricked me. Jiang Shangjin spat out a mouthful of wine. For 99. Jiang Shangjin hurriedly wiped his mouth and said bitterly, even in the ruins of the immortal mansion, it's not appropriate to call a saint by his name. Qin Pingan smiled and said, there are some grudges that can be scolded more or less. Nothing will change. Qin Pingan, tell me something from the bottom of your heart. Jiang Shangjin blinked his eyes, lifted his butt and pointed to the top of his head. That person, must he kill you? Qin Pingan shook his head. It's not that exaggerated. Our old debts have almost been settled. He's such a big hierarch master who's in charge of all the people in the world. He doesn't have that much free time to deal with me. But I'm sure he doesn't like me. So I'm very hesitant about going to Qingming World in the future. Qin Pingan wanted to visit all the 9 continents of Haoran World and the other 3 continents. Jiang Shangjin sat back on the railing. If Lu Chen was determined to target Qin Pingan, he would obediently run back to Book Lake of Aquarius Continent and be a coward. Anyway, the lake there was deep. If he didn't cower, would he be a bird out of the forest? Old Man Sun had said 10,000 times that when he arrived at Book Lake, he had to quickly do as the Romans do and be a local snake, not a dragon crossing the river. Qin Pingan said, I know you won't get involved in some things, so can you just say something that can be said? Jiang Shangjin took a sip of wine and nodded. Gao Cheng's ambition is great, the kind that can scare people to death. He wants to build a Fengdu underworld in the Ghost Valley, a place between the world of the living and the world of the dead. The cycle of life and death is created here. Once it's done, there will be 2 great benefits. One is to reverse the feng shui of Ghost Valley and upgrade it into a complete paradise, no longer a small world. With the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and man, it will really give birth to the big picture of the sun rising and the moon setting, the 4 seasons orderly, and the cycle of the solar terms. Gao Cheng will be the true god of this place. He's even more superior than all the saints who oversaw the small world. Maybe he can reach the sky in 1 step. Gao Cheng will directly cross the immortal realm from the Jade realm to the Ascendant realm. At that time, Gao Cheng will be similar to those few eccentric existences in the world who will really obtain great freedom and break the cage of heaven and earth. Those who can kill him will most likely not do it because they have too high a view, and those who really want to kill Gao Cheng will not be able to do it. In any future battles and killings, even if they are suppressed in Ghost Valley by Hemp Sect, Gao Cheng in Jingguan City can be considered in an invincible position. Every time a cultivator of Hemp Sect dies in battle, it's equivalent to Ghost Valley. SSSSS. Hemp Sect with less than 200 cultivators, even the several sexes, and Hemp S's sect with his. Jiang Shangjin twisted the neck of the wine pot with 2 fingers, gently swaying it and slowly said, so, Gao Cheng's. This is a very taboo thing. However, for Gao Cheng to be able to reach this step from a nameless ordinary soldier, he was naturally not a fool. He would act with great propriety and advance step by step. My guess was that within 100 years he would be extremely restrained. He would stop after taking over the Hemp Sect, including the territory of the Skeleton Beach, and then Gao Cheng would stop. Then, within 1,000 years he would make friends with those far away and attack those close to him. He would maneuver freely and strive to take over another sect. Slowly the capital would become more and more legitimate. It's hard to say what the Confucian Academy will do. There are too many rules and they often fight among themselves. Jiang Shangjin smiled and said, then it should be me being impulsive. I can't stand to see women being bullied, and I can't stand to hear Pu Cheng's hair-raising bold words. Qin Pingan handed over the wine pot. Jiang Shangjin took the wine pot and gently clinked it with him. They both drank a mouthful of wine. Jiang Shangjin suddenly said, what do you think of Zhu Quan's character? What about Pu Cheng's character? And this Zhuang sect, what's their temper like? Qin Pingan said, I'm fascinated by them. Jiang Shangjin nodded. And I'm saying if you want to continue traveling around the North Continent, you must be careful. This place does have people like Zhu Quan and Pu Cheng, but there are also people who seem to be the same as Zhu Quan and Pu Cheng, but are actually much more cunning and sinister than I, Jiang Shangjin, am. Jiang Shangjin drank slowly. I've suffered 2 great losses in the North Continent. One of them was like this. I almost lost my life and even helped count the money. When I turned around, it turned out that the person who stabbed me was my best friend in the North Continent. That terrible feeling is still fresh in my memory. How should I put it? It was very vexing. The first thought that flashed through my mind wasn't despair or anger. It was that I, Jiang Shang, had done something wrong to make a friend like you do this. Qin Pingan said, I'll be careful. Jiang Shangjin sighed. With a bitter face, he said pitifully, if I'd known that you had a grudge against that person, I wouldn't have come to the Ghost Valley. Why did I come here? Qin Pingan wanted to laugh, but felt that it would be too unkind. He quickly drank a mouthful of wine, drinking it along with his laughter. Jiang Shangjin shook his head and thought of something. Let me tell you some bad news. That Yunshao Palace's natural Taoist seed, Yang Ningxing, left behind the evil seed after he killed 3 corpses. Although the scholar suffered losses on your side, he didn't delay his business. The old Taoist from the small Xuandu temple should have protected him for a while. In the end, he even got a pair of valuable golden fish from the old dragon's lair. They were raised by the old turtle for 1,000 years and lived for at least 1,000 years. It's quite a good opportunity. Don't think that it doesn't matter. For me, Jiang Shangjin, to say that it's quite valuable, it's really valuable. Looking at this kid's luck, he's in his prime. If you leave the Ghost Valley, she won't be around anymore. Then you can continue to travel north alone. If you meet that scholar in the Great Yuan dynasty, it'll be even more difficult to deal with him. Chen Pingan said, compared to Gao Cheng in Jingguan City, these are nothing. Chen Pingan suddenly asked, how did you know about Yang Ningxing's background? How many years has it been since you came to the North Continent? Jiang Shangjin laughed and said, Chen Pingan, do you know how many women I have in the North Continent? Almost every 100 years, 1 or 2 of them would come to the Jade Gui sect to look for me. They would use all kinds of excuses to catch up with me. There was even one who specially came to the Cloud Cave blessed land. This is the hardest place to lose weight. Therefore, I know everything about the North Continent like the back of my hand. Chen Pingan glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. It's a skill for a man to be liked by many women. However, if a man can focus on one woman, that's a real skill. Jiang Shangjin waved his hand. People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. The only thing in this world that can make me focus on is spending money. Chen Pingan thought about his trip to the Ghost Valley. In retrospect, he had really risked his life to wander around and pick up scraps. He was earning more money than those wild cultivators. In the end, Jiang Shangjin was telling him this. Chen Pingan thought of something and took out the 100-eyed Taotai robe that he had taken from Yang Ningxing. Jiang Shangjin's mention of the old Taoist from the small Xuandu temple protecting Yang Ningxing was probably referring to Yang Ningxing's strange gaze before she returned to her senses at the edge of the Iron Chain Bridge. At that time, Chen Pingan felt that something was wrong. It was most likely that Yang Ningxing had already sensed the old Taoist's presence. At that time, Yang Ningxing probably felt that it was a blessing or a curse and was not sure if the old Taoist's original intentions were good or evil. Jiang Shangjin glanced at the robe and nodded. Perhaps it had caught Jiang Shangjin's eye, so he said slowly, for the time being, it's slightly better than the green robe you're wearing, but its foundation is much better. Because the black robe in your hand is ugly, but it can grow just like plants and trees in that world can grow when they encounter rain. It can be considered one of the most valuable spiritual weapons. The one you wore in Tongya continent and the sword in Sui Yu's hand are both the same. However, each of them has a different level, just like how a cultivator can ascend to the ascending realm. Some have the aptitude of a tortoise to reach the Jindan realm at most, while some reach the Yuaning realm and even reach the upper 5 realms. Among the 3, your snow-white robe has the greatest potential. It's a half-immortal weapon, followed by Sui Yu's sword, which has a chance to become the best half-immortal weapon. This robe you stole is at most a half-immortal weapon, but it's slow and consumes a lot. It was an unexpected surprise. He originally thought that this robe was similar to the springgrass robe and the snowflower robe. He did not expect that its rank could go up. In the future, when he roamed the Jianghu, he would cover his face and wear this robe. He reckoned that it would be easier for him to be a wild cultivator. Chen Pingan took out the 3 talismans from the sleeve of his robe. He smiled and said, I can only see that it's a secret talisman from the Cloud Palace. I can recognize the seal script, but I don't know its true origin, specific use, or how powerful it is. Can you give it a try? How much is it worth? Jiang Shangjin took the 3 golden talismans from the Cloud Palace. The Jade Sky Mansion talisman is a branch of the Mountain Talisman. It's one of the specialties of the Chongshen Bureau. The Jade Clear Light talisman is very imposing and has a large range. However, its killing power is mediocre. If it's only used to scare people, it's very good. Finally, this Cloud/talisman is the real good thing. The talisman contains 4 grains of divine light. Even I was a bit tempted. However, a good talisman cannot be used by just anyone. It requires a secret to open the door. This is especially true for the Absolute Decapitation Talisman, which is a secret technique of the Yang clan of Cloudy Palace. Coincidentally, I have a female Taoist elder sister in Cloudy Palace. Of course, our relationship is stronger than gold and we see each other day and night. Jiang Shangjin suddenly turned his head to look, his expression strange. Qin Pingan had no intention of taking it back. He took small sips of wine. I know that these 3 talisman are definitely not as valuable as your net. Just treat it as something better than nothing. Jiang Shangjin slapped the 3 talisman onto the railing. He laughed loudly and said, "Save it. Take it. I Jiang Shangjin earn money and spend it without restraint. My heroic nature is not the least bit inferior to that bone poo." Qin Pingan turned to look at Jiang Shangjin. "You really don't want it? I've already done my best. I'm not as wealthy as you, Jiang Shangjin. You've always been itching to break a copper coin into 8 pieces to spend." Jiang Shangjin lamented, "In all honesty." Qin Pingan took back the 3 talisman pieces with lightning speed and put them away along with the talisman's robe. He smiled and said, "Then I'll be a good person to the end. Tell me in detail how to open these talismans." Jiang Shangjin didn't show any signs of displeasure. Instead, his smile grew wider. He told Qin Pingan the talisman's opening door technique in full detail through the ripples in his heart. Qin Pingan then took out a golden lightning whip that he had excavated from the cumulus clouds mountain. It was as long as an arm. "What's the appearance and value of this item?" Jiang Shangjin said, "This is an item manifested from the overflowing veins of the lightning pool. It's suitable to be refined into a ghost whipping whip. Together with the ghost whipping whip made from the bamboo of the verdant immortal mountain, they are known as the world's 2 peerless treasures. However, looking at the quality of the lightning pool and the bamboo of the verdant immortal mountain, the lightning pool of the cumulus clouds mountain is still a little inferior. If it were the one at the inverted mountain, you wouldn't need to refine this item to become an innate talisman. As for now, it's just a slightly better innate talisman. Moreover, this item is still a little small. If it were me, I wouldn't be willing to bend down and pick it up from the ground." Qin Pingan had a rough idea in his heart. If he had the chance, he would refine the longest lightning vein golden whip into a mountain traversing staff. He would use it for a period of time, and when he returned to the Aquarius continent, he would give it to his first disciple. It was golden and dazzling and was pleasing to the eye. If the master liked it, how could the disciple not like it? Jiang Shangjin said with a smile, "What other items do you have in the Ghost Valley recently? Take them out and let me take a look at them for you." Qin Pingan hesitated for a moment. In the end, he took out the few erotic paintings that were hung on the wall of the goddess of the summer's boudoir and handed them to Jiang Shangjin. Jiang Shangjin's eyes were playful at first. Finally, when he saw the Taoist couple's cultivation picture full of annotations, he nodded and said, "It's a kind of unorthodox method. Ordinary earth immortals who are proficient in the dual cultivation method can use it as one of the foundations of their sections. It can help a cultivator of the lower 5 realms ascend to the middle 5 realms. It's a convenient method, so this one is worth some money. As for the others, it's usually late at night when I can't sleep alone. They're just for fun," Qin Pingan said in surprise. "This one is so precious?" Jiang Shangjin nodded and said, "The Moon Palace's people are just blind. They can't enter the door. They've wasted a Dao opportunity in front of them." This painting is a copy of one of the 12 Taoist couples' cultivation pictures in the mountain. It should be the work of a cultivator who defected from the Mei Air sect in the central divine continent. If you meet someone who knows the goods, you can easily sell it for 20 or 30 grains of Guyu money. At this point, Jiang Shangjin sighed in his heart. That he Xiaoyang. He was really a powerful character. His fortune was so deep that it made one's hair stand on end. Therefore, Jiang Shangjin was originally a little envious of this inexpensive painting in the mountain, but he did not dare to ask Qin Pingan for it or buy it. After Qin Pingan put away these scrolls, he also began to fall silent. Jiang Shangjin began to change the topic. "Do you know that there's a real Xuandu temple in the Qingming world?" Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "I've never heard of it." For the first time, Jiang Shangjin showed a touch of fascination. After drinking the wine, he casually ran away with the wine jug. "That's really an immortal cave. The old temple master had a peach tree grotto heaven, his Dao skills were extremely high, and he was known as one of the ancestors." Qin Pingan asked, "Then the small Xuandu temple in the peach forest in the Ghost Valley?" Jiang Shangjin lowered his voice and said with a smile, "It's equivalent to the Xuandu temple left behind in the vast world. But it's not a proper name. I'm not too clear about the specific inheritance. Back then, I was in a hurry to go to the north of the Julu continent, so I did not enter the Ghost Valley. After all, there are no beauties in the Linen sect. If Zhu Quan was more beautiful, I would definitely go to the Ghost Valley." Chen Pingan glanced at the Tianmen Sea of clouds that bordered the Mui Mountain and this place. It had been silent for a long time, but he always felt that the female master had not given up, but was preparing for the final blow. Jiang Shangjin continued, the small Xuandu temple is not a big deal, but the big Yuanyu temple is not simple. Before the skeleton beach appeared, the old monk was already an eminent monk whose name shook the entire continent. His dharma was profound. Rumor had it that he was a bodhisattva who had lost in the debate between the three religions. He had sealed himself in a temple. And that Pugu. Haha, the Pugu that you, Chen Pingan, admire so much is a... Jiang Shangjin held his belly and laughed until he almost cried. Actually, it's a woman. I spent a lot of money to buy this secret, and the whole linen sect may not know about it. In the Ghost Valley only Gao Qing knows about it. Chen Pingan said in a bad mood, what's wrong with a woman sword fairy? Jiang Shangjin stopped laughing and sighed, it's a pity that she fell in love with a monk. This is a headache. Chen Pingan was surprised and asked in a low voice, is it the old monk from the big Yuanyu temple? Jiang Shangjin nodded, that's why Pugu died on the battlefield. She risked her life to protect the temple from the disaster of war. But the cause and effect of the world is so mysterious. If she didn't die, the old monk might have already become a bodhisattva. The right and wrong, gain and loss, who can say for sure? Chen Pingan came to a realization. Through Jiang Shangjin's words, the reason why the old monk said the 4 words had already floated to the surface. With the addition of Pugu, it became even clearer. Jiang Shangjin suddenly said, there's something wrong with your state of mind. If you only sensed danger, according to Chen Pingan's previous style, you would have been more decisive. In the last trip to Stinky Copper City, even an outsider like me could see that there's something wrong with you. Chen Pingan nodded, the source is flowing water. If it's not clear enough, the heart will naturally be turbid. Jiang Shangjin laughed, this is not a small matter. Chen Pingan said, let's take it slow. Jiang Shangjin asked, or do you plan to take the risk and go north to Luzhou? Chen Pingan said, we can take a step back and think about it. But if we walk with both feet, we still have to face difficulties head-on. Jiang Shangjin said no more. Chen Pingan asked, the Xuandu temple has a peach forest grotto heaven. You also have a cloud cave blessed land. Is it very tiring to take care of them? Jiang Shangjin held the back of his head with both hands. If we go down a dead end, it'll be an endless problem to think of and an endless problem to do. Chen Pingan nodded and looked into the distance. Jiang Shangjin crossed one leg. After the 8 mural goddesses left, this place became a low-grade blessed land. But to the hemp sect, it's already an important territory. If it's taken care of well, it'll be equivalent to having another pure jade realm cultivator. If it's not taken care of well, it'll delay 1 or 2 nascent soul cultivators. In the end, it all depends on Zhu Quan's methods. After all the blessed lands and secret realms in the world are bottomless pits if they're taken care of well. They'll need more money than a sword cultivator. Maybe you, Chen Pingan, will have one in the future. Remember, when you have such a day, don't be a living bodhisattva who saves people. Otherwise, a good thing will become a disaster. In business, it's inevitable to recognize money and not people. Take my cloud cave blessed land for example. At its peak there were 50 million ants. Take the bamboo forest for example. It welcomed a once-in-a-thousand-years great harvest. Earth immortals appeared like bamboo shoots after a rain. I was so proud of myself that I almost died when I went down for a trip. In a fit of anger, I harvested a lot of them. That's how I have today's family business. Chen Pingan did not comment. Jiang Shangjin began to put away his magic treasures. He kept all the items that sealed the doors of the 8 murals into his sleeves. Only the gate of the Sea of Clouds remained unmoved. Jiang Shang really wanted to see Zhu Quan's last saber strike as a parting gift for him when he left the North Continent. Chen Pingan said, if I really treat you as a friend one day, won't it be scary? Jiang Shangjin smiled and said, will you feel that it's against your conscience? Will you change too much? Maybe it's a bad thing for you, Chen Pingan. Maybe this is the pros and cons of different Daos. I, Jiang Shangjin, seek change and go with the flow. As long as I have an anchor at the bottom of the lake, I don't need to care about the turbulence on the lake. Therefore, the path of Dao cultivation has been quite comfortable. Moreover, I've lived for so long and have seen all kinds of things. I've become more adept at dealing with them. You, Chen Pingan, are probably immobile. Plus you're still young. Therefore, when you see good and evil, you feel that you need to be careful. You'll feel that your hands are tied and your feet are tied. Cultivation is, of course, difficult. On the other hand, as long as you can hold on, you'll gain benefits over and over again. You and I can't talk about high and low, good and bad. We have our own destinies. In fact, it's not just you and me. If it were other people, Gao Qing, Zhu Quan, the old monks and the old Taoists, it would be the same. I've always felt that there's no distinction between high and low when it comes to cultivation. I've never believed in the path of death. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "From the beginning to the end, your words can't be bought with money." Jiang Shangzhen was quite proud. His expression changed and he said with a smile, "Then what about the right side of sway?" Qin Pingan was somewhat confused. Jiang Shangzhen's expression was weird. He stretched out his hands and clenched his fists, shaking his thumbs. "Nothing?" Qin Pingan rolled his eyes. He was too lazy to talk nonsense. Jiang Shangzhen shook his head. "What a waste." There was a bang. In the sea of clouds, a saber beam slashed out. A few enchanted treasures that were blocking the door were instantly shattered. Jiang Shangzhen looked up and laughed loudly. "Little Quan-er's saber techniques are great. Your big brother Zhou Fei is dazzled and his heart is beating wildly." Qin Pingan glanced at the enchanted treasures that were completely destroyed. He really felt heartache for Jiang Shangzhen. Wasn't this a waste of treasures? "I'm leaving. Little Quan, you don't have to send me off." Jiang Shangzhen stood up and rolled up his sleeves. He kept the remaining enchanted treasures. At the same time he used his intrinsic item, the willow leaf, to split open a mural city door. He transformed into a rainbow and escaped. His speed was as fast as lightning and was comparable to a sword immortal's flying sword. Qin Pingan was somewhat envious. If he had the ability to escape, he could make another trip to Ghost Valley. Even if he went to Jingguan City for a stroll, nothing would happen, right? Zhu Quan held his saber and landed on the railing. He was aggressive and had a baleful aura. He hesitated for a moment and decided not to pursue Jiang Shangzhen in Mural City. He shouted, "Jiang, if you dare to come to my hemp sect again, I'll chop off 3 of your legs." Jiang Shangzhen suddenly popped his head out from the mural door of the goddess. "Don't use that saber. How about a hand saber?" Zhu Quan held his saber and attacked. After a full hour, Qin Pingan waited for Zhu Quan to return to the cave abode. The female sect master still had a faint aura of the sea breeze. She must have chased him all the way to the sea. Zhu Quan was a little annoyed. He sheathed his saber and sat on the railing. He stretched out his hand. Qin Pingan threw over a flask of rice wine. Zhu Quan raised his head and drank. His expression was ugly as he asked, "Are you friends with Jiang Shangzhen?" Qin Pingan's face did not turn red. He said righteously, "We were once mortal enemies in a blessed land in the Tongyi continent. Back then his name was Zhou Fei." Zhu Quan glanced at Qin Pingan and sneered, "A man's words are king lies." Qin Pingan drank to calm himself down. Zhu Quan snorted, "To be able to pee in the same pot as Jiang Shangzhen, I think you're not a good person either." Qin Pingan just drank silently. Zhu Quan said angrily, "You admit it?" Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "No." Zhu Quan's expression softened. "If you didn't say that you're focused and can still be considered human, I would have stabbed you." Qin Pingan smiled bitterly. Zhu Quan said, "You only need to travel north. I'll keep an eye on that Jingguan City. If Gao Qing dares to show his face again, I won't let him lose 100 years of cultivation this time. Don't worry, it's extremely difficult for Gao Qing to sneak in and out of the Ghost Valley and the Skeleton Beach. The mountain protecting formation of the Linen sect will be half open. Gao Qing is willing to lose half of his life, but at least if he falls back to the nascent soul realm, you won't be in any danger. You can walk out of the Skeleton Beach without any problems." Qin Pingan was slightly relieved. Zhu Quan laughed and said, "If I were you, I would stand at the archway between the Skeleton Beach and the Guiming Valley, scolding Gao Qing for 3 days and 3 nights. As soon as he shows his head, you can rely on our Mui Mountain's ancestral mountain's godly spirit to escape. As soon as Gao Qing leaves, you will show your head and go back and forth, angering Gao Qing to death. Wouldn't that be great? Anyway, it's our Linen sect that's spending the money. Besides, we're more than happy to spend it." Qin Pingan said, "I'd better take an immortal ferry and go around the Skeleton Beach. After a few thousand miles, I'll disembark." Zhu Quan stared at him. "You're not even as good as Jiang Shangzhen? If it were him, he would have gone even further than me to deal with Gao Qing after suffering such a big loss. This guy's ability to disgust others is this." Zhu Quan gave him a thumbs up. Back then there was a sect that had a great enmity with him. As a result, he blocked their path for 10 years, causing all the cultivators below the earth immortal realm to not dare to leave the mountain to travel alone. Before Jiang Shangzhen left, he gave them a big gift. Overnight, he erected 7 or 8 steles filled with profanities around the foot of the mountain. Then he fabricated a story about all the sex patriarchs and earth immortal cultivators, regardless of their gender. The content was extremely filthy, but there was some literary talent. Those erotic little books are still circulating on the mountain. Qin Pingan said helplessly, "Why should I compare myself with Jiang Shangzhen?" Zhu Quan thought for a while. "You're right. Don't learn anything from this pervert." Qin Pingan felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Dealing with this female sect leader was even more tiring than fighting with other people. Outside the peach forest, a white-bone ghost in a green robe and holding a sword stood beside 2 steles. It did not enter the peach forest. A skinny old monk in a wide kasaya appeared in front of it. It was the white-bone ghost of White Cage City Lord Pu Cheng. It said with a hoarse voice, "You finally dare to come out and see me?" The old monk put his palms together and remained silent. Pu Cheng pressed on the sword hilt. The entire sword was filled with sword aura, like a fog shrouding Pu Cheng. After a moment, Pu Cheng was still holding a sword, but it was no longer a skeleton. It was a woman full of heroic spirit. She said slowly, "There are many fears in life. My life is in danger. Because of love there are worries. Because of love there are fears. Even if I don't understand Buddhism, how can I not know this? I know that I delayed you from breaking through the last barrier. It's my fault. All these years, I purposely walked in the Ghost Valley as a skeleton, just to make you feel guilty." She used to be so straightforward when she was alive. Now that she was a ghost after death, she was still so decisive. Thinking back to when they first met, a young monk was wandering around. He happened to see a village girl working in the fields. She held a seedling in one hand and wiped her sweat with the other. Under the sunlight, the girl, who was not very pretty, was not only moving, but also shook the motionless Buddhism in the young monk's heart. It was like a dream, like dew and like lightning. At this moment, the old monk looked down and put his palms together. He said softly, "Benefactor Pu, you don't have to blame yourself. It's my own inner demons. Benefactor Pu, you only need to concentrate on the great Tao and you can achieve immortality." Pu Cheng smiled sadly, "It's always been like this." She turned and left. The old monk chanted and also turned to leave. At the fork of the road between the Great Round Moon Temple and the small Xuandu Temple, the old Taoist appeared out of thin air. The old monk stopped. The old Taoist seemed to want to ask his old neighbor a question. The old monk seemed to have guessed it long ago. He said slowly, "That young benefactor once said, to be able to attain this fruit, one must have this heart, at the bank of the Black River. Actually, there was something that I did not tell him. To have this heart, one must attain this fruit." The old Taoist asked, "Why didn't you say it?" The old monk smiled, "Buddha is on Spirited Mountain. Don't ask for it from afar, and there's no need to ask for it from outside." The old Taoist shook his head and disappeared in a flash. The old monk still stood where he was. He bent down and stretched out his hand as if he was scooping up water. He murmured, "When you plant the seedlings in the fields, you will see the sky and the water when you lower your head." An immortal ferry at the Skeleton Beach did not go straight to the north. Instead, it went to the southeast coast. In the night, Qin Pingan was reading a book on the art of war under the lamplight. 500. Qin Pingan put away the book on the art of war and flipped open a book that was similar to the Linen Sect's Relax collection. It was called Spring Dew in Winter. It was a small book that introduced the heritage of the mountain that the ferry belonged to. It was rather interesting. Which sword immortal of the northern continent had rested at the mountain? Which earth immortal had drunk tea and discussed the Tao at which place? What poems and calligraphy had been written by scholars and poets for the mountain? There were large and small pages. Qin Pingan was standing on a ferry that came from the Spring Dew Garden. Its main source of income was selling rare flowers and rare herbs along the way. Among them, there were 3 kinds of celestial flowers that were almost monopolized by the Linen Sect's Mui Mountain. It was a large source of income for the Spring Dew Garden. Therefore, the ferry route was between the Bone Beach and the Jemu Mountain Range where the Spring Dew Garden was located. Spring Dew Garden belonged to a farming sect among the 100 schools of thought. Most of them were female cultivators and had a gentle temperament. The Jemu Mountain Range was rich in rare trees and flowers. In the southeastern region of the northern continent, it was considered a second-rate power. In addition, it had a wide range of friends and did not make many enemies. Qin Pingan chose this ferry for 3 reasons. First, it could completely bypass the Bone Beach. Second, there were 3 rare treasures in the Spring Dew Garden. One of them was a 10,000-year-old pagoda tree that grew in the Jemu mountain range. It was dozens of feet tall. Qin Pingan wanted to see if it was different from the pagoda tree in his hometown. Furthermore, at the end of every year, the Spring Dew Garden would have a New Year's banquet. There would be thousands of people doing business there. It was a grand event where celestial money flowed freely. Qin Pingan planned to do some small business there. The Spring Dew Garden book was actually not thin. However, compared to the Relax collection, it was like a long-winded elder in the family. It was somewhat inferior in terms of page count. Qin Pingan actually felt a little regretful that he could not collect similar books in the mountains of the Tongya continent's Fuyang sect. Qin Pingan looked at the small book and began to practice the six-step stance. In the end, he was almost half asleep while practicing his boxing. He went back and forth between the door and the window. His steps were not bad at all. At dawn, Qin Pingan opened his eyes, stopped his fist stance and sat back at the table. He waited for a moment until someone knocked on the door from the corridor. Only then did he stand up and go to open the door. It was a fairy steward, a male cultivator rarely seen in Spring Dew Garden. He was an old Jindan cultivator with a gloomy aura. He was far from being comparable to Du Wenxi and Yang Lin of the Linen sect. Although they were in the same realm, there was a world of difference between their levels. This wasn't because of the Spring Dew Garden cultivators' embroidery, but because the Zhuang sect's cultivators were different. Life and death battles were a common occurrence. After Qin Pingan opened the door, the old cultivator apologized. "I'm sorry to disturb your rest." Qin Pingan smiled. "Senior Song, you're too polite. I've also just woken up. According to the introduction in the small book, we should be close to the Golden Light Peak in Mount Yuehua. I'm planning to go out and try my luck to see if I can run into golden-backed geese and drumming frogs." The old cultivator smiled. "I'm here for this. I wanted to remind Mr. Chen that we'll enter the Golden Light Peak in about 4 hours." The Jindan Earth Immortal changed the way he addressed Qin Pingan in a more intimate way. Returning the favor. Qin Pingan hurriedly made way. "Senior Song, please come in." The old cultivator smiled knowingly. Between the cultivators on the mountain, if there wasn't much difference in their realms, they could just address each other as fellow Taoist. However, when the cultivators of the lower 5 realms faced the cultivators of the middle 5 realms, or the 3 realms of the Cave Abode, Sea View and Dragon Gate, they should respectfully address each other as Immortal Masters, or Senior. The Jindan realm was a threshold. After all, the rule on the mountain, "Only when one becomes a Jindan cultivator is one of us," was applicable everywhere. Of course, if one was bold enough, he could still address the Earth Immortals of the lower 5 realms as fellow Taoist. It was fine as long as he wasn't afraid of being slapped half to death. As an old Jindan cultivator, there was a reason why the old cultivator addressed the young guest as fellow Taoist. The one who accompanied the young man to the ferry was Pang Lanxi, a disciple of the Hall of Ancestral Masters of the Hemp sect. He was a very famous young man. It was rumored that he could become one of the next 10 young people in the North Continent within the next 60 years. If other sects promoted their disciples in such a way, it would most likely be a trick to raise their prestige. They would just treat it as a joke. If they met him face to face, they would only need to respond verbally while cursing him in their hearts. However, the Spring Dew Garden was a regular customer of the Skeleton Beach. He knew that the cultivators of the Hemp sect were different. These cultivators didn't boast, they only did ruthless things. If it was only Pang Lanxi who showed up to see the guest off on behalf of the Hemp sect, it would not be as scary as the appearance of the sect leader Zhu Quan or Yang Lin of the Mural City. However, the old Jindan cultivator was always on the move. He was not the kind of immortal who would go into seclusion for decades. He had already cultivated a pair of fiery golden eyes. Judging from Pang Lanxi's words and expression at the ferry, he actually admired this foreign wanderer from the bottom of his heart. The old Jindan cultivator had to think carefully. Coupled with the earth-shattering incident at the Ghost Valley and the Skeleton Beach, the old cultivator was not stupid. He figured out what was going on. Gao Cheng revealed the white bone Dharma form of Jingguan City and personally chased after a golden light that escaped to the Hall of Ancestral Masters of the Mount Moi. The 2 cultivators on the mountain who met by chance were extremely sincere when one of them took the initiative to open the door and invite the other to take a seat. It was not a joke to say that cultivators should not be tainted by the mortal world. The old Jindan cultivator's surname was Song Lanxiao. According to the inheritance of the Hall of Ancestral Masters, he was a cultivator of the Spring Dew Garden with the surname Lan. Since almost all the cultivators in the Spring Dew Garden were female, it was not unusual to have the surname Lan. However, it was strange to have a male disciple. Therefore, Song Lanqiao's master added the surname Qiao to help suppress the smell of women. Qin Pingan had heard from Pang Lanxi that the Golden Light Peak and Mount Yuehua were Taoist companion mountains. If one was lucky, he could see spiritual birds and strange creatures on the ferry. Therefore, he paid more attention to it. Coincidentally, Song Lanqiao came to remind Qin Pingan of this matter. It turned out that golden-backed geese would occasionally appear around the Golden Light Peak. They flew as fast as the flying sword of a sword fairy. They would only linger around the Golden Light Peak. Unless one was in the nascent soul realm, ordinary cultivators could not hope to catch them. Moreover, golden-backed geese had a strong temperament. Once they were caught, they would burn themselves to death. Golden-backed geese like to fly high above the sea of clouds. They especially like to bathe in the sun. As their backs were exposed to the scorching sun all year round, they could innately absorb the essence of the sun. Therefore, adult golden-backed geese could grow 1 golden feather. 2 was already rare and 3 was even rarer. In the southern part of the North Continent, there was a nascent soul cultivator who had been famous for a long time. Due to fate, when he was in the 5 lower states, he was recognized as the master of a golden-backed goose that was covered in golden feathers. That feathered beast's combat power was equivalent to that of a golden core cultivator. When it flapped its wings, it was like a scorching sun rising into the sky. This cultivator liked to launch sneak attacks the most and had blinded countless cultivators below the earth immortal level. After he reached the nascent soul stage, he preferred to stay still and not move. He became a 1,000-year-old tortoise that cultivated his body and mind. As for Mount Yuehua, every 1st and 15th day of the lunar month, a snow-white giant frog as large as a hill would appear on the peak of the mountain with a group of its offsprings. They would make incessant drumming sounds like chi trainers absorbing the moonlight. Before and after the Mid-Autumn Festival, the mountain would be filled with frogs croaking. Therefore, Mount Yuehua was also known as the Thunder Mountain. It was not that there were no cultivators who wanted to tame this giant frog. It was just that the giant frog was gifted and proficient in the earth escape technique. It could shrink its huge body to the size of a mustard seed and then hide in the roots of the mountain. At the same time, Mount Yuehua would become as heavy as the 5 mountains of a country. Even a nascent soul realm cultivator would not be able to move the mountain. Therefore, most cultivators went to Mount Yuehua to try to catch a few 100-year-old snow frogs. If they succeeded, they would be considered lucky. Because the ancestor of the snow frogs was very protective, many cultivators in the lower 5 states died on Mount Yuehua. Song Lanqiao told some embarrassing stories about the cultivators on Mount Yuehua and Mount Yuehua humorously. Qin Pingan listened with great interest. There was once a cultivator who caught a golden-backed goose with a net. However, he was lifted into the sky by several golden-backed geese. The cultivator did not want to let go, but he was pulled into the sky. When he let go, he was pecked by the golden-backed geese. He was naked and did not have any heavy weapons like the Fangsuan tomb with him. He was very embarrassed. The chi trainers on Mount Yuehua booed. It was a female cultivator in the viewing sea state. After that, the female cultivator never went down the mountain to travel. Qin Pingan asked curiously, "Are there no cultivators who built caves on Mount Yuehua and Mount Yuehua?" Song Lanqiao stroked his beard and said with a smile, "The sun essence on the Golden Light Peak is too hot, especially the sun essence that condenses on the Golden Light Peak. The sun essence flows erratically all year round and there is no order to it. It is not a good place unless the earth immortal cultivators can barely stay there for a long time. As for Mount Yuehua, it is a good place with feng shui of the 5 elements. It is a pity that the giant frog is the king of the mountain. He has thousands of disciples and thousands of disciples. The giant frog, who has enlightened his apertures early, hates chi trainers the most and does not allow chi trainers to go to the mountain to cultivate." Qin Pingan nodded and said, "There are thousands of monsters in the mountains and lakes. Each of them has their own way of survival." Song Lanqiao seemed to agree with him. He smiled and left. It was necessary to be warm and polite. If he was too polite, he would be at a disadvantage. After all, he was a Jindan stage cultivator. He still needed to maintain his dignity. If he was asking for help, it would be a different story. After leaving the house, Song Lanqiao shook his head. This young cultivator was still too shallow. The golden-backed geese on Mount Yuehua and the giant frog on Mount Yuehua were in the minority after all. How many of the monsters in the mountains were sold for money after they died? For example, the grass spirits and tree spirits in Mount Jimu were sold and died prematurely. It was already a great fortune to be able to be raised in the rich families of the secular dynasties. When the ferry passed by Mount Yuehua, it stayed in the air for 2 hours. However, it did not see any golden-backed geese. Song Lanxiao stood beside the young cultivator and explained that many cultivators who coveted the spiritual birds had been waiting here for many years, but they might not be able to see them more than a few times. Then the spring dew garden fairy slowly moved forward. It just happened to pass by Mount Yuehua in the night. It did not dare to get too close to the mountain. It circled around Mount Yuehua from 7 to 8 li away. Because it was not the 1st or 15th day of the month, the giant frog did not appear. Song Lanxiao felt a bit awkward. Because the giant frog would occasionally show its head during normal times and sit on the mountain peak to absorb the moonlight, Song Lanxiao simply did not show up this time. He saw the young cultivator with the bamboo hat standing there until the fairy was far away from Mount Yuehua before returning to his house. Song Lanxiao smiled bitterly. This guy's luck was very ordinary. Normally, when the fairy passed by this pair of Dao companions, it was impossible to see the golden-backed geese. Song Lanxiao had been in charge of the fairy for 200 years, but the number of times he saw them could be counted on one hand. However, the chances of the passengers seeing the giant frog on Mount Yuehua were about 50-50. After another 2 days, the fairy slowly rose. The young cultivator took the initiative to find Song Lanxiao and asked for the reason. Song Lanxiao did not hide it. This was a semi-public secret of the fairy navigation, and it was not a taboo. Every stable route that had been opened for many years had many tricks. If it passed by a place with beautiful mountains and rivers, the floating height of the ferry would often be lowered in order to absorb the reiki of heaven and earth and slightly reduce the consumption of the ferry's immortal coins. When it passed by a lawless place with poor reiki, the closer it was to the ground, the more immortal coins were consumed. Therefore it needed to be higher. As for how to take shortcuts in the immortals' territory, it did not violate the rules of the sect and immortals' abode, but it could also be a little molested. This was the specialty of the old ferryman. He paid more attention to the level of his skill in making friends with various forces. Song Lanxiao told the young cultivator everything he knew about these secrets that were not considered taboo. It was a small favor. Anyway, it did not cost him money. Because of this, Song Lanxiao guessed that this foreign traveler was most likely the direct disciple of the ancestor of a big sect who focused on cultivation and did not know about the affairs of the world. Moreover, he did not travel much. Otherwise, he would have known about the superficial inside story of the ferry. After all, the foundation of a cultivation mountain and how far the ferry could travel, whether it was a short distance of tens of thousands of miles, or it could travel half a continent, or it could even cross continents. This was a very direct entry point. When asking for advice, Qin Pingan took out a pot of immortal wine that he bought from the Skeleton Beach. It was not as famous as the gloomy tea. It was called the Wind-Hail wine and it was very strong. On this day, Song Lanxiao suddenly left the house and ordered the ferry to lower its height. After half an hour, Song Lanxiao came to the bow of the ferry and stood on the railing. He squinted his eyes and looked down at the mountains and rivers. He could vaguely see a strange phenomenon. The old cultivator could not help but click his tongue in wonder. The ferry was not too high from the ground. In addition, the weather was clear and the view was excellent. The veins of the mountains and rivers under his feet were clear. However, ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to see the slightest trace of that strange scene. Song Lanxiao was just watching the show and would not interfere. This could be considered abusing one's position for personal gain. However, even if the Spring Dew Nursery's patriarch who was in charge of wealth and power found out, he would only ask Song Lanxiao if he had seen anything new. How could he care about the cost of a few snowflakes? For a gold core cultivator to waste his time on a ferry, it was obvious that he was a pitiful person whose future was cut off. Most people would not dare to offend a ferry manager, especially an Earth immortal. Qin Pingan walked to the old golden core cultivator's side and looked at a city covered in black fog. He asked, "Senior Song, why is the city covered in black fog?" "Young Master Qin has good eyesight. Even I find it difficult to see." Song Lanxiao stroked his beard and smiled. "It's a county city in the Silver Screen Nation. There should be a disaster coming, which is why the phenomenon is so obvious. There are only two possibilities. The first is that there are demons causing trouble. The second is that the local god of the mountains and rivers, like Lord Xing Wang, has been conferred a title by the imperial court and has reached the point where his golden body is on the verge of collapse. The Silver Screen Nation seems to have a vast territory, but in the southeastern part of the North Continent, it is truly a small nation. The spiritual energy in the Silver Screen Nation is not rich and cannot produce chi cultivators. Even if there are, they will only benefit others. Therefore, a remote and desolate place like the Silver Screen Nation only has an empty shell. Chi cultivators do not like to wander there. It was obvious that he was treating the young cultivator as a fledgling. Song Lanxiao quickly realized the inappropriateness of his choice of words. However, when he carefully observed the young man's expression and saw that he was still listening attentively, Song Lanxiao heaved a sigh of relief. He was indeed a noble from the ancestral hall of the celestial sect of the other continents. It was fortunate that he was born in a friendly mountain like the Spring Dew Garden. If he had been born in a large mountain in the central and northern parts of the North Continent, once he saw through the other party's identity, he might have teased him for a while. Once there was friction between the two parties and they were both angry, they would definitely find an opportunity to act as the rogue cultivator and destroy the corpse. This was a common occurrence. Song Lanxiao hesitated for a moment and swallowed the reminder that was at the tip of his tongue. The disciples of the major sects were most concerned about their reputation. He should not add fuel to the fire, lest the other party not only did not appreciate his kindness, but also bore a grudge against him. Qin Pingan surveyed his surroundings and adjusted his bamboo hat. He smiled and said, "Senior Song, I have nothing to do anyway and am feeling a little bored. I will go down and have some fun. I might reach the Spring Dew Garden later. I will look for Senior Song for a drink then. If I leave the ferry later, it might affect the ferry's array formation." Song Lanxiao was stunned for a moment and was a little surprised. However, cultivators usually acted according to their wishes. This old golden core did not say much and only said a few words of good omen. Then the old cultivator saw that the foreign cultivator with the surname Chen seemed a little awkward. Why did he not ride on his sword? Even if it was too eye-catching, how difficult could it be to ride the wind? Qin Pingan had no choice but to pat the blade-strengthening gourd. He supported himself with one hand on the railing and flipped over. He casually split open the ferry's array formation and went through it. His body shot out like an arrow. Then, his feet seemed to step on the tip of a green sword light. He bent his knees slightly and suddenly exerted force. His body slanted downwards rapidly. The surrounding ripples shook violently with a loud bang. The golden core cultivator's eyelids trembled. What a guy. It was fine if he was a young sword immortal, but his body was as tough as a golden body martial artist, right? King Sword Immortal. Qin Pingan landed on a mountain peak and waved goodbye from afar. Song Lanxiao did the same. After all, he was a polite person and could not be hated. It was difficult for the cultivators on the mountain to part on good terms. Qin Pingan took out a bamboo box and carried it on his back. The sword immortal was not willing to leave the scabbard. It was obvious that he was angry because he could not fight to his heart's content in the Ghost Valley. As for the sword embryo Chu Yi, whose original name was Little Fengdu, Qin Pingan did not dare to let it leave the blade-strengthening gourd easily. Qin Pingan took out the string of walnuts and wore it on his hand. Then he put the 3 Yunshao Palace talisman into his left sleeve. It was a good thing that he did not meet the golden back goose and the giant frog on the Golden Light Peak in Mount Yuehua. One of the reasons why he had chosen this Spring Dew Garden ferry was because of this. Qin Pingan hesitated for a moment and did not hurry to leave. Instead, he found a secluded place and began to refine the longest golden thunder whip in the Jiexiao mountain. About 4 hours later, he refined a rough embryo. Holding the mountain traveling staff, he began to walk to the Silver Screen County city, which was about 50 to 60 miles away. Previously, when he parted with Pang Lanxi at the ferry, the young man gave her 2 sets of goddess paintings, which were his grandfather's proudest works. They were priceless. One set of goddess paintings was worth 1 grain of Guyu money. It was priceless. However, Pang Lanxi said that Qin Pingan did not need to pay for it. Her grandfather said that the words Qin Pingan said in the mansion were very fresh and refined. They were like orchids in an empty valley and did not sound like flattery at all. Qin Pingan thickened his face and accepted the 2 sets of goddess paintings. He smiled and told Pang Lanxi that the next time he returned to the Skeleton Beach, he must drink and chat with her grandfather. Pang Lanxi was an honest person. She said that her grandfather only had 3 sets of goddess paintings left. She gave 2 to him and 1 to the patriarch of the Patriarch Hall. She said that if he wanted to use some flattery in exchange for the goddess paintings, it would be difficult for her grandfather. Qin Pingan said with a sincere face. He said that her grandfather had a clear mind and was familiar with the spirituality of the goddess paintings in the city of murals. It was as if he had the help of ghosts and spirits. From the heart to the brush, from the brush to the paper, the goddess paintings on the paper were vivid and lifelike. It was as if she was connected with her grandfather. Everything came naturally. Pang Lanxi was dumbfounded. However, when Chin Pingan left on the ferry, the young man was reluctant to leave. The young man wanted to listen to the man's wisdom after drinking. At that time, the great patriarch of the linen sect was staring at his palm from afar. Pang Shanling nodded and smiled. I like it. The great patriarch held back for a long time, but he couldn't come up with any fancy words. He had to give up and asked, You believe in such vulgar words? Pang Shanling raised his eyebrows. In your linen sect, do you think I'll listen to such things? The great patriarch was furious. He scolded the young ranger for being shameless. If he didn't have a proper attitude towards women, he might be the second Jiang Shangzhen. Chen Pingan only knew that the great patriarch of the linen sect and Pang Shanling were observing him and Pang Lanshi. As for the great patriarch's anger, he wouldn't know. A young ranger in a green robe carrying a suitcase was walking on the desolate mountain ridge with a walking stick in his hand. He hoped that the little rat demon who guarded the gate of the sheep intestine palace would have endless books in her life. He forced a smile and said with a hoarse voice, in reply to Master, the place in front is called Escort City. It is said that when the emperor went south, he accidentally caught a cold. After staying there for a while, he bestowed this name. I only know that the city god temple in the north of the city and the fire god temple in the south of the city are usually the most crowded. Master, you can go take a look. Okay, then when I enter the city, I will go to these two places to take a look. Chin Pingan smiled and nodded. He stretched out his hand and gently pressed on the ox cart. It is on the way. I'm not in a hurry. Let's enter the city together. At the same time, I can ask Big Brother more about the matters in Escort City. Although the man was nervous, when he looked up and saw that the ox cart was getting closer and closer to the city gate of Escort City, he felt that nothing would go wrong. He seemed to be a little relieved. He tried his best to imitate the way the people in the city spoke and said more beautiful words. Then I will tell you what I know. It is best if I can help Master a little. I'm not educated and do not know how to speak. If there is anything wrong with what I say, please forgive me. Chin Pingan held the mountain walking stick in one hand and the ox cart in the other. He said, That is good. Big Brother, you can speak freely. Under the man's introduction, Chin Pingan learned that Escort City was located in the Silver Screen country. It was not a small city. In history there was a prime minister. Therefore, the Kuaishing building near the city god temple was flourishing with incense. The fire god temple was also very lively. It was said that it was very effective to ask for money. The rich people who did big business in the city loved to go there to burn incense. Therefore, the man wanted to pull the ox cart to the market near the fire god temple. After selling a cart of charcoal, he could directly buy New Year's goods from the nearby shop and go home. The two children had been secretly sizing up Chin Pingan. However, whenever Chin Pingan smiled at them, they would immediately turn their heads away, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Unknowingly, the ox cart arrived at the city gate. Because it was still early, they needed to line up to enter the city. There were some breakfast stalls nearby. Chin Pingan bought a bowl of millet porridge and a roll of pancake. He took off his bamboo hat and sat at the table to eat. Not far away, the two children swallowed their saliva. The man hesitated for a moment, then took out a small handful of copper coins and gave them to his daughter. After receiving the money, the two children happily ran to the stall and bought a bowl of millet porridge and a roll of pancake with the aroma of eggs. The daughter carried the roll of pancake to her father. The man only took a bite before he tore the roll of pancake in half and returned it to his daughter. The little girl ran back to the table and gave half to her brother. Then the brother and sister ate the bowl of porridge together. If a mortal teacher got involved and accidentally blocked the path of a great celestial master, he would be turned into powder. The woman's thoughts wandered. She was already considered an outstanding cultivator among the younger generation of the various countries within the Silver Screen nation. However, compared to those two, she knew that she was still far from them. One was a 15-year-old youth who had already reached the cave-dwelling realm 2 years ago. The other was a 20-year-old woman who had endless opportunities. Her cultivation path was smooth, and she even had treasures by her side. If it weren't for the fact that the two top sects were mortal enemies, they would simply be a match made in heaven. Everyone in the territory of more than 10 countries seemed to be watching the growth and competition of the two. Every time they met, it would be a story that people would talk about enthusiastically. In fact, she would be envious. Because the precocious young man who was destined to be the center of attention from the moment he was born did indeed have the appearance of a banished celestial being. He had a gentle temperament and was proficient in the 4 arts. She could not understand how there could be such a young man in the world who could make a woman forget about the world. The young man saw that his senior sister was in a daze and thought that she was worried about the upcoming journey. He comforted her, "Senior sister, if you're not sure, we'll leave as soon as we find the child. There's no need to worry about this inevitable disaster. Master once said that we, as cultivators, must know our destiny. Since Attendant City has enjoyed the blessings of the gods for hundreds of years, it's time for it to suffer this natural disaster." The woman nodded and then reminded him, "Be careful, the walls have ears." The man smiled and said, "If you say that the city is full of crooks and dragons, and that strange people gather, I will believe it. But if you say that we can meet an otherworldly master at the city gate, I don't believe it. We are not a small sect. Which one of the old celestial beings and young celestial masters on the mountain is not a familiar face? Could it be that the monkey is a celestial being who hides his strength? Or that young ranger with the bamboo hat is actually a Jianghu grandmaster?" The woman's expression changed slightly. "Have you forgotten the teachings of the sect? You should be careful with your words and actions when traveling down the mountain." Even as she warned, the woman quickly glanced at the old man with the monkey squatting on his shoulder and the young man who was walking near an ox cart. Then her heart trembled. The young man was fine and was still ignorant of his junior brother's offensive words. However, the old man who was feeding the little monkey on his shoulder turned to look at her. The corners of his mouth twitched and his expression was unfriendly. The woman stood up and made a fist salute. However, the old man did not appreciate it. His eyes wandered and looked at her from head to toe. Then he sneered and looked away. It seemed that he was disgusted with her beauty and figure. The woman didn't take it to heart, but her junior brother was so angry that his chest almost exploded. This old bastard actually dared to humiliate people like this. He was about to take a step forward, but his senior sister gently pulled his sleeve and shook her head at him. "We were rude first." The young man glared fiercely at the monkey-playing old man and committed his face to memory. Once they entered the escort city, the battle for the treasure would begin. The various forces would be entangled and chaos would ensue. Once the opportunity presented itself, he would make sure that the old man would not be able to bear the consequences. In fact, Qin Pingan had seen all of this and felt a little emotional. Both sides who had inexplicably become enemies really had bad tempers. In fact, the dozens of countries around the Silver Screen country were barren places with thin spiritual aura and were not suitable for cultivation. Most of them were martial artists in Jianghu. Song Lanxiao, who was on the ferry at the Spring Dew Garden, said that the Qi cultivators here were a group of frogs at the bottom of the well. They liked to lie in the small pond and do whatever they wanted. The real cultivators outside did not care about the small benefits. The cultivators inside were also happy that there were no outsiders coming to make trouble. They closed their doors and did whatever they wanted. 2 Jindan cultivators with lousy realms led a group of minions to fight with each other. It was said that they had been fighting for hundreds of years. However, Song Lanxiao said it lightly and casually. Qin Pingan was used to being cautious in Jianghu. It was better to be safe than sorry. The cultivators on the mountain had thousands of strange spells. Once they fought, the level of their realms and even the quality of their magic weapons could not be determined. The 5 elements restrained each other, the time and place, the change of fate, and the conspiracy were all variables. After entering the city, Qin Pingan didn't follow the charcoal seller to the Fire God Temple Bazaar. Instead, he went to the City God Temple Bazaar first. Actually, Qin Pingan could tell that the man was a pure martial artist. He was around the 4th realm. After seeing his own figure, the man purposely breathed heavily and his footsteps became light. Presumably, in the Jianghu of the Silver Screen Kingdom, a martial artist of the 3rd realm who had a good foundation should have some fame. As for why he became a woodcutter in the countryside and sold charcoal, dragging his family along to earn money, he must have his own story. Qin Pingan would not investigate this. "You are not a fish, how can you know the joy of a fish?" After the 2 sides went their separate ways. The man led the ox cart. The 2 children were still carefree looking around. The man smiled and turned his head to look at the back of the young paladin. He said to himself, "He can't even see that I'm a Jianghu man. Then he should be a junior of the 2nd or 3rd realm. Sai, why did he get involved in this muddy water? Those immortals on the mountain who practiced magic are like dragons. How many people would be drowned by just a wave of their tail?" Qin Pingan smiled. The man was a kind-hearted person. He purposely mentioned that there were more places worth visiting in the Spirit Treasure City in the north. He probably wanted him to leave the city as soon as possible. Coincidentally, the monkey playing old man and the young man and woman carrying a sword were on the same path. Like Qin Pingan, they were going to the Xing Wang temple first. Qin Pingan deliberately slowed down his pace and distanced himself from them. However, if he wanted to do as the Romans did, he had to ask about the customs first. The old shopkeeper smiled and did not speak. Qin Pingan hurriedly went to the incense shop and asked for a stick of incense. That was the way. The old shopkeeper laughed and began to talk about the inside. Young man, you look like you are from Jianghu. Therefore, it is normal that you do not know about the officialdom. The titles and official ranks in the officialdom are not the same. Not to mention the ranks of the Xing Wang gods who are enshrined in incense. Why, are you confused? Qin Pingan nodded and said with a smile, it is a little complicated. The old shopkeeper began to show off his knowledge. He shook his head and said, our Lord Xing Wang was only a fourth-rank earl when he was first appointed by the founding emperor. However, the title has always been efficacious. A few years ago, when the new emperor ascended the throne, he issued an imperial edict, posthumously conferring our Lord Xing Wang as a third-rank marquis. At that time, it was such a grand occasion. The minister of the Ministry of Rights personally left the capital, and such a high-ranking official personally brought the imperial edict to our attendant city. After entering the city, he picked an auspicious day on the street outside the shop. Did you see that? Before dawn, a large group of yamen runners sprayed water and washed the shop from head to toe, and no outsiders were allowed to watch. In order to watch the fun, I slept in the shop the night before. That was how I got to see the minister. TSK, he is indeed a literary star. Even if I look at him from afar, I feel that he is noble. The old shopkeeper was proud of himself. Don't look down on us just because we are a county city. The treatment of our Lord Xing Wang is equivalent to that of a provincial city's Lord Xing Wang. Other than the Xing Wang temple in the capital and the Xing Wang temple in the capital, there is no one with a higher title. Young man, when you go to the temple you must pray and kowtow more. Although the Xing Wang temple has always been more efficacious for scholars to pray for literary fortune, our Lord Xing Wang's position is high and his abilities are great. I think that as long as you are sincere he will protect you a little. Qin Pingan then asked some of the civil and military officials in the Xing Wang temple. As expected, there were 2 judges, the 6 divisions of the Xing Wang, the day and night wandering god, and the general shackle. All of the officials that assisted Lord Xing Wang had their own backgrounds. The old shopkeeper was extremely familiar with them, and spoke very logically. But when Qin Pingan asked if he had personally seen Lord Xing Wang, the old shopkeeper was speechless. His expression was unnatural. He replied, we are just commoners. How can we see Lord Xing Wang's true body? Even if he is standing in front of us, we will not recognize him. Qin Pingan laughed. That should be the case. However, Qin Pingan saw a group of people holding torches and walking toward the ancestral temple on a mountain where the stream and the lake intersected. Qin Pingan followed them all the way. Listening to their conversation, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These youths from the marketplace who had nothing better to do were actually competing with each other in terms of courage and insight. They wanted to see who would really dare to flirt with the canal head after entering the ancestral temple. This kind of thing was actually common in the town and countryside. It happened in Qin Pingan's hometown. If there was a child who dared to sleep in the immortal tomb for a night, he would be a hero. There was once a boy of the same age in Apricot Blossom Lane who claimed that he had slept in the immortal tomb for a night. As a result, under the old locust tree when he arrogantly mentioned this matter, he immediately won the admiration of many of his peers. After this battle, he became the king of the children in Apricot Blossom Lane. In the years after that, he took pleasure in bullying Qin Pingan and Song Jisin, his neighbors in Mud Bottle Lane. Of course, he also wanted to play house and let GQ with a strange name play as his little wife. Unfortunately, he was scolded by Song Jisin. GQ always had a straight face and cold eyes. She followed Song Jisin back to the town. That boy of the same age followed behind them and threw mud at them. In fact, that night, Qin Pingan just happened to go there to worship the Bodhisattva and saw that boy of the same age from afar. He just took a few steps outside the immortal tomb and then rushed back home. Tonight, when Qin Pingan saw the group of 7 or 8 people, he did not want to treat himself unfairly and brought enough wine and meat. When these people entered the Narcissus Ancestral Temple, which was only 2 courtyards, the plaque was tilted. The temple had been abandoned for a long time and was dilapidated. The walls were covered with thick green cedar trees. Qin Pingan sat on a big tree not far from the temple and had a wide view. Chen Pingon placed the mountain walking staff horizontally on his knees and covered his sleeves with his hands. He looked up and quietly observed the changes. Chen Pingon took out some dry food and took off the blade-strengthening gourd that contained the water from the Mirror Mountain's deep stream. He began to eat supper. He had been rushing all the way and was not taking a leisurely stroll. Inside the small ancestral temple, there were already several bonfires lit. They were drinking wine and eating meat. They were very happy and vulgar. There were 3 statues, 1 tall and 2 short. They were originally painted statues, but time had been merciless and the paint had peeled off. In the middle was the wife of the canal master, and on the left and right were probably the maids. The 3 of them had similar features and were lifelike, especially the canal master. She was slender and had a beautiful appearance. Chen Pingon glanced at them and felt a little strange. The 3 statues did not seem to be golden bodies that could hide the divine light. This was also the luck of those wastrels in the marketplace. Chen Pingon planned to make a trip to Tsangyun Lake after eating the dry food. However, this lake lord did not have an ancestral temple on the shore, so he had a headache. If it really didn't work, he would have to show up and ask those lustful fellows if there were any other water god temples nearby. Chen Pingon began to close his eyes and rest. He began to refine the gloomy water from the deep streams of the Mirror Mountain. At the same time, his mind slowly sank. Using the entry-level inner vision technique on the mountain, his Yin spirit wandered into his own small world. The contents of some of the ancient books today could easily make future generations confused. For example, the bowing and leading officials, sinking the white horse and worshipping the water god Hebo. As for why it was a white horse, there was no explanation in the book. As for the saying that the water god was not to be seen, the big fish and the big flood dragon were to be seen. It was even more puzzling. In all the continents in the world, the gods of mountains and rivers and the golden bodies of ancestral temples were never rare. Chen Pingon suddenly opened his eyes and instantly restrained all his qi. He remained silent and motionless. He only looked at the mouth of the distant stream that entered the lake. There was a ripple that affected the subtle changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Then Chen Pingon quickly saw that the water was rippling. 3 women, 1 in front and 2 behind, were walking over slowly. The woman in the lead was dressed in colorful clothes. Her clothes fluttered in the mist. The 2 maids behind her were also dressed in the water fairy temple. However, they were actually more beautiful than the statue. On the other hand, the lady of the channel was far more beautiful than the statue. It was unknown what the skilled craftsman who opened the face of the statue of the channel master in the ancestral temple was thinking every time he cut it. When he shifted his gaze again, Chen Pingon began to admire the courage and insight of the group of people in the temple. One of the youths climbed up the altar, hugged the statue of the channel master and gnawed on it. Vulgar words came out of his mouth without end, causing the entire temple to roar with laughter, strange cries and cheers. When he was young, it was probably like this. He always felt that not following the rules was something that he was capable of. Also, when he was young, he met a girl that he actually liked. He bullied her a little, was scolded by her a few times and rolled his eyes at her a few times. It was considered that they liked each other. After the 3 women from Tsangyun Lake approached the ancestral temple, they used an illusion technique and turned into a white-haired old woman and 2 young girls. The old woman sneered. After entering the ancestral temple, she had a benevolent expression. When the youths and strong men saw the old woman with white hair and wrinkled skin and the 2 young girls behind her, they were dumbfounded. For a moment, the ancestral temple was completely silent. Only the occasional sound of the fire branches cracking could be heard. Especially the youth who was hugging the neck of the statue with both hands and wrapped his legs around his waist. He turned his head and was at a loss. One of the youths gently nudged the young man beside him with his elbow and said in a trembling voice, "Could it be that the water god is really here to punish us?" The man shook his head and turned from astonishment to surprise. He chuckled and said, "Open your eyes wide and look carefully. How does she look like her? She's just an old nanny walking at night with her 2 granddaughters. Most of them are from the nearby villages that we don't know. Our luck with women is quite good." The youth secretly wiped the oil stains from the corner of his mouth. As he knew the man's temper, he was really afraid that he would do something bad after drinking. He carefully advised, "Brother, let's not be rash. If we blow things up, we'll be sued." The young man sneered and said, "Blow things up? It's good if it blows up. What's done can't be undone. I can marry her as my wife. Don't fight with me. I like those 2 girls. However, I'm kind. I only want the one on the left and the one on the right. You guys can slowly discuss it yourselves." The old woman pretended to be flustered and was about to leave with the two girls when she was surrounded by the man and his men. The youth who was the boldest to jump onto the altar had already slid down from the statue of the wife of the channel. He placed his hands on his hips and looked at the scene at the door. He said with a cheeky smile, "As expected, the foreigner with the saber is right. I'm lucky with women now. Lusan, one of you is yours and the other is mine." Chin Pingon suddenly frowned. He looked at a beam in the temple. A person sat up. He was a burly man with thick eyebrows. He had a saber hanging from his waist and his legs hanging down. He yawned and languid tore off a piece of yellow paper talisman on his body. After it was torn off, the talisman burned to ashes. The old woman was shocked. The man smiled and said, "If you don't use some methods, you won't be able to catch fish." The man stretched his muscles and at the same time he waved his sleeve. A stream of spiritual energy slithered around the walls like a spirit snake. Then he snapped his fingers. On the inner and outer walls of the temple, rays of golden light suddenly appeared. The talisman was like a talisman, drawing was like a flying bird. Before the group of idiots from the marketplace set off, he had already sneaked into the water fairy temple. After he drew the talisman, he used a unique talisman and a secret technique such as the turtle breath concealment technique. Only then could he hide his chi. Otherwise, the wife of the channel would have been scared away. As for the talisman that was held captive, it was a good method that his sect relied on to become famous. It was called the snow mud talisman, also known as the flying bird talisman. After the talisman was formed, it was the most hidden and difficult to detect. It was like the flying swan that stepped on the snow mud and occasionally left a claw on it. But besides this ultimate technique in talisman puppets, his sect was a renowned military sect after all. Moreover, it was skilled in assassination and was unlike ordinary military sections. Thus, his fellow disciples were mostly the personal retainers of the generals, ministers and ministers of the mortal dynasties. Even though his sect couldn't be considered to be a top immortal sect in the territory of these 10+ kingdoms, no one dared underestimate it. However, he was wild and could not be restrained. For decades he only liked to mingle in the Jianghu under the mountain. He would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. When he had nothing to do, he would tease the heroes of the Jianghu who were like loaches in the water and earthworms on the mountain. He was happy to kill them. Especially those so-called heroines, they were even more interesting. At this moment, the man looked at the old woman and the two young girls. He already saw them as his prey. The old woman slowly asked, "I don't know why this immortal master deliberately lured me out of the lake. It's not very good to do this in my house, right?" The man reached out and grabbed a wine pot from beside the bonfire. He raised his head and took a big gulp. Then he suddenly threw it away and said in disgust, "This group of little bastards, what did they buy? It smells like urine. No wonder they can't think clearly after drinking this kind of wine." The man seemed to be in a bad mood. He stared at the old woman and said, "My junior brother and your family's lord who of Tsangyun Lake don't get along well. It just so happens that this time I was ordered by my master to go to the city. Lord who is hiding in the dragon palace at the bottom of his lake, so it's not easy to find him. I know that you woman have always been a resentful woman who can't stand loneliness. Back then the grudge between my foolish junior brother and Songyun Lake was because of you. Therefore I will use you as a sacrifice. It's good that Lord who has rushed over. If he dares to climb up the lake he will definitely climb up the lake. Didn't everyone say that the lady of the lake is his exclusive property? Later I will play you to death and then throw your corpse beside Songyun Lake. Let's see if he can bear it." The old woman's face was deathly pale. The two maids were even more miserable and pitiful. The lady of the lake was still able to maintain the camouflage. Their spiritual aura had already dissipated, and their true appearances were faintly revealed. The debauches in the marketplace were so scared that their faces were drained of color. Especially the frivolous youth standing on the altar. He already needed to lean his back against the statue to stand still. Although Chin Pingon didn't know how the man concealed his aura so well, one thing was obvious. There were no good people in the three sides of the ancestral temple. The only youth who was still sitting by the bonfire still had some conscience left, but at this moment he was so scared that he peed his pants. The old woman simply removed the camouflage and squeezed out a smile. This great immortal master should be from the Jinduo country's Ghost Hatchet Palace, right? The man was stunned for a moment and began to curse. Motherf *Ker, with your appearance, you can make my junior brother yearn for you for so many years after a night of pleasure? I took him on a trip in the early years. In the martial world I helped him relieve his boredom. I also tasted the taste of many powerful women and beautiful heroines, but my junior brother always felt that it was boring. What? Are you good in bed? On a branch in the distance, Chin Pingon, who had his hands in his sleeves, narrowed his eyes. At the entrance of the temple, the Lady of the Lake had an ugly expression, but she still said in a flattering tone, "Back then, Immortal Master's junior brother and I fell in love with each other. Not only did we want to be lovers, but we were also determined to be a pair of immortal Taoist companions who did not follow the rules. However, we were framed by that lowly servant of the Caoshi Canal Master. She secretly reported this matter to Lord Hu. After that, even though I advised Lord Hu bitterly, he still insisted on hurting her. That was why there was such a misunderstanding. Immortal Master, please understand." The Lady of the Lake saw that the man on the beam had already begun to press down on the hilt of his saber. He grabbed a maid with one hand and pulled her forward. She smiled coquettishly and said, "Immortal Master, my two maids are quite beautiful, so I'll give them to Immortal Master to warm your bed. I just hope that you can take pity on them. After you get tired of them next year, you can send them back to Cangyun Lake." The man asked, "What about you?" The Lady of the Lake smiled and said, "If Immortal Master takes a fancy to me and doesn't mind my appearance, what's wrong with serving me in bed?" The man did not comment and raised his chin twice. "How are you going to deal with these filthy goods?" The Lady of the Lake smiled sweetly. "They deserve to die for offending a god. They deserve to die for obstructing Immortal Master's eyes. Should I clean up these guys? I have a sparkling cup in my sleeve. I use the essence of Cangyun Lake's water to make wine. I'll take this opportunity to invite you to drink to your heart's content. I'll personally pour wine for Immortal Master." These two maids used to be palace dancers when they were alive. After they undressed, they danced to liven things up. The man still smiled playfully and remained silent. This made the Lady of the Lake feel even more nervous. In an instant, the man slashed out with his saber without warning. The Lady of the Lake was so frightened that she shrank her head. Fortunately, the saber light did not take her head, but went out of the ancestral temple. The Lady of the Lake turned pale and turned her head to look. She saw that under the illumination of the saber light on a big tree, a young paladin wearing a bamboo hat raised his head slightly. One of his hands was still in his sleeve, and he only used one hand to hold the saber light. The saber light collided with the gang chi condensed near his palm, making the stranger look like a deity holding the moon in his hand. The man was surprised, but his expression did not change. He changed from sitting to squatting on the beam. He held the saber in his hand, and the blade was as bright as snow. He clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "Oh, what a handsome technique. The gang chi is pure and condensed to perfection. When did such a young martial arts master appear in the Silver Screen Country? I've dealt with the #1 martial arts master in the Silver Screen Country. I can block this saber with all my strength, but I can't block it so easily." Chin Pingon gently retracted his palm, and the last bit of saber light dissipated. He asked, "The talisman beside you and the painting of the talisman on the wall, are they secret teachings of the sect? Only the cultivators of the Ghost Hatchet Palace know how to use them?" The man laughed and said, "I only borrowed a lightsaber to greet you, and you want to pretend to be a master in front of me?" The man floated down from the beam to the ground. When he strode towards the entrance of the temple, the Lady of the Lake and the two maids, as well as the men of the marketplace who had already dispersed, hurriedly moved further away. The man leaned on the ground with his saber and sneered, "Quickly report your name. If it's a mountain that our Ghost Hatchet Palace is familiar with, then it's a friend. If it's a friend, then we can share the good fortune together. Tonight's encounter with a woman, everyone has a share. If you intend to be a warm-hearted hero of the Jianghu, and uphold justice here tonight, then I will have to teach you how to be a man." The young men of the marketplace only felt that the Immortal Master's words were frightening. But the Lady of the Lake was very surprised. The words of the man with the surname Du, in fact, had a lot of mystery. It was not showing weakness, but it was definitely not arrogant and domineering. What happened next made the Lady of the Lake even more shocked. The young paladin flashed and stood outside the open door of the ancestral temple. He smiled and said, "Then I beg you to teach me how to be a man." Du held the saber hilt with one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist. He gently twisted it and said with a ferocious expression, "Do you want to decide who's the winner or the loser, or do you want to fight to the death?" In the end, the man replied, "You didn't kill me, but you almost scared me to death." The Lady of the Lake did not have the guts to laugh out loud, otherwise she would have held her belly and laughed. Suddenly, the Lady of the Lake thought quickly and took a step back. Do you of the Ghost Hatchet Palace? You're the legitimate son of the Taoist couple on the mountain of the Jin Duo Kingdom. Du Yu twitched the corner of his mouth. Well, she was quite tactful. This woman could live. But the man outside the door said again, how old are the Taoist couple? 2 cultivators of the upper 5 realms? The Lady of the Lake was overjoyed. This was great news. She had brought out Du Yu's prominent identity, but the other party was still not the least bit afraid. It seemed that tonight's worst-case scenario was to drive the wolf to devour the tiger. It would be best if both sides suffered. If the hothead who came out of nowhere won, it would be even better. Dealing with a paladin with no grievances or enmity was always negotiable. It was always better than dealing with Du Yu, a fiend who came straight for her. Even if Du Yu chopped the paladin who looked good but was useless into a pile of meat paste, he should still consider her feelings just now. After all, Du Yu did not look like someone who would fight to the death. Otherwise, according to the bad temper of the cultivators of the Ghost Hatchet Palace, they would have cut him down long ago. Du Yu hooked his finger, raised his saber and casually waved it. He smiled and said, as long as you can break the talisman array and enter this temple, I'll let you have one move. In an instant, the walls of the temple were surrounded by a circle of golden light, dazzling the eyes. Then the young paladin wearing a bamboo hat appeared beside Du Yu like a ghost and swept his arm over the latter's neck. Du Yu's chi fu was surging and he fainted on the spot. Then he fell heavily on the altar in the temple. Not only did he smash the statue of the Lady of the Lake into 2 pieces, Du Yu was also stuck in the wall. As for the saber, it fell to the ground with a clang. The saber on the ground was like water. Should be a good saber. Qin Pingon held the mountain traveling staff and stood in place. He changed the iron horse chisel formation slightly and used a mind talisman after breaking the formation and entering the temple. Naturally, he held back. If there's something that I know you know but you know and pretend not to know, then I'll have to discuss it with the Lady of the Lake Master. The glistening cup that the Lady of the Lake Master deliberately put in her sleeve is actually a natal item that's similar to bewitching potion and luck in love, right? The Lady of the Lake Master's smile was uglier than crying. This guy was clearly 100 times more difficult to deal with than Du Yu. The Lady of the Lake Masters trembled as she recounted the disaster of her neighbor's escort city one by one. As Qin Pingon listened to her, he quietly paid attention to the expressions of the 2 maids from the corner of his eyes. The city god of Escort City was indeed about to collapse. He had reached the end of the incense road. The so-called end of the road was nothing more than this. However, just like that person's fear of death, the city god was no exception. He had tried all means. First, he used up his connections and exhausted his savings to ask the imperial court for a title that exceeded the rules of etiquette. However, the effect was still not good. This originated from an old incident that no one cared too much about at that time, but it had a far-reaching impact. 100 years ago, there was an unjust case of a scholarly family in Escort City. In the end, in the eyes of the imperial court officials and the common people, it was considered a heavy injustice. However, the truth was far from that. At that time, the officials of the city god temple did not know that the consequences were so serious. Otherwise, it would have been a different scene. Songyun Lake and Escort City were close neighbors. Lord Hu, who was in charge of a lake, 3 rivers and 2 canals, was deeply rooted. Therefore, he knew a lot of inside stories. That scholarly family had accumulated good karma for several generations. However, in the family ancestral hall's horizontal board, a small incense person was about to be born. However, in one night, an unexpected disaster occurred and no one was left alive. Lord Xingwang was furious and started to order the officials to investigate this matter. However, in the end, the investigation led to the Xingwang temple itself. It turned out that the head of the Yin-Yang department, who was the head of the 6 departments of the Xingwang temple, was the first assistant to Lord Xingwang. The head of the Yin-Yang department, who was similar to General Xingwang's assistant, colluded with General Xingwang, who transformed into a human form and put on the skin of a handsome young man to seduce and humiliate the women of the family. General Xingwang, on the other hand, took a fancy to the incomplete incense person and hoped to bribe a celestial cultivator so that he could take up a position in the Xingwang pavilion in the prefecture city and be promoted to a martial judge. General Xingwang then blackmailed the head of the Yin-Yang department. The 2 high officials of the Xingwang temple who were supposed to help maintain the order of the county cooperated to invite a group of Jianghu bandits into the city and massacred the scholarly family. The head of the Yin-Yang department had long hidden 2 beautiful women and hid them in a secluded house in the countryside outside the county city. If that was the case, Lord Qinghuang wouldn't have ended up like this even if he showed favoritism and gave a light sentence to the two assistant officials. Lord Qinghuang, who was good at fishing for fame, asked the ghost officials to help the government find the group of bandits and kill them on the spot. Then he secretly let the chief official of the Yin-Yang department go and killed the General Jia Sua who sided with outsiders. As for the two women, they couldn't escape death. However, they didn't expect that there was a child from the scholarly family who happened to be playing hide-and-seek with the servant girl of the mansion. The servant girl was loyal to her master and purposely died near the wall to cover the entrance with her own body. The child was lucky enough to escape from Zhuji City. More than 10 years later, with the help of an old friend of his, he changed his name and registered permanent residence and became the second in the imperial examination. Another 10 years later, his official career was smooth and he became the chief official of a county. He started to reverse the case and trace the clues back to the Qinghuang temple. Then there was another tragedy. However, compared to the previous case where everyone knew about it, this time, there was no news from the beginning to the end. The only news that the imperial court got was that a loyal county governor died in office due to illness. The scholar, who was supposed to have a bright future, had never married in his entire life. He did not have any attendants or maids by his side. One of them took up the post alone and the other died alone. He seemed to have long sensed the danger in the city. Before he secretly sent a secret letter to his good friend in the imperial court, he was already prepared to die. Finally, on that day he went to the mansion that had been abandoned for many years. In the night, the man took off his official robe, put on mourning clothes, offered incense and kowtowed. Then he died. In fact, before he walked out of the county governor's mansion, the ghost officials of the city god temple had already surrounded the entire yamen. They wandered around day and night, acting as door gods. Within the yamen, there were even civil and military judges hiding around the man, eyeing him covetously. Therefore that night the man walked all the way from the yamen to his old mansion. Not to mention passers-by, there was not even a night watchman. After the city god of Follower City eliminated the source of the problem, 3 years later, he discovered that a crack had started to appear on his golden body. The merits that he had accumulated were unable to repair this crack. He could only watch as it spread further and further into his golden body. Therefore there was today's strange phenomenon in Follower City. Qin Pingan had been listening quietly. Then, the wife of the canal lord gloated and concluded for the town god temple of the escort city, "The evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. But these town god temples are so familiar with the wording. It's really funny. In the town god temple of the escort city, there's a big stone abacus. It's used to remind people that God is calculating while man is doing." Qin Pingan finally asked, "The secret letter that was sent to the capital, was it intercepted by the city god temple?" The wife of the canal lord shook her head and said, "Immortal master, according to what my lord who said, the governor was very meticulous in his actions. He did indeed send the letter to his good friend in the capital. However, for some unknown reason, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. After so many years, the imperial court was completely unaware of this matter. On the other hand, the person who received the letter had a smooth career in officialdom. He even became the Minister of Justice back then. Later on, his family prospered and his descendants were very lucky in the imperial examinations and literature." Qin Pingan asked again, "Including this person with the surname Du, why did so many cultivators rush to Follower City? Could it be that the city god temple of Follower City wanted to help the city god temple by making so many friends on the mountain?" The wife of the canal lord lowered her voice and said, "The feng shui of Follower City is very strange. After the city god temple was in turmoil, it seemed that it could no longer keep the rare treasure. Every full moon, rainstorm or snowstorm in the county city, there would be a ray of light from a prison. For so many years, many masters on the mountain went to investigate, but they could not find the source of the rare treasure. But some masters in geomancy speculated that it was a treasure of heaven and earth that had been nurtured by the fate of the mountains and rivers of the province for thousands of years. As the resentment and evil spirit in Follower City became too strong and lingered, it did not want to stay in Follower City anymore. That was the sign of the rare treasure's appearance." Qin Pingan narrowed his eyes and asked again, "I just casually asked your wife, and I already know so many shocking truths. After so many years, there are so many capable people, and after so many years all of them are flying back and forth on clouds, back and forth in that Follower City. There might be many cultivators who have taken root in the city for many years, but none of them tried to reverse the verdict for that family?" The wife of the canal lord was stunned this time. She was not pretending. Then she murmured, What's the point of reversing the verdict? If we become enemies with the city god temple, wouldn't we lose the rare treasure even more? Chen Pingon took off his bamboo hat and looked up at the night sky. He scratched his head and said, "Well, it makes sense." There was some noise from the wall behind the altar in the ancestral temple. The wife of the canal lord felt a gust of wind blowing on her face and turned her head abruptly. The altar was split in half by that person. Dust flew everywhere. Du Yu of the Ghost Hatchet Palace, who had secretly woken up and wanted to make a move, was grabbed by the neck by that person with one hand and smashed into the ground. When that person got up, Du Yu was already dead. He could not be more dead. At that moment, the wife of the canal lord, as a water god, felt cold all over, as if she had fallen into an ice cave. That person turned his head sideways and looked at her. He was expressionless. His eyes were like an ancient well. It was as if there was a dragon swaying in the depths of the water, trying to climb up the wall of the well and peek out to see the world outside the well. The wife of the canal lord wanted to take a step back and hide further away. However, her feet were deep in the ground. She could only lean back as if that was the only way she would not be scared to death. But for some reason, in the next moment, that person suddenly smiled. He stood up, clapped his hands and put on his bamboo hat again. He stretched out 2 fingers and adjusted it. He smiled and said, "The cultivators on the mountain are not tainted by the mortal world and are not tainted by karma. It's a matter of course. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence." "502. The lady looked at the hole at the back of the temple. Her eyes were in a trance. She shook her head lightly, then with a tearful face she asked with a trembling voice, "Immortal teacher, did you really kill Du?" Chen Pingon thought for a while, then laughed. "Half dead, his soul has been captured by me. The Ghost Hatchet Palace is such a big sect. This Du's parents are the so-called Tao companions of the lady on the mountain. How would I dare to be disrespectful to this person? Just a small punishment." The lady lost her balance and sat on the ground. Her embroidered dress was like a gorgeous peony blooming on the ground. The young man in front of her was really sweet on his lips, but his heart was full of snakes and scorpions. He looked so young, he must be an old monster who had cultivated on the mountain for countless years. What a merciless immortal guest. Chen Pingon's clothes shook, and the dust on his body scattered in all directions with a bang. His green robe was instantly spotless. Chen Pingon walked straight through the broken gap on the divine altar. When he passed by the bonfire and the youth who was playing dead, he said with a smile, "Quickly wipe off your saliva and continue playing dead." The young man quickly did as he was told. Chen Pingon sat on the doorstep of the temple, looking at the lady and the 2 maidservants. He took off the blade-strengthening gourd and drank a mouthful of gloomy water. The Aquarius continent had a city god called Shenwen. The Tongya continent had the buried river god. The North continent had the lady, the lord of the Tsangyun Lake, and the city god of the accompanying city god. Chen Pingon had indeed used a secret divine art to gather Du Yu's soul. He wasn't trying to scare Madame Water God on purpose. This was not some entry-level celestial technique from the mountain, but the second deal that Chen Pingon made with Lu Jimao at the Calligraphy Lake. The level of the technique was very high, and it consumed a lot of spiritual qi. At this moment, Chen Pingon's spiritual qi in the underwater residence was mainly the key water element natal item, the water word seal that was floating in the water residence. The essence of water that it had condensed over a long period of time had almost been completely hollowed out. Recently, Chen Pingon did not dare to tour the underwater residence with internal vision, as he could not bear to see the sorrowful eyes of the boys in green. Chen Pingon took out a snow-white military armor pill from his sleeve, as well as a red elixir pill that was engraved with dense talisman diagrams. This was what Du Yu of the Ghost Hatchet Palace wanted to do previously. He wanted to launch a sneak attack. The elixir pill was refined from the inner core of a demon. Its effect was similar to the fatal blow that the group of assassins used to kill Mao Xiaodong in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. However, that was a genuine golden elixir. The one in Chen Pingon's hand was far inferior. It was most likely the inner core of a sea-viewing demon. As for the military armor pill, Du Yu probably thought that he would not be destroyed indiscriminately, and relied on the armor to resist the impact of the inner core's explosion. It was a good plan. At that time, Chen Pingon was indeed unsettled after hearing about the incident at the accompanying city. Previously, he had been distracted by Du Yu's movements, as well as the subtle expressions of the 2 handmaidens. Therefore, when Chen Pingon was in a daze, Du Yu seized the opportunity. It was a pity that Du Yu's slight ripple of qi had caused some dust to fly up from the broken stones in the cracks of the wall. The lady of the channel might not have been able to detect it at all, but on Qin Pingan's side, where the fist will flowed freely as if it was under the protection of a deity, the sound was like a thunderclap. After all, the fist of a 10th realm martial artist from the bamboo house on Luopa Mountain was truly silent and explosive. Many times Qin Pingan had to rely on guessing and gambling in order to not be hit too solidly. It was impossible to dodge, even if Cui Cheng had suppressed his fist will to the far travel state. Back then, when he sparred with Zhu Lian, this martial madman was forced by Cui Cheng to beat Qin Pingan half to death every day. Therefore he did not pay attention to the way he punched. In the end, Du Yu's cultivation was not high enough. This was just like how Qin Pingan attracted the covetous eyes of Jingguan City's Gao Cheng in the Ghost Valley. When he ran, Qin Pingan did not hesitate. If Du Yu did not rely on luck and chose to run after waking up, Qin Pingan would stop him. However, he would definitely not kill him and capture his soul in the cage. Qin Pingan put away Du Yu's life-saving elixir into his sleeve. He held the snow-white elixir in his hand and twisted it slowly. Looking at the channel mistress, he said, "I've said that you have to tell me everything you know. Mistress, you've also said that you won't take the initiative to seek death anymore." The channel mistress fell to the ground with a mournful expression. She said with a desolate face, "Immortal Master, I'm really not hiding anything. Immortal Master, will you only be satisfied if I die of injustice?" Her body fell to the ground with her cheeks resting on her arms. She lay on the ground and could not get up. Her shoulders trembled and she looked extremely pitiful. She sobbed and said, "What sin have I committed to be wronged by Immortal Master?" Qin Pingan stood up and the channel mistress immediately stopped talking. In the next moment, Qin Pingan squatted beside the channel mistress and pressed his palm on her head. He pressed down heavily. Her fate was exactly the same as Du Yu's. She fainted and half of her head sank into the ground. The two maids were terrified and wanted to run for their lives. One of them was hit in the back by Qin Pingan's Gang Qi. Her delicate body was embedded into the wall and she fainted on the spot. Only the trembling maid was left. She took a step forward and did not dare to move as if she was immobilized by the immortal spell. Qin Pingan turned around and sat on the steps. He said, "You're more honest than the sister who didn't learn the art of passing through walls. When the channel mistress talked about a few details, your eyes revealed a lot of information to me. Tell me about it. Just treat it as helping your mistress find out what she missed. No matter if you're relieved or not, I still have to say it again. I have no grudges with you. If I kill a god of mountains and rivers, even if they're just attendants, I'll still be stained with karma." The maid was not stupid. She sobbed and said, "The channel mistress respectfully calls you Immortal Master, but I feel that you're more like a pure martial artist. Do you also said that you're a martial arts grandmaster? A martial artist killing a god doesn't have to be stained with karma." Qin Pingan couldn't help but laugh. He patted the blade-strengthening gourd, and the 15th flying sword flew out like a sparrow circling a tree branch. In the night, a streak of green sword light flew around Qin Pingan quickly. The maid was dumbfounded. "You're really a sword immortal." It was said that the Lake Lord, who was high up in Sangyun Lake, was most afraid of sword immortals who took heads with flying swords. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "If you say so, then so be it." The maid began to hesitate. The sorrowful look on her face was very different from the previous pitiful look of the channel mistress. She was revealing her true feelings. As long as she revealed the heavenly secret tonight, according to the channel mistress's suspicious temper and the Lake Lord's tyrannical temperament, wouldn't she die? There were 3 rivers and 2 canals in the lake. In the past hundreds of years, because of a small matter, the Lake Lord was angered. As a result, the water lamp was lit, and the souls of the sisters were peeled out and burned day and night as the wick of the lamp. She couldn't even count them with her 2 hands. The souls of those sisters were only considered to be free from the sea of suffering when the water lamp dripped with the last drop of essence oil. However, they also had no next life. Qin Pingan originally wanted to talk more about the twists and turns of the story, as well as slightly reveal his follow-up plans to reassure her. However, in the end he only said one word, "Speak." The maid was so scared that her body shook. She didn't dare to take any chances. She told the young sword immortal all the inside stories that she knew and deduced. The Lake Lord of Tsangyun Lake was one of the top water deities in the Silver Screen Kingdom. Even if he met a few mountain lords, he was on equal footing. He had always looked down on the city god temple in the escort city, especially the deity of the fire god temple. He once had a grudge with the channel mistress and had a fight. The lake lord almost controlled the lake water and assumed the posture of flooding the escort city, forcing the deity of the water god temple to appear and kowtow and admit his mistake in front of the city's people. Later, a white-haired sword immortal mediated between them and stopped. However, the lake lord's resentment towards the escort city was even deeper. The city god temple was kept in the dark about the secret letter that the governor sent to his good friend in the capital. However, the lake lord saw through it clearly and secretly sent the channel mistress to intercept the messenger. After knowing the contents of the secret letter, the lake lord gave the channel mistress a jade seal token that could allow the deity of the mountains and rivers to leave the country and travel far away. He ordered her to go to the capital of the Silver Screen Kingdom with the messenger. When Qin Pingan heard this, he asked, "How is the relationship between the deity of the fire god temple and the city god temple?" The maid said, "Their relationship is average. Logically speaking, the rank of the fire god temple is lower. However, the deity doesn't like to deal with the city god temple. Many mountain banquets organized by the deities in the mountains and rivers are almost never attended at the same time." Qin Pingan asked again, "What is the lake lord's attitude towards the city god temple?" The maid said softly, "The lake lord looks down on the city god temple even more. Our channel mistress occasionally drank too much at the dragon palace at the bottom of the lake. When she returned to her private residence, she would say some intimate words to the two of us. She said that the lake lord laughed at the city god temple for being an idiot. When he was alive, he liked to plagiarize the poems of poor scholars and then spend money to make himself famous. The Silver Screen Kingdom chose such a guy to be the city god temple because they only cared about reputation. When he was alive, he didn't have any political talent. Usually he would sing the wind and admire the moon. He liked to be a shopkeeper who didn't do anything and didn't know the art of controlling people. However, our Tsangyun Lake and the city god temple of the city god temple are still decent. The city god temple often takes some high-ranking officials and nobles who travel in the capital to the dragon palace at the bottom of the lake to gain experience. There are more than 10 beautiful maids in the Hu Lord's residence, and all of them are vixens. Therefore, the distinguished guests come again and return with great pleasure. Qin Pingan said, "The city god temple made mistakes again and created today's disaster. The fire god temple will naturally be affected. In fact, your Tsangyun Lake Lord is happy to see this happen." The maid was silent. After a moment, she smiled bitterly and said, "The Lake Lord is the head of a country's water god. His thoughts are deep. How can a humble maid like me guess?" Qin Pingan nodded and put the armor pill into his sleeve. Then he flicked his finger and the maid fell straight to the ground. Qin Pingan waved his sleeve and the maid in the wall seemed to be dragged into the courtyard. She rolled on the ground and slowly woke up. She had a splitting headache and her muscles and bones were almost falling apart. Qin Pingan asked, "Just now, this maid's mind was a mess and I couldn't get anything out of her. You look smart. Why don't you tell me?" The maid wanted to kneel down and kowtow to spare her life, but Qin Pingan flicked his finger. The force was slightly lighter, but she was still smashed out of the temple's gate like a kite with a broken string. Then Qin Pingan stretched out his hand and controlled her to return, strangling her neck. Both sides looked at each other. When the maid saw his eyes, she was so scared that her liver and gallbladder were shattered. Her face was ashen, and she whimpered as if she had something to say. Qin Pingan casually threw her to the ground in the courtyard. She collapsed on the ground. Then she took a deep breath and stood up. She turned her head and stared at the canal lord's wife. Her eyes were complicated. There was gratitude, reluctance, and resentment. In the end, she put on a stern face and spat at the young immortal master who was pretending to be mysterious. She sneered and said, "I'm done." Qin Pingan only stretched out his hand to disperse the spit. His expression was calm as he sat on the steps. His hands were gently placed on the verdant mountain walking staff. Qin Pingan raised his hand and flicked his finger again, knocking her unconscious. Then he skillfully knocked the ground with the mountain walking staff. The canal lord's wife was hit on the back of her head by the winding gang chi. She immediately woke up and pulled her head out of the ground. Then she sat on the ground in a daze. Qin Pingan's face was full of anger. "These two lowly maids have been by your side for so many years. Are they idiots who just eat and wait for death?" The canal lord's wife was relieved. In the past, she complained that the two maids were idiots and not smart enough. They were not as good as those foxy women in Hu Jun's residence who were able to seduce and bind men's hearts. Now it seemed that it was a good thing. Once Tsangyun Lake was implicated, not only would the two of them be lit with water lanterns, but her position as the Canal Lord would also be difficult to protect. That lowly maid, the Canal Lord, loved to gossip and hurt people in the dark. She had already caused the incense in her ancestral temple to wither for many years, and she still wanted to kill her. This was not something that happened in a day or two. The entire Tsangyun Lake was watching the show. Qin Pingan said, "Go and call Hu Jun over. Tell him that I helped him kill Du Yu of the Ghost Hatchet Palace and ask him to personally thank me. Remember to remind your lord Hu that I'm a man of integrity and can't stand the stench of money the most. Therefore I only accept rare treasures that are pleasing to the eye." The Canal Lord's wife was stunned. "I'll go." Qin Pingan sneered and said, "Why don't I go?" The Canal Lord's wife stood up and was about to use her innate divine ability to turn into mist and escape. Qin Pingan pointed to the two maids who had fallen to the ground. "The two of them are much better than you," the Canal Lord's wife. "After Hu Jun's thanks, I went to Escort City and got the heavenly treasure that is about to appear in the world. Then I will definitely go to the Dragon Palace at the bottom of the lake to visit. I haven't gone far in Jianghu, but I have read a lot. There are many records in the literati's writings. Since ancient times, dragon ladies have been affectionate and their maids are also enchanting. I must see if they are more outstanding than the two maids by Madame's side. If the dragon lady and the maids of the Dragon Palace are more beautiful, Canal Lord's wife doesn't need to find a new maid. If their beauty is similar, I will ask for them together. During the trip to the capital of the Silver Screen Nation, I can sell them at a high price." The Canal Lord's wife hurriedly echoed, "It's a great blessing for the two lowly maids to be able to serve a mortal master." Qin Pingan interrupted her and sneered, "But if I see them and am disappointed in them, then the Canal Lord's wife and the Canal Lord of the Caoshi Canal, who has a deep sisterly relationship with you, will have to follow me to the capital." The Canal Lord's wife was not worried about this. In any case, Hu Jun was there to support her. As long as she safely returned to the Dragon Palace of Tsangyun Lake and met Hu Jun, everything would be fine. It was still hard to say who would win in the end. The canal mistress hurriedly shook her sleeves, and two jade-green water element spiritual chi flew into the faces of the two maids, waking them up. They excused themselves from the immortal master and promised to return as soon as possible. Qin Pingan suddenly called out to the Canal Lord's wife. The latter's body stiffened. She turned around and said bitterly, "I wonder if immortal master has any other instructions?" Qin Pingan stretched out a palm and said with a smile, "Lend me some water essence. It's not much, just 2 or 3 layers." The Canal Lord's wife was shocked and distressed, but she also felt a little lucky. The water essence was the foundation of the water god's cultivation. However, compared to losing her life on the spot, it was still worth it. She hurriedly stretched out a finger and pressed it between her eyebrows. A green light bloomed, and then a golden line poured down from the canyon at the top of the mountain like a stream. It went around her shoulder, followed her arm, and flowed all the way to her wrist. Finally, she held up her palm and a jade-green water droplet jumped out. She gently pushed it towards Qin Pingan and wiped the sweat on her forehead. She smiled and said, "Immortal Master, you said that you want to borrow it. It's really embarrassing for me. Take these 3 or 4 grams of water essence as a small meeting gift for me." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Compared to the rare treasure, the Liaoning cup, it's considered small." The Canal Lord's wife did not dare to speak. The Liaoning cup was where her great Tao in life lay. There were very few immortal items that could improve one's cultivation besides tempering one's golden body with incense. Every one of them was a precious treasure. The Liaoning cup was once an important treasure of the Lake Lord of Tsangyun Lake. The reason why the Canal Lord hated her so much and saw her as an enemy was because of this Liaoning cup. According to the Lake Lord, it was once an important ceremonial item of a huge Taoist temple. It had been soaked in incense for 1,000 years to have such an effect. When the 3 of them left the ancestral temple, Qin Pingan kept the water essence pearl. Although it was only 2 or 3 grams, it could quench one's thirst for a moment. The effect was significant and was even better than elixirs. However, it was definitely not a long-term solution. On the path of cultivation, there were some shortcuts that could allow Qi cultivators to quickly reach the middle of the mountain. However, the further one went, the more dangers there were. Qin Pingan was not in a hurry to refine the water essence pearl to replenish the spiritual energy in the water residence. He sat on the spot and thought about things. Qin Pingan knew that they might not come back this time. The Lake Lord of Tsangyun Lake would most likely not come ashore to meet him. Du Yu of the Ghost Hatchet Palace had died. Could it be that he, the Lake Lord of Tsangyun Lake, would come to help collect the corpse? As long as they went ashore and entered the ancestral temple, it would be equivalent to being slapped in the face by Qin Pingan and covered in feces. Would the Ghost Hatchet Palace and Du Yu's parents, that pair of Taoist companions, care about whether or not Lord Songyun Lake was implicated and suffered an unexpected calamity? Besides, you, the dignified water god of the Silver Screen Nation, have the nerve to say that you were implicated? As for the two maids of the ancestral temple, one was right on Qin Pingan's side. The other was right on the side of the Canal Lord's wife. Therefore they could both live. Qin Pingan twisted his wrist and a ball of 10 strands of black smoke appeared in his hand. Finally, it transformed into a man's face twisted in pain. It was Du Yu. It's fate that brought us together. I have some things I want to ask you. Du Yu's heart was at a loss. Fate, your grandpa's fate. I almost died in this stinking ditch. But he still followed behind that person obediently, and walked out of the water fairy temple. Du Yu's sleeves were empty. The deity's due armor he borrowed from his father was gone, and the refined demon core he begged from his mother was also gone. His heart, liver, and intestines were twisted together in pain. But when he thought of the torment of being held captive by someone, Du Yu could not help but shudder. His mind was restless and his soul was restless. This was the aftereffect of the soul leaving the body. He would need to recuperate for the next few decades. This trip to Escort City was a big setback. Not only did it hurt his Tao, it was also a big problem for him to explain to his parents when he returned to the Ghost Hatchet Palace. The two walked one in front of the other on a small path overgrown with weeds. The moonlight was quiet and the mist was cool. Du Yu's heart was even colder. Who was this person? Among the cultivators on the mountains of dozens of countries, there were martial arts masters of all sizes. Du Yu had traveled extensively and was very knowledgeable, but he had never heard of such a person. The number of young cultivators who could make him, Du Yu, so sullen could be counted on one's fingers. Qin Pingan used the mountain walking staff to open the path, as if taking a stroll under the moon. His state of mind gradually calmed down and he smiled. Do you know why you can return your soul? Du Yu smiled bitterly. Senior wants the 2 types of talisman of our Ghost Hatchet Palace? If I reveal the secret of the ancestral hall, I will have my longevity bridge broken and be expelled from the sect. Qin Pingan said, Heaven and earth, you and I know, what are you afraid of? Besides, you've been in Jianghu for so many years, and you even dared to catch a water fairy like a fish. Why would you be afraid of these rules? People like you, as for rules, take pleasure in breaking them. Du Yu was even more shocked. These words could only be said so naturally by a person who had proven the Tao and was truly ruthless. His parents had also said similar words to him in private. Qin Pingan said, Tonight, as long as you die at the Water Fairy Temple by Songyun Lake, it will be difficult for the Ghost Hatchet Palace to find me, and it will also be difficult for the Canal Mistress and the Lake Lord of Songyun Lake to find me. In the end, wouldn't it still be a mess? So what you should be worried about now is not revealing the sect's secrets, but that I will know the method of drawing talismans and the corresponding incantations, and kill you to silence you and end all troubles. This was a method he had learned from the scholar in the Ghost Valley, to frame others and splash dirty water. Du Yu was speechless. But he didn't expect that this person would only listen to his explanation. From the outline of the 2 talisman Tao to the details of the talisman Tao, that person didn't ask any questions. He only asked Du Yu to repeat it 3 times. On the second time, because Du Yu was too familiar with the characters of the talisman Tao insight, he unintentionally missed an insignificant sentence. As a result, he discovered that the person narrowed his eyes and gently raised the walking stick that was originally used to support the ground. Du Yu was so frightened that he almost slapped himself in the face. He hurriedly made up for it and repeated it word for word. After repeating it 3 times, the person lowered his head and looked at the 2 talisman Tao insights on the ground. Du Yu didn't dare to breathe loudly. The talisman drew talismans with the mountain walking staff. Following the pattern, he drew 2 relatively crude talismans, the carrying tablet talisman and the snow mud talisman. When the talismans were completed, they glowed brightly. Although the quality of the talismans was not high, the talisman was still a success. Tiny beads of sweat appeared on Du Yu's forehead. My dear mother, the path of talisman is really not that easy to get started with. Otherwise, why was it that his father's cultivation level was also high, and why were all the ancestors of his sect unable to be considered as divine intent? Indeed, there were some cultivators who were innately unsuited to drawing talismans. Therefore, in the sects and mansions of the Taoist talisman lineage, when inspecting the aptitude of their disciples, there had always been this cruel saying, The first time you pick up the brush, you will know whether you are a ghost or a god. The senior in front of him was definitely an expert. Perhaps he was a hidden Tao of talismans expert. What pure martial arts. It's all a smokescreen. However, when he thought of this, Diyu felt that it was inconceivable. If that was really the case, then wasn't the senior in front of him being too unreasonable? Qin Pingan used the mountain walking staff to erase the 4 talismans drawn by both sides and dispersed the spiritual light of the talismans. Your sincerity is enough. Then let's make a real deal? Diyu was puzzled. What do you mean? Qin Pingan took out the military school's armor pill and the refined demon pill from his sleeve. It said that walking on the road at night is easy to encounter ghosts. My luck today is not bad. I picked them up by the roadside earlier. I think they are more suitable for your cultivation. Do you like them? Do you want to buy them? Diyu said righteously, it's rare for senior to be willing to part with them. Just name your price. Even if I have to sell everything I have, Diyu, am willing to buy them at a high price. Qin Pingan nodded. He thought of something and extended a finger. There was a jade-green water droplet that was spinning. Qin Pingan took out a portion of it, about 50 grams of water essence. After keeping the larger droplet, he said with a smile, this is a gift from the lady of the channel. Take it as my sincerity. You're injured and urgently need spiritual qi to heal you. This water droplet is the foundation of a water goddess's great Tao. Take it quickly and refine it. Diyu had no choice. He could only take the droplet and gently slap it into his chest. He silently refined it. Then he had a strange expression. Was it really a droplet condensed from the essence of water? Not only did he not feel uncomfortable at all, it was as if a rain had fallen on the lake in his heart. His mind and soul felt refreshed. Qin Pingan asked with a smile, all right, let's get down to business. A deity's due armor of such a high grade and a refined demon pill with such great offensive power. How much do you plan to pay for it? Diyu asked carefully, Senior, can I barter for it? I really don't have much immortal money on me, and I don't have the legendary Fengtsuan tomb or grotto heaven. Qin Pingan smiled and nodded. Of course. Diyu took out a small embroidered bag that was overflowing with light. His movements were gentle as he opened the knot and took out a folded page. After spreading it out, there were no creases at all. Diyu said, this item is extremely precious. I accidentally obtained it in the tunnel of a dilapidated ancient temple when I was fighting with someone in my early years. My parents asked me to keep it well. They said that it's priceless. If you want to buy this item, you have to at least exchange it for a small amount of money. Otherwise, you will be letting down this ancient Buddhist scripture. Qin Pingan took the page. It was a Buddhist scripture written in gold. Qin Pingan accepted it with a smile and handed the armor pill and demon pill to Diyu. Qin Pingan took a deep breath and turned to face Zongyun Lake. He held the mountain walking staff with both hands. Diyu subconsciously took a step back. Diyu's face was stern, but he still didn't dare to speak. It was never easy to determine someone's life and death. It was precisely because of this that Qin Pingan couldn't completely hide his vague state of mind. Previously, at the bank of the Black River in the Ghost Valley, after hearing Qin Pingan's promise, the Lady of the Sea still turned to the scholar who was even more untrustworthy and begged for mercy. She had to make the scholar swear before she opened the restriction at the bottom of the river. It was probably at that moment that she realized that her life and death were already decided. At this moment, Diyu was the same. On the verge of life and death, a cultivator's intuition was always extremely accurate. Diyu spread out his hands and stared blankly at the 2 treasures that he had lost and recovered. In the blink of an eye, he was about to fall into the hands of others. He sighed, raised his head and said with a smile, in that case, Senior still wants to make this deal with me. Isn't it taking off your pants to fart? Or are you deliberately forcing me to take the initiative to make a move? Do you want me, Diyu, to wear a deity's armor and throw out the demon pill so that Senior can kill me with righteousness and less karma? Senior is indeed a person from the peak of the mountain, good calculation. If I had known that I could meet a master like Senior in the Jianghu at the foot of the mountain, which is as shallow as a pond, I definitely wouldn't have been so arrogant. Qin Pingan looked into the distance and asked, that canal master's wife said that you are the son of a Dao couple? Diyu nodded, one is surnamed Du, the other is surnamed Yu, so I am called Diyu. Qin Pingan turned his head and smiled, not a bad name. Qin Pingan raised his hand and waved, go, don't let me see you again in the future. Diyu smiled bitterly, I am afraid that if I turn around I will die. Senior, I really don't want to die here, it's so frustrating. Qin Pingan said, that's right, then follow me for a while? I'm going to find that Shaoxi Canal master. Do you know the way? Du nodded. The two really crossed the mountains and went to the boundary of Shaoxi Canal together. Along the way, Qin Pingan asked about the situation on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain of more than 10 countries. Du naturally answered all the questions. That senior flew between the mountains. Every time a dragonfly skimmed the surface of the water, his figure was as fast as lightning, almost only a faint green figure could be seen. His flying with the wind was actually somewhat strenuous. But when that person asked questions, he would walk on foot, giving Du a chance to speak calmly. The two walked in the mountain forest. After Qin Pingan heard some of the stories of the Golden Boy and Jade Girl, he smiled and asked, "This Huangliang City's young man He Lu, and the Treasure Cave Wonderland's fairy Yan Qing, why do they sound like a scholar and a beauty from the Jianghu romance? Only because of the enmity between their sex and the enmity between their sex, did they not become a pair of Dao couple?" Du said, "In Senior's eyes it may be funny, but even I, Du, will feel ashamed when I see the two of them. Only then will I know what the real jade of the great Dao is." Qin Pingan did not comment. The two came to the peak of a mountain looking to the west. It was the territory of Shaoxi Canal. The water god temple was not far away. Qin Pingan asked, "The precious treasure of the city god temple has appeared. Are you here for it?" Du did not dare to hide anything and said, "In addition to me, there is also a martial uncle and 3 junior brothers and sisters who are rushing to Attendant City. However, the rare treasure has already been decided by Huangliang City and the Treasure Cave Wonderland. Our Ghost Hatchet Palace is just helping the Treasure Cave Wonderland, which has a better relationship with us, to boost their momentum. As for me, I'm not afraid to be laughed at by Senior. I just want to see if I can see He Lu and Yan Qing when Huangliang City and the Treasure Cave Wonderland fight. When the two meet, they will have no choice but to kill each other. Thinking of this makes me feel good." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Are you a real villain?" Du smiled and said, "Senior, you flatter me. I don't deserve it." Qin Pingan nodded and said, "The word real does carry a bit of weight." Du said sincerely, "Senior's words seem casual, but if you think about it carefully, they are really profound and thought-provoking." Qin Pingan had a strange look in his eyes. "You want to steal my business?" Du was confused, trembling in fear, and kept quiet out of fear. The two continued on their way. Compared to the almost abandoned Water Fairy Temple, where even the golden body was not in the temple of the Shaoxi Canal Master was more magnificent, and the smell of incense was stronger. At first glance, it was obvious that she was the water god. However, since she could suppress the other Canal Master to the point that her temple was abandoned, she was definitely not someone easy to deal with. When they went down the mountain, Qin Pingan told Du about the tragedy in Attendant City and asked Du to inquire about the secret letter. Du felt that he had died twice tonight, so why would he be afraid of offending a small canal master? Therefore Du did not hesitate at all. Not to mention a small Shaoxi Canal Master, even if the Lord of Tsangyun Lake was standing in front of him and angered him, he would still cut him down without hesitation. If the senior had not said to discuss it properly, Du would have kicked the door open with his knife and cut him half to death. Then he would have let the Shaoxi Canal Master talk business with him. After talking, he would kill him with a knife to relieve the hatred in his heart. It's all because of the bad feng shui of your Tsangyun Lake that I can only follow behind that person's butt and be a obedient lackey. The most hateful thing is that it's fine to wag your tail and beg for mercy, but you have to worry that because your tail is not wagging properly, you will be inexplicably slapped to death. The two of them restrained their auras and walked down the mountain so as not to alert the enemy. Qin Pingan asked casually, "If you had known about the tragedy in Attendant City earlier, what would you have done? Just tell me what's in your heart." Du said with a smile, "Naturally, it's none of my business. The city god of a county is not an ordinary imperial court lady. Even if it's possible to kill him, the karma is too heavy. What's more, there's nothing interesting about the grudges in Jianghu or the disputes in the officialdom. It's all about those trivial matters. But then again, our mountain isn't any better. There are quite a number of people who really concentrate on cultivation. They don't harm people or save people. It's quiet and peaceful. I'm just hot-tempered and my cultivation has reached a bottleneck. That's why I went to Jianghu for fun." Du was a little nervous, so he asked again, "Junior's heartfelt words won't make Senior unhappy, right?" Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "No. After seeing too much, it's hard to have any ripples." Du was silent for a long time and suddenly said, "But if I'm the real person on the mountain peak, I might be happy and warm-hearted. Or if I see that city god is not pleasing to the eye, I'll just kill him casually. As for the unjust case of the prefect, It has nothing to do with me and I won't get involved. This kind of thing is strenuous and unrewarding. As for killing city god, I don't want fame, I only want profit. Once the golden body of the god of mountains and rivers is broken, it's worth a lot. As for now, if there's no treasure in the world, I'll just eat, drink, and play around in Attendant City and then leave. Chin Pingon said, when you become a person on the mountain peak, you'll find that the city god of a county can't arouse your interest at all. Many of the thoughts you have today will be nothing more than a smile in the coming year. Do you thought about it carefully and then said self-deprecatingly, my aptitude is not bad, but I don't have a good foundation for cultivation like the city lord of Huangyu City and the old grandmaster of All Access Immortal Realm. Not to mention these two big shots who have already attained the Tao, just He Lu and Yanqing are mountains that I'm destined to not be able to surpass in this lifetime. Sometimes, when I'm hanging around in Jianghu and drink by myself, I feel that the saying of drowning my sorrows in alcohol is not a lie. Qin Pingan asked, you've been in Jianghu for many years, have you seen those Jianghu people who you think are stupid? Du Yu smiled and said, of course I have, but most of them are dead. If they're not dead, it's hard to see their character. If they're dead, it's just like that. Qin Pingan nodded and said, when your heartstrings aren't so tight, you'll say a few unpleasant words. Du Yu was speechless. It sounded awkward, but why did he feel a little lucky? The two of them went down the mountain and walked for more than 10 miles along the wide gurgling stream. Du Yu saw the brightly lit ancestral temple. The layout of the ancestral temple was very overbearing, just like a royal mansion. Du Yu pressed the hilt of his knife and whispered, Senior, something's not right. Could it be that the Lord of Tsangyun Lake has come in person and is waiting for us to walk into a trap? Along the way, Qin Pingan didn't see anything unusual about Du Yu. Previously, he absorbed the pure water droplet that shouldn't have been tampered with, but he didn't directly refine it and threw it into the Shui mansion for the boys in green to help him absorb it. Instead, he immersed his mind in the small world and used the inner vision technique to condense his Yin spirit like a mustard seed to personally travel around the Shui mansion. However, in the big world outside his body, there was such a small water droplet. In his own small world, Qin Pingan's Yin spirit seemed to be carrying a huge object with both hands. After the boys in green obtained the water droplet, Qin Pingan didn't know how they inspected it, but they were all incomparably excited. For the first time they showed a gratified expression to Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan understood that the more of this thing, the better. Therefore he had to go to the main ancestral temple of the Caoshi Canal. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't dare to break into the Dragon Palace of Tsangyun Lake without permission, Qin Pingan would have wanted to do business with the Lord of the Lake. It was the same business transaction, but the method was different. It was naturally different from the business of Du Yu and the Tsangyun Lake's canal master and Qin Pingan's business with the cultivators of the linen sect. One haggled over every penny. If you gave me a copper coin less, I would have to consider whether to beat you to death. The other was willing to earn less or even suffer a loss. Hearing Du Yu's reminder, Qin Pingan joked, previously in the Water Fairy Temple, didn't you shout that as long as the Lord of the Lake came ashore, you would exchange blows with him? Du Yu smiled and said, I've been taught a lesson by Senior. I'm really jittery now. I've let Senior see a joke. Qin Pingan patted his shoulder. If there's still a fight, don't say anything about giving in this time. Du Yu was resentful. He wondered if he should find an opportunity to kill those young and strong men on the streets. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a huge joke if the news was leaked? However, that fellow had already laughed and said, you ran back and killed someone that I didn't even kill. Are you returning the favor and teaching me how to be a person? Or do you think that you're lucky that you'll never meet someone like me again in your life? Du Yu's heart was filled with fear as he said resolutely, Junior will remember Senior's earnest teachings. Qin Pingan walked forward slowly and said with a smile, it's hard to be kind to others. Is it that hard to not insult the common people and not do evil? But it's also true. Who doesn't want to do whatever they want and be unrestrained? After learning the techniques of immortals, you're no longer immortal. It's a little unnecessary to want to feel pity for someone who's burdensome. It's like how the common people see chickens and dogs in cages and fish on the chopping block. It's really forcing people to be vegetarian. For a moment, Du Yu wasn't sure if these words were his true intentions. So he didn't open his mouth to speak nonsense. Qin Pingan sighed softly. Even if he pressed down on one of the lines again and again, would it really work? He held up his bamboo hat. He continued forward. He arrived outside the ancestral temple. Qin Pingan stopped in his tracks. Go. Find out what's true. If you die, I'll definitely help you collect your corpse. I might even help you take revenge. Du Yu held it in for a long time and said helplessly, Senior, you're really not treating me as an outsider. Du Yu clenched the military armor pill tightly. Immediately, it was as if mercury flowed all over his body. He put on the armor of a deity that was a precious treasure of his sect. Du Yu strode out of the ancestral temple that was open. In less than half an hour, Du Yu walked back to the door with an expression of eating shit. After coming to Qin Pingan's side, he said in a low voice, that Yan Qing happened to be inside as a guest. I was afraid of causing trouble, so I didn't do anything serious. Qin Pingan didn't mind and asked curiously, that fairy from the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm? Du Yu nodded heavily. She's a cultivator from the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm. She just arrived at this Blue Cloud Lake. Yan Qing has a cold personality and doesn't like the liveliness at the Dragon Palace, so she came here alone to seek peace. Qin Pingan asked, that He Lu isn't here? Du Yu was stunned. Then he shook his head and said, Senior, the two of them aren't that bold, right? The two sects are about to fight to the death in Follower City. Did they arrange a time and place to meet secretly under the noses of their respective seniors? That Daisy Creek Channel Master will indeed keep her mouth shut and help cover it up. However, the two of them shouldn't be so anxious. One of them has a cold personality, while He Lu is still wholeheartedly devoted to Tao. Qin Pingan smiled and said, The Treasure Cave Immortal Realm visited the Dragon Palace at the bottom of the lake with great fanfare. You know Yan Qing's temperament, so how can He Lu not know? How can Yan Qing not know whether He Lu will understand? Do the two of them need to make an appointment for this kind of thing? The war is imminent. If both sides really act impartially and go to battle, isn't tonight's meeting the last chance? However, because of the commotion we caused at the Water Fairy Temple, the Canal Master rushed to the Dragon Palace to inform them. It should have disrupted the telepathy between the two. Maybe He Lu is hiding somewhere and blaming you for ruining her good fortune. Did Yanqing not like you at the Ancestral Temple? So what if the Daisy Creek Channel Master's gaze and wording? Can you verify my conjecture? Du Yu blushed with shame. Previously, I only thought of barging into the mansion and chopping people with my knife, so I really didn't think so much. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, and a yellow bamboo flute was tied to his waist, floating like an immortal. He said softly, Madame Canal Master, where it's possible to make mistakes, one should forgive them. Yan Qing's eyes brightened, but she quickly regained her cold expression. Du Yu's eyes were sharp and he looked as if he had eaten shit, and it was still warm. It was as the senior beside him had expected. Previously at the Water Deity Temple, He Lu was most likely wandering around the nearby mountains, waiting for an opportunity to find Yan Qing. Then He Lu discovered some clues, but this person didn't get too close. After all, the battle was imminent, and meeting the woman he liked was the most important thing. As for the rest, with He Lu's temperament, if he was close he would stand by and watch. If he was far away he would watch the fire from the other side of the river. Qin Pingan smiled and said, He's much better at hiding his whereabouts than you are. After seeing the high and mighty young man, Madame Canal Master immediately changed her appearance. She curtsied gracefully and said softly, Greetings, Immortal Master He. Qin Pingan patted Du Yu's shoulder. Brother Du Yu, there's nothing for you to do tonight. You should take responsibility for your own actions. Don't interfere. Du Yu even had the heart to die. I'm covered in yellow mud now. I can't wash it off even if I jump into Tsangyun Lake. Whether this guy escaped or died here tonight, Du Yu would lose a layer of skin. Perhaps he would become a rat crossing the street in the eyes of the cultivators on the mountain of more than 10 countries. Everyone would hit him when he was down. Du Yu tried his best to keep a straight face and said, Brother Qin, I won't leave. Your business is my business. The corners of the handsome young man's mouth curled up, seemingly with a mocking smile. However, when he turned his head to look at the slender and elegant Yan Qing, his eyes became gentle. Qin Pingan raised his head and looked at the plaque again. Green water flows forever. The words were ordinary but the meaning was good and chewy. Qin Pingan smiled and said, Madame Canal Master, how about I use immortal money to buy your old business? Of course, you can also count the anger of Lord Tsangyun Lake. Du Yu's eyelids trembled. It's coming. What he was most afraid of now was that this senior would fiddle with his unpredictable business book. Perhaps it was He Lu's words that had a great effect. Although the Canal Master still looked unhappy, she no longer spoke ill of him. She waved her hand and said, We'll talk about it later. Tonight this place is closed to guests. Du Yu was silent. Qin Pingan thought for a moment. Then we'll visit again tomorrow. Hearing the word, tomorrow, Du Yu's heart was like dead ashes. Qin Pingan held the mountain-traversing staff and turned to leave. There was still some time at the escort city. Qin Pingan did not want to cause too much of a commotion. However, Qin Pingan was still a little puzzled. From the sound and movement, her body actually bounced on the ground before falling limply. She would not die, she definitely would not die. He Lu was wearing a high-grade Taoist robe. Yan Qing's mind was in a mess. In the end, that person seemed to have used a magical power to shrink the ground into an inch, and appeared beside her in an instant. Yan Qing was about to attack with her sword. That person flicked his finger and hit the sword. Yan Qing's face was slightly pale and she was about to move. However, she found that the person had already brushed past her. He stepped on the forehead of the canal master's wife who had just woken up, and suddenly exerted force. The Orochi was like the sound of wind and thunder. Another kick. The canal master's head and entire upper body had sunk deep into the pit. Qin Pingan was still holding the mountain walking staff, standing at the edge of the pit, and said to Yan Qing, "Aren't you going to see your lover?" Yan Qing was about to get up and rush over, but when she saw that person holding the mountain walking staff, she stopped and took a step back, waiting for an opportunity to escape. As long as she escaped at Songyun Lake, she would definitely join forces with her sect to surround this person and kill him. Qin Pingan looked at Du Yu and laughed. "Are you blind? What kind of dogs hit Golden Boy and Jade Girl are they, natural immortal Taoist companions?" Yan Qing's face was as cold as ice, and for the first time, such intense hatred and killing intent appeared in her beautiful eyes. However, the young wild cultivator wearing a bamboo hat only lightly stomped his foot and sent the canal master's wife out of the pit. Then he kicked her in the direction of the door, and with the mountain walking staff in his hand, he strode over with his back facing her and his sword. The green-robed man raised his hand and waved, "Go and take a look." In the end, that person dragged the canal master and left the mansion. Should they be walking towards Songyun Lake? Du Yu hunched his back and followed behind the man. Yan Qing was stunned on the spot. First set a small goal such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. If you put yourself in her shoes, I think He Lu would make the same choice. However, in the pugilistic world, in a similar situation, many heroes still rush into death even if they know that it is the enemy's trap. It is laughable, but there are also some that are respectable. Qin Pingan thought for a moment and seemed to have understood something. He nodded and said, "People who are not from the same family will not enter the same door. He Lu and Yan Qing can live in harmony with the great Tao and have telepathy." The Caoshi channel master, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, sneered in her heart. "Tricking me? You, a bastard wild cultivator who calls Du Yu brother, dares to say nonsense to make fairy Yan Qing know that she is no match for him?" However, the lady of the channel master's heart palpitated slightly. What if it is true? After all, in front of this wild cultivator she was as weak as a dog and a chicken. This was a fact that was absolutely true. Regardless, she would take one step at a time. As long as she reached Songyun Lake, everything would come to light. Even if the sky collapsed, Hu Jun and the treasure cave immortal realm ancestor would carry it. She really did not believe that there was anyone who could withstand the joint attack of the two deities. That person was skinned alive, his tendons pulled out, and his soul was taken away. When the time came, she would definitely ask Hu Jun for a strand of his soul and place it in her own water god temple. Qin Pingan glanced at the lady of the Caoshi channel in front of him. This kind of procuress is like a brothel in the secular world. Why is she so popular in Songyun Lake? Du Yu probed. Probably only this way can she be popular, right? Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Brother Du Yu, you said something reasonable again." Du Yu held back, but in the end he could not hold back and laughed out loud. Tonight was the first time he was so happy. Qin Pingan saw that he was a little carried away and the corners of his mouth twitched. "Is it that funny? Do you seem to be strangled by someone?" and immediately shut up. Qin Pingan was silent for a long time and asked, "If you were that scholar, what would you do? Let's split it into 3 parts. First, if you were lucky enough to escape from Escort City and seek refuge with your family's elders, what would you choose? Second, if you were successful in the imperial examinations and entered the Hanlin Academy of the Silver Screen Country. Third, if you were famous and had a promising future, you would be sent out to be an official and return to your old home. In the end, you would be discovered by the city god temple and fall into a place of certain death. Du grinned. This time, Qin Pingan did not ask him to speak directly. Instead, he said, "Put yourself in my shoes and think about it. Don't be in a hurry to answer me." People had to bow their heads under the eaves. Du thought seriously for a long time and slowly said, "First, if I had the opportunity to know that there was someone better than me and that there were chi cultivators in the world, I would try my best to cultivate the magic of immortals and strive to embark on the path of cultivation. If I really could not, I would study hard and get an official position. I would be the same as that scholar. Of course, I would take revenge, but I have to live on. The better I live, the greater the chance of revenge. Second, if I had known that the city god temple was involved in it in advance, I would be more careful. I would never leave the capital before I became a high official of the 6 ministries of the Silver Screen country, and I would not easily return to Escort City. If I did not know beforehand that the involvement was so deep and I was kept in the dark at that time, perhaps I would be similar to that scholar." Lady of Tsangyun Lake glanced at the water of Tsangyun Lake from the corner of her eye and wanted to use her supernatural power to turn into water mist and escape. Qin Pingan, who had his back to Duyu and Lady of Tsangyun Lake, shook his wrist and the mountain traveling staff in his hand flew out and hit Lady of Tsangyun Lake on the forehead. Under the heavy hammer, Lady of Tsangyun Lake saw stars and was on the verge of collapse. The mountain traveling staff returned the way it came and was once again held in Qin Pingan's hand. "Yan Qing, you're drinking tea in the water god temple of Lady of Tsangyun Lake tonight. Is it good?" Although Yan Qing was young, she was a beautiful jade of cultivation with a clear mind. She heard the sarcasm in his words and said indifferently, "If the tea is good, then it's good. When and where to drink tea with whom are all external matters. A cultivator's state of mind is pure. Even if you're in the mud, it's still fine." Qin Pingan waved his hand and couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with her. However, Yan Qing said, "You just need to go to Tsangyun Lake's Dragon Palace. On the Great Tao, go your separate ways. I won't do anything extra." Qin Pingan turned around and motioned for Lady of Tsangyun Lake, who was rubbing her forehead, to continue leading the way. Yan Qing followed behind them. Qin Pingan didn't mind. After a while, Yan Qing stared at the long sword on the back of the green-robed man and asked again, "Are you a sword cultivator who deliberately went down the mountain as a martial artist?" Unfortunately, that person only remained silent. Duyu chuckled and his footsteps were light. To be able to make Fairy Yan Qing eat dust behind him made people feel as if they were drinking wine. After walking for about a li, Yan Qing asked again, "Why do you insist on asking about an old matter in the human world below the mountain? Is it a key clue to obtaining that strange treasure?" There was still no answer. Yan Qing's expression was calm and she still asked, "What's your name? Since you're an expert, you shouldn't hide your head and tail, right?" Duyu couldn't help but decide to tease Fairy Yan Qing. As he walked, he turned his head and smiled. "I don't dare to hide it from you, Fairy Yan. My big brother's surname is Chen and his name is Good Man. Although he's an itinerant cultivator, he's the most chivalrous. He walks everywhere with his sword. As long as there's injustice in the human world, he will interfere. Brother Chen and I have known each other for many years. Back then, in the pugilistic world, we didn't know each other until we fought. After we fought, I admired Brother Good Man so much that I prostrated myself in admiration, be it his cultivation or character. Every night, I would always ask myself, why is there such a strange man in the world? What do I do to be lucky enough to meet him?" Qin Pingan still ignored him. Yan Qing glanced sideways at the useless Duyu and sneered, "You've met for many years in the pugilistic world? Was it in the water fairy temple of the Shaoxi Canal Master? Could it be that you were beaten up over there tonight and are speaking nonsense now?" Duyu laughed out loud and did not mind. Yan Qing's eyes were cold. "This place is only a few steps away from Tsangyun Lake. Although the second patriarch of the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm did not leave the mountain this time, if he knew that you, Duyu, were lucky enough to meet such a wild cultivator friend, the years on the mountain are long. The foreign monk has left, but the temple is still there. Are you really not afraid that trouble comes from the mouth?" "I'm a hero who has returned to the living world from the gates of hell twice. Why would I be afraid of you?" Duyu did not retreat. Instead, he glared at Fairy Yan Qing's small mouth and smiled without saying anything. Yan Qing smiled and said, "Duyu of the Ghost Hatchet Palace, right? I'll remember you and your sect." Only then did Du Yu feel a little guilty. Qin Pingan turned to Du Yu and said with a smile, "Brother Du Yu, you have to change your bad habit of being complacent. The fairies on the mountain are not like the female heroes of the pugilistic world who are 60 years old. Their memories are long." Du Yu pecked at the rice and said, "Brother Qin is right. A word of advice is like giving me 10,000 gold. In the future I will definitely guard this wealth well." He had already gambled his life. He might as well gamble again. As long as this senior could safely escape from Cangyun Lake tonight, regardless of whether they had become enemies or not, others would have to consider this wild cultivator friend, who had gone through life and death with him if they wanted to touch him again. Naturally, he and his sect, the Ghost Hatchet Palace, could not move. However, as long as the senior did not die in Cangyun Lake, the cultivators on the mountain were not stupid. They would not easily be the bait on the hook and be the rafters. It was only at this moment that Du Yu realized why the senior had said that he might be able to earn back some money on this trip to Cangyun Lake. Of course, it was still extremely dangerous and there were endless consequences. However, on the path of cultivation, other than rare existences like Yan Qing and He Lu, how could the rest lie down and enjoy a good life? Wasn't he, Du Yu, also at the foot of the mountain? How many times had he been in danger? Therefore, compared to the senior who had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, Yan Qing's cultivation was still a little shallow. Her eyelids could not raise a flood dragon. After that, Yan Qing did not say anything and just silently followed behind the group of people. They approached the shore of Cangyun Lake. Their vision suddenly opened up. As expected of the largest body of water in the Silver Screen country, there was a full moon tonight. The blue waves stretched for thousands of miles and the water shone brightly. The moonlight and water were compatible. Because it was the entrance of the Caoshi Canal, there was a ferry. However, this waterway was specially used by the Caoshi Canal master to receive distinguished guests from the capital. She did not allow the common people to set foot on it. Standing at the ferry, a cool breeze brushed against his face. Qin Pingan leaned on his walking stick and looked into the distance. "Do you," he asked, "if I accidentally killed 100 of the Zaoshi and Shaoshi Zaoshi 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 Zaoshi, including you, if I accidentally killed 100 of them with one punch, how many would I wrongly blame?" Du Yu blinked. This question was really difficult to answer, and he did not dare to rashly open his mouth. After all, Cangyun Lake was right in front of him. Yan Qing's threatening words were actually not deliberately mystifying. The rules on the mountain were like this, and it had been like this for thousands of years. When the Caoshi Canal master saw that there seemed to be no movement at Cangyun Lake, she was somewhat anxious. Standing at the front of the ferry, after hearing the question raised by the wild cultivator, she finally began to panic. If there was a medicine for regret in the world, she could buy a few caddies and swallow it. Previously in the Water God Temple, if she had been a little more polite and dealt with that bastard wild cultivator with a few perfunctory words, she would not have caused such a scene. In any case, in the ancestral temple, this wild cultivator had come to her territory and first invited Du Yu to enter to greet him. Then he walked in himself. At that time she had heard some laughable and annoying words. Now that she thought about it, he was actually a reasonable person? Yan Qing suddenly said, "It's best not to kill indiscriminately here to vent your anger. It's meaningless." Qin Pingan slowly moved forward and walked to the side of the Caoshi Canal master. The two of them seemed to be standing side by side, admiring the lake scenery together. Qin Pingan held the mountain walking staff with both hands. He asked softly, "Those young girls who were given to Hu Jun to be his beautiful handmaidens and maids as a tribute, were there any who were unwilling and swore that they would rather die than submit? Afterwards, you threatened them with their family and relatives before they put on the wedding dress with tears in their eyes. Were there any of their parents who were heartbroken and indignant and died of depression? Were there any young men who were their childhood sweethearts who wanted to take revenge against you, but were then crushed to death by a single finger of yours? Answer me honestly, did you or did you not? As long as there is one, there is." The Caoshi Canal master trembled and gritted her teeth. Qin Pingan asked, "Will it be changed? Can it be remedied? Will Cangyun Lake change?" The Caoshi Canal master nodded vigorously and said with tears in her eyes, "As long as the great immortal master says the word, I will definitely change my ways." But the guy wearing the bamboo hat just said, "I didn't ask you, I know the answer." Just as the Caoshi Canal master was about to kneel down and beg for mercy, she suddenly turned her head to look at Cangyun Lake. Her eyes lit up and she was overjoyed. She immediately straightened her back. Du Yu shrank his neck and swallowed his saliva. A tall man in a dragon robe with a jade-like face and a crown on his head appeared on the surface of Tsangyun Lake, as if he was the moon surrounded by stars. There were the 3 river gods, the Shaoxi Canal Master who was smiling happily, and dozens of Dragon Palace's civil and military officials and demons. They were aggressive. Further behind him, there were hundreds of shrimp soldiers and crab generals who were arranged in a formation and performing their duties. Among them, there was a small group of immortal cultivators with extraordinary bearings who were closest to the middle-aged man. There was also a robust old woman whose figure was not inferior to the dragon-robed man's. She wore a golden crown similar to Yan Qing's, but the treasure light was thicker. Under the moonlight, it shone brightly. Behind the old woman stood more than 10 cultivators with long breaths and radiant bodies. It was the Marquis of Tsangyun Lake. He had left the Dragon Palace's banquet hand in hand with the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm's ancestral master, Fan Weiran. They had come to meet the so-called foreign sword immortal of the Shaoxi Canal. One was one of the 2 largest dragons in the territory of more than 10 countries. The other was the most powerful local snake of the Silver Screen Nation. Both sides were originally chatting happily at the luxurious banquet with countless delicacies and intoxicating immortal wine. Until the Shaoxi Canal Master, who came in a sorry state, said something that dampened everyone's spirits. She said that a tyrannical person of unknown origin had come to the Water Fairy Temple. He had casually killed Du Yu of the Ghost Axe Palace and even threatened to flatten the Dragon Palace of Tsangyun Lake and kidnap the beautiful dragon girl as a plaything. She also said that the immortal master of the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm was nothing. If he dared to stop her, he would kill her as well. The Marquis of Lake, who had been in charge of thousands of miles of water transportation for thousands of years, was not a fool. He was familiar with this lowly servant's rotten mouth. On the spot, he slapped the Shaoxi Canal Master until her golden body trembled and she fell to the ground, rolling and wailing. Then the Shaoxi Canal Master, who was incompetent, did not dare to exaggerate and told him everything that had happened at the ancestral temple. The group of Qi refinement warriors from the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm only treated it as a show to add to the wine. As for the so-called sword immortal, naturally no one believed it. It was said that a maid beside the Shaoxi Canal Master had seen a pocket-sized flying sword fly out of a wine pot with her own eyes. However, it was already good enough to listen to a lowly servant's words. The ancestral master of the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm, Fan Weiran, did not say a word. He had heard about the matter of the city god temple in Suiyu City in the early years. At that time he did not pay much attention to it. It was only when there were signs of the appearance of a precious treasure that he began to investigate this matter. The general process and the cause and effect were already clear. The 2 cultivators of the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm who had gone down the mountain to handle matters even had a conflict with a group of local immortals of the Silver Screen Nation who wanted to go to the same place. They had a little conflict with the descendants of the people who had received the letter in the capital. Naturally, the other party suffered and then left with his tail between his legs. Fan Weiran frowned. Little Qing? Yan Qing, who was at the ferry, smiled slightly. Patriarch, don't worry. It's not a big deal. The Marquis of Lake narrowed his eyes. She was indeed a beautiful female cultivator who could cause the downfall of a country. If he was lucky enough to have sex with her, he could at least increase his cultivation by 100 years. However, it was a pity that the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm regarded her as a pearl in their palm. Yan Qing, this delicate little fellow, was the sweetheart of the shrew Fan Weiran. The Tsangyun Lake could not touch her. He heard that Yan Qing and that Huangliang city's He-Lu were a pair of lovey-dovey lovers? However, looking at Yan Qing's standing posture and aura, it seemed that He-Lu had not succeeded. He stabbed the mountain-traveling staff in his hand into the ground and inserted it into the bottom of the ferry. Then he began to slowly roll up one of his sleeves. After standing still, he only carried the sword on his back and hung the wine gourd. Finally, that person looked at Tsangyun Lake and slowly said, "Don't be polite, all of you come together. Let's see if my fist is harder or if you have more Dharma treasures. If I run away today, I won't be called Qin Hao." Du Yu's face was full of conflict. It would have been better if he had only said half of the words. The words in front were so exciting, but as for the last sentence, there was no need, right? An expert senior, this was very boosting the morale of others and reducing his own prestige. However, Du Yu soon felt that he was thinking too much. As expected, the senior never let him down. Because what he said was not important at all. He had to see what he was doing. A green-robed man with a sword and a wine gourd on his back, had actually stepped on half of the ferry and collapsed it before the Lord of Tsangyun Lake could say anything. The turbulent lake water on the shore retreated. A river god wearing green armor and holding a long saber came out of the formation and rushed forward to meet the enemy. It was just a punch. Along with the armor, leather bag and golden body, they were all shattered on the spot. First, set a small goal such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. "504. When the green-robed man grabbed the golden body of the Daisy Creek Canal Master, the Lake Lord of Tsangyun Lake looked angry as if he would attack at any time. He even didn't hesitate to go ashore to fight. However, when the man smashed the golden body of a river god with a punch, the Lake Lord Inho's heart was as calm as still water. Facing the outsider who seemed to be chiseling through the array, Inho raised his hand and put his 2 fingers together. 2 wisps of pale gold and dark green spiritual light condensed into small snakes, coiling around his fingertips and intertwining with each other. Inho gently shook the water surface of Tsangyun Lake with him as the center. Mist rose and billowed, instantly enveloping the water surface within 1,000 feet. On the other side of the ferry, not to mention Duyu of the Ghost Hatchet Palace, even Yanqing could only see a vast expanse of fog as far as her eyes could see. There were no more figures of Hu Jun and the many officials and generals of the Dragon Palace at Tsangyun Lake. The ancestor of the immortal realm of Treasure Cave seemed to be controlling the precious treasure of his sect. A burst of treasure light was faintly discernible, protecting all the cultivators of the same sect. Then he began to slowly retreat. He should be leaving the battlefield completely to Hu Jun and Inho. At the edge of the mist, a pale gold python and a dark green snake were constantly circling. Both of them flew with their tails in their mouths. They were like dragons flying through clouds and rain, increasing the mist on the lake. Yanqing only knew that this was one of the original magical powers of a great Tao water god. It was not as simple as a camouflage, but a cage similar to a talisman array. Once a cultivator or a pure martial artist was imprisoned in it, it could consume the spiritual qi and pure jin qi of the qi residents. It was a kind of water grinding method that could both attack and defend. Duyu stood in the same place and glanced at the messy ferry in front of him. It had collapsed into a mess. Only the ground around the bamboo box and the mountain staff was still intact. The senior was really an immortal. What did this mean? This meant that the senior had not used all his strength when he stepped on the ground. Yanqing waved her sleeve and brushed away the dust at the ferry. However, her eyes were fixed on the movements on the surface of Tsangyun Lake from the beginning to the end. The vast water mist formation within a radius of 1,000 feet was suddenly like a fishing net that had been pulled up by someone. It became only 100 feet in size, but the water mist also became thicker like water. The golden python and the giant dark green snake, one on the left and one on the right, directly crashed into the array. Yanqing sighed in her heart. In the battle on the Tsangyun Lake, the Lord of the Lake Inho had the advantage of time and place. He also had a trusted subordinate, the river god, who used his life as the price to stop that person's momentum. If he lost the initiative, that person's situation would only get worse. The Lord of the Lake Inho was able to stand tall in the Silver Screen country for 1,000 years. As the water god, he was on equal footing with the country's 5 mountains mountain master. It was no wonder that the sect's old ancestor would choose the Dragon Palace as the last place to stay during the trip. Yanqing glanced at Duyu and saw that his expression was calm. Duyu sensed Yanqing's gaze and turned around with a smile. A small pond won't be able to trap Brother Qin, who can overturn rivers and seas with just a sneeze. Yanqing sneered. Let's see if you can still say such disgusting words of flattery after the battle. The cultivators of the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm had already retreated more than 1,000 feet away from the battlefield. After all, Marquis of the Lake's 2 water snakes were not shabby like the Shaoxi Canal Master who took out 4 tails of water essence after refining them. After weighing it for a while, he found that each weighed at least 1 jin. Marquis of the Lake was indeed worthy of being the Lake Master. His foundation was far from what the small canal master, Granny He, could compare with. Chen Pingan temporarily gave up the plan to thoroughly refine the 2 water snakes. The 2 lights behind his back disappeared in an instant, and he detained them outside the gate of the water mansion. If there was really a backup plan causing his body and spirit to suffer a little, it could be considered Marquis of the Lake's ability. Chen Pingan admitted that it was a small setback. Inside the small chi mansion of the human body, the 2 water snakes were entrenched outside the gate of the water mansion, trembling. A fire dragon rushed over frantically, raised its head high, and coldly looked down at the two lowly creatures that were inferior to ants. One of its claws gently rubbed the ground. If it were not for the familiar refining aura on them, they would be gone with a claw. The gate of the water mansion opened in an instant, and then suddenly closed. It turned out that the two green-clothed boys carried the golden python and the green snake and ran away. The fire dragon that was formed from pure Wu Fu's Jinchi moved its huge body, slowly turned around and leisurely left. Marquis of the Lake opened one of his palms. In it was a fragment of the golden body. It was all that the river god of the sunset cold river had left behind after his death. There was also an even larger fragment. After that punch, the two fragments of the golden body had scattered and sputtered out. The thumb-sized fragment had already been caught by the green-clothed man. If Marquis of the Lake did not snatch it quickly, this fragment of the golden body essence would have fallen into that person's pocket. Marquis of the Lake shook his head lightly and sighed. Although the river god of the sunset cold river had the lowest battle strength among the three river gods, he was the most loyal and had followed him for a long time. He had the qualifications of the Shaoxi Canal Master, and also the understanding of the Taoist Canal Master. It was a pity that he died like this. It was even more of a pity that he only left behind a fragment of the golden body after his death. If he added the slightly larger fragment, he might be able to increase his cultivation by 100 years. The fragment of the golden body in Marquis of the Lake disappeared into his palm. He planned to slowly refine it after the battle. This was an unexpected surprise. The death of a so-called general under his command was nothing. He could go back and ask the emperor of the country of Ping for a title of nobility. Anyway, this right-hand man of the river god had long been ready to make a move. He had been coveting the position of the river god for a long time. Otherwise, how did his daughter's boudoir get those rare treasures? This river god of the sunset cold river had secretly hidden two beautiful maids with good aptitudes in the past 100 years. If the Dragon Palace really wanted to make a fuss about it, his death would not be regrettable. It was just that Marquis of the Lake was magnanimous and did not want to disappoint the soldiers. Qin Pingon glanced at the cultivators of the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm who were further away. It was obvious that they wanted to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight. In fact, he felt somewhat helpless. It seemed that it was a little difficult to make a lot of money. Why didn't these immortal masters have the chivalrous heart to help when they saw injustice on the road? It was said that one's mouth would soften after eating someone's food. At that time he would see if his robe was extraordinary or if his pure true chi was longer. The third punch had arrived. At the same time, the robe exploded into two flood dragons that were swimming on the sleeves. Marquis Yin's expression became somewhat serious. He was just about to consider whether to use his divine ability to escape. After all, the momentum of the two rivers and one canal had already been established. The three golden body gods were about to pour into Tsangyin Lake. There was no need for him, the Lake Lord, whose status was not inferior to that of a human emperor, to personally take the risk. If he did not want to show off the Lake Lord's elegance in front of Fairy Yan Qin, it would be difficult for this person to get close to him on the surface of Tsangyin Lake. Marquis Yin, who had been hovering a few feet above the surface of the lake, quietly stepped on the lake water after being punched back. He smiled slightly and was full of ridicule. Another punch arrived. A Lake Lord statue that looked like an ice sculpture shattered with a bang. The Lake Lord, Marquis Yin, stood in the water several feet below the surface of the lake with his hands behind his back. He shook his wrists and stretched his muscles. He was indeed a pure martial artist. No wonder he dared to do whatever he wanted and kill his own canal master and river god. Marquis Yin's back felt as if it had been hammered. The fist aura slanted upwards, causing this Lake Lord to directly break through the water surface and fly into the air. Fortunately, only the 6 flood dragons on the colorful purple robe were shattered. If the 9 flood dragons collapsed at the same time, the robe would temporarily lose its effect. This was similar to the deity Cheng Lu armor that was transformed from the military school's treasure Jiaowan. A punch came down. A sound like a large bell rang in the air. Marquis Yin had just left Tsangyin Lake when he crashed into the lake once more. Although Marquis Yin's body was not damaged, he felt that these 2 punches were the greatest humiliation of his life. Then at the bottom of the lake, it was as if a series of dull winter thunder was born under Tsangyin Lake. The lake water surged. However, when the huge waves approached the golden maid holding the canopy, it was as if they were blocked by the high walls of a city and turned into fine powder. The layers of waves were all blocked by the layer of golden light, like countless snow-white pearls bouncing around. Fan Weiren smiled and said, Go ashore and watch the battle. The layer of ice that carried everyone's feet rose into the air and flew towards the fairy port as fast as lightning. The old woman was an unquestionable existence in the treasure cave immortal realm. At that moment, no cultivator had any objections. Only the eccentric second ancestor, who was also Fairy Yenqing's teacher, dared to talk back to Fan Weiran. When the layer of ice approached the fairy port, without Fan Weiran's spiritual chi controlling it, it suddenly dissipated and turned into water that entered the lake. The cultivators followed ancestor Fan Weiran and landed on the fairy port that was almost in ruins. When the group of immortal masters approached the fairy port, Diu gritted his teeth and leaped to the side of the book box and the mountain-traversing staff. He pressed on the hilt of the saber at his waist. Fan Weiran only glanced at this military disciple of the Ghost Hatchet Palace and brushed past him with his people. The golden maid holding the canopy at the side seemed to have a telepathic connection. She also glanced at Duyu. Duyu's teeth were chattering as he stood beside the mountain-traversing staff without moving an inch. This tall old woman was the second most powerful cultivator in the Dozen Kingdoms mountain. Moreover, her strength was almost the same as the Huangyu city's mayor who sat on the first seat. Moreover, Fan Weiran was known for her bad temper. When she was not the sect master of the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm, there were always a few cultivators who died when she led a group down the mountain. As for the unlucky martial artists of the Jianghu, there were even more of them. Fan Weiran also liked to torture and kill her enemies. There was once a Jianghu Grandmaster of the Sixth Realm who offended a traveling disciple of the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm. After he was defeated by Fan Weiran with a magic weapon, the old woman stood beside him and stepped on him from his feet to his head, turning him into a pile of minced meat. Fan Weiran raised her finger and gently tapped the golden crown on her head. All the golden light flowed back into the golden crown. The golden maid and the canopy in her hand then disappeared. Yenqing bowed and said, "Yenqing greets the ancestor." Fan Weiran's expression was kind. She gently poked Yenqing's forehead with her finger and pretended to be angry. "Little girl, how dare you walk with such a vicious outsider?" Yenqing blushed and stood with her hands behind her back. Fan Weiran turned to look at the blue cloud lake and told Yenqing with the ripples in her heart, "A good show is about to begin. To be able to destroy Marquis Yin's illusion and only reveal his true body, he must be a golden body grandmaster. It's rare. The Jianghu of the dozens of countries at the foot of the mountain has not seen a legendary golden body martial artist for 200 years. Little Yin, when you fight with this person you must be careful. Don't let him get close to you. Don't learn from the arrogant Marquis of the Lake. You will be at a disadvantage. Don't you think it's stupid to not use your immortal skills and magic weapons and compete with that martial artist with your bare hands?" Yenqing nodded. Fan Weiran said again, "Moreover, that Marquis of the Lake was born with a strong physical body. He is not comparable to us chi cultivators. Beasts have rough skin and thick flesh." Suddenly, a huge python that was 100 feet long appeared on the lake. It had already grown 4 claws and raised its head high. It opened its mouth and spat out a green light beam towards the lake. A figure in a green robe raised his palm and forcefully blocked the beam of light that was as imposing as a rainbow. That gorgeous scene was like a bright moon on the sea. Yenqing silently took this picture into her eyes. Fan Weiran sneered, "A golden body martial artist fighting a golden body god. Not bad, not bad. This trip was not in vain." At the same time, at the entrance of the 2 rivers and 1 canal, 3 water dragons that were hundreds of feet long appeared at the same time. The 2 yellow water dragons were larger, and the ink-black water dragon was the most petite and exquisite. Only the eyes of the 3 water dragons controlled by the golden body of the water god had a layer of faint golden color. Not only did the 3 water dragons appear, but the water veins of the entire Cangyun Lake, big and small, had also begun to tremble and twist for the use of the Lord of the Lake Yin Ho, and the 3 golden-bodied gods of 1 canal and 2 rivers. Tonight, on the Blue Cloud Lake there was a real flood and the waves were monstrous. The magnificent battlefield was constantly moving away from the ferry and towards the center of the Blue Cloud Lake. A disciple of Fan Weiran's direct disciple laughed softly, "Master, this guy is tactful and tactful." He was afraid that the water would splash on Master, so he ran away. Another tall male cultivator echoed, "A wise man submits to circumstances. He has already thoroughly angered the Lake Lord Yin Ho. His life and death are unknown. If he makes an enemy out of the old ancestor, he's courting death." Duyu, who was like a thorn on his back, stood at the very front of the ferry like a block of wood. He was even more like a mountain staff than the verdant mountain staff. An unattainable fairy Yanqing was enough to make Du Yu and the Ghost Hatchet Palace unable to bear the consequences, not to mention Fan Weiran, a peak cultivator with invincible spells. When the old woman stepped on the Ghost Hatchet Palace's head, it was like a real mountain was pressing down on them. Fan Weiran turned her head and laughed. "Little Yin, don't be restrained. Just take a step forward." Yanqing, who scrupulously abided by the seniority of the sect, took a step forward and stood side by side with the old ancestor. The old woman Fan Weiran's expression was pleasant, but in reality she was not as relaxed as she appeared. For some things, even if the Lake Lord Yin Ho's cultivation was not low, as long as they did not stand in that position, they would still be blind. The old woman raised her head and looked towards the night sky. Only she and the Yellow U City Lord Yixian could see those odd bits and pieces of light. Therefore, her junior sister had always been worried that she would bear a grudge against this disciple of hers, Yanqing, so much so that she would secretly obstruct Yanqing's ascension to the Great Tao. For this reason, she guarded against this senior sister of hers as if she was guarding against a thief. Fan Weiran felt that it was somewhat funny. A naive-looking young girl suddenly said softly, "Ancestor Grandma, that person seems to only be practicing his fist techniques. He's deliberately using those snakes and pythons to temper his body." Fan Weiran waved her hand, and the young girl skipped to the old woman's side. She raised her head and said innocently, "It's true. Ancestor Grandma, I'm not lying to you." The tall Fan Weiran bent down slightly and rubbed the young girl's head. The old woman lowered her head and stared at the pair of beautiful eyes that were faintly flowing with light. She smiled and said, "My little Chui's talent is not bad. When she grows up in the future she might be able to be as promising as your senior Aunt Yen. No matter where she goes, she will be the center of attention." Yanqing smiled at the young girl. The young girl looked at Yanqing and twisted her hands together. She lowered her head and said embarrassedly, "I'm not as good-looking as senior Aunt Yen." Fan Weiran laughed loudly. The young girl became even more embarrassed. Yanqing gently pinched the young girl's ear. This was a rare intimate action from Yanqing. After Fan Weiran laughed, she looked into the distance at Songyun Lake with a stern expression and said in a deep voice, "In that case we have to make a good fuss." The signs of a sect's decline often began from the lack of manpower. In this aspect Huangliang City was not bad. After all, there was still He Lu to support the situation. However, her own treasure cave wonderland was better. Other than Yanqing, there was also this little Chui and her eldest disciple who had been in seclusion for 10 years. They would all be the pillars of the treasure cave wonderland in the future. Yanqing was greatly shocked. Why was that person hiding his strength and had originally made up his mind to not do anything? Instead, Ancestor Fan, who was watching from the side, had the intention to kill? On Songyun Lake, a huge ravine was plowed out by the true body of the Lake Lord Yin Ho with its large tail. That green-robed person only punched to repel the enemy. It was enough to protect itself, but its attacks were weak. Seeing that it no longer had any strength to fight back, it should be exhausted after smashing Muhan River God's golden body with a punch and forcing the Lake Lord to reveal his true body. This made the 3 water dragons of the 2 rivers and 1 canal, who were originally hiding, fight more and more heartily. Each of them was ferocious. Far away from Songyun Lake, the Lake Lord Yin Ho's shout sounded, "Ancestor Fan, as long as you help me kill this monster, I will give that colorful purple robe to the treasure cave wonderland." Fan Weiran smiled and did not speak. Yanqing looked up. Even if she circulated the incantation and controlled the spiritual qi in her qi residence, causing her eyes to emit a purple light, showing the phenomenon of sun and moon illuminating furnace, eyes producing purple smoke, Yanqing still could not see it clearly. After all, the battlefield was still too far away from the fairy. She could only see the fierce shadows of the python. Although little Chui was born with the ability to see through some mysterious and vague truths, Yanqing still did not dare to believe that a legendary martial artist of the Golden Body realm in the Jianghu could handle the attacks of several gods with ease in the territory of the Lord of the Lake Yin Ho. If the 2 sides went ashore to fight, the gods of Songyun Lake did not have the geographical advantage, so Yanqing would slightly believe it. What's more, a pure martial artist would fall down after a breath of vital qi. As long as he did not have the chance to take a breath, he would die without a doubt. How long had the 2 sides been fighting? Or was it that the physique of a martial artist of the Golden Body realm not only had a breath of vital qi like a river, or had he really reached the realm of the invincible Golden Body of Buddhism, so he could casually resist the joint attack of the Lake Lord and the 3 water dragons? In the distance, the voice of the Lake Lord Yin Ho came from the ferry like muffled thunder. Fan Weiren. I will add the deity position of the river god of Muhan River and give it to the treasure cave wonderland. Fan Weiren said loudly, if I'm not old and dim-sighted, it seems that the Daisy Creek Channel Master is also dead? On Tsang Yun Lake, other than the earth-shattering waves, the Lake Lord Yin Ho did not say anything else. Although Yen Qing didn't care about the secular affairs of the mortal world, in the territory of Tsang Yun Lake, the vassals were only a total of 3 rivers and 2 canals. Handing over the deity position of a river god was already considered sincere. If she also took out the water god of Caoshi Canal, together with Shaoxi Canal, it would be considered abandoned. If Lord of the Lake Yin Ho really agreed, it was simply nailing 2 thorns in her eyes and flesh. 1 canal and 1 river were the 2 orthodox gods of the Silver Screen Kingdom. With the Treasure Cave Fairyland as her backer, Lord of the Lake Yin Ho had completely lost the right to casually kill. How could she allow others to snore beside her bed? Lord of the Lake Yin Ho naturally understood this logic. Moreover, it also involved the root of the Great Tao and divided a large amount of Tsang Yun Lake's fate. If it was Yen Qing, she would definitely not rashly agree. Yen Qing asked telepathically, Old Ancestor, do you really want to take the 2 deity positions of Tsang Yun Lake in one go? Fan Weiren smiled and said, if we don't raise the price like this, even if Marquis Yin Ho obediently hands over the deity position of the Muhan River, he will be resentful. With Marquis Yin Ho's shrewdness and means, he will definitely suppress the new river god to become a waste. We, the Treasure Cave Wonderland, don't have so much time to listen to a river god of another country complaining every day. When the time comes, should we care? Yen Qing nodded and said, Old Ancestor is far-sighted. Fan Weiren grabbed Yen Qing's white and slender hand. The old woman held it with one hand and patted the back of her hand with the other. She sighed and said, Little Yen, these secular affairs, you will know after hearing them. Forget it. You just focus on cultivating and cultivating. Yen Qing nodded. Fan Weiren let go of his hand and said confidently, maybe the harvest will be better than I expected. As expected. In less than half an hour, Marquis Yin Ho shouted again, Old Ancestor Fan, I will give you the position of Caoshi Canal Master. If you still don't agree and push your luck, there will be no friendship between Tsang Yun Lake and you Treasure Cave Wonderland cultivators in the future. This time, his voice was no longer as calm as before. He gritted his teeth and was obviously exasperated. Fan Weiren smiled and whispered to Yen Qing, How is it? Yen Qing's expression was complicated as she said softly, Old Ancestor, be careful. Little Yen, you probably don't know how the last Golden Body Realm martial artist in the history of the dozen or so countries died, right? When you return to the sect, you can ask your master. That was the battle that made my junior sister famous with the Huangliang City's city lord. Fan Weiren laughed and turned into a rainbow. Yen Qing frowned. Do you still stood there obediently, praying silently in his heart? When the rainbow above his head flew to Tsang Yun Lake, do you felt that it was not very useful? However, if he had 3 incense sticks in his hand, do you would really stick them on the ground? On a small island that had been almost flattened. The huge true body of Marquis Yin Ho slowly swam around the island. The water dragons controlled by the 2 river gods' golden bodies were already in a frenzy as they crazily pounced on the green figure on the island. As for the ink-black water dragon controlled by the Shaoxi Canal Master, it was floating on the lake outside the island. The Canal Master's skin hidden in the Dragon Palace was on the verge of collapse on a praying mat. The Shaoxi Canal Master's face was snow white, and she felt that her bones were about to be smashed. The 2 nearby river gods were standing on the praying mat with their eyes closed. Golden light flowed around their bodies, and the water spiritual energy of the Dragon Palace was constantly pouring into their golden bodies. It was just that the skin was here so that they could absorb the abundant water spiritual energy of the Dragon Palace. The true golden bodies of the 3 river gods had completely merged with the 3 water dragons. A water dragon collided with the green-robed man with its huge head. However, its head was pressed against by a palm, and it could not move forward at all. That person smiled and said, Are you a little tired? Then let me do it. Chen Pingan took out a clear jade light talisman that was secretly made by the Chongshen Bureau's Yunshao Palace. He had already finished reciting the incantation and threw it into the sky. It shone brightly. It was as if there was a huge sun shining in the netherworld. As he did not deliberately pursue a wide range, the suppression of this island became more and more indestructible. The water dragon that was transformed by a river god wanted to shake its head and retreat. The palm that blocked the attack of the head in a vertical posture followed the green-robed man's step and gently twisted, moving forward with a knife hand. A line was drawn, and the water dragon that was guarded by the river god's golden body was cut open from its head all the way to its stomach. When that person stood still, a slightly larger fragment of the golden body appeared in his hand. The human-shaped river god's skin in the dragon palace immediately withered and turned into ashes. The other water dragon was at a loss at first, then it frantically fled. However, when it collided with the dazzling ceiling wall, a few cracks appeared on its head on the spot. Enduring the intense pain, it wanted to dig into the ground and escape. As long as it drilled through the roots of the island, once it got close to the water, it would have a chance to escape. However, in the next moment, its head seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and it slid forward close to the island, creating a deep trench for the water dragon. The green-robed man with a sword on his back came to the top of the water dragon and smashed down with his fist. The entire island trembled and countless dust splashed up. The lake water that was originally surging violently against the shore was even more turbulent. Another fragment of the river god's golden body was held in that person's hand. He looked again. The Lake Lord Yin-Ho had disappeared. This was normal. It was a small trick to break through one by one. If the Lake Lord broke into the range of the talisman array, there was a more valuable talisman waiting in his sleeve. He just happened to give Tsang-Yun Lake a main dish. From the corner of his eye, Qin Pingan caught a glimpse of the small ink-colored water dragon floating on the lake surface pretending to be dead. With a swing of its tail, it crashed into the lake and splashed a large amount of water. Qin Pingan patted the blade-strengthening gourd, and the 15th flying sword flew out. Qin Pingan looked in one direction, which was the direction of the Lake Lord Yin-Ho's escape. The sword immortal on his back unsheathed itself by 2 or 3 inches. Qin Pingan narrowed his eyes and looked at the dense sea of clouds that was constantly accumulating. He said in a deep voice, "Go back." The sword immortal returned to its scabbard. It seemed to have some resentment. Qin Pingan's figure swayed slightly, but he didn't bicker with this sword for the time being. Qin Pingan reached out and grabbed the clear jade light talisman in his hand. This was the disadvantage of most immortal talisman. It was difficult to open the door but difficult to close the door. Once the talisman gallbladder was opened, one could only watch as the talisman light scattered between heaven and earth. Cultivators could only slow down the speed of the talisman gallbladder shattering and the loss of spiritual chi, but they couldn't completely stop the burning of a high-grade talisman. However, after this talisman closed the door, even if it had become a house with holes on all sides, as long as it wasn't taken out, it shouldn't be difficult to last for 10 years. That Lake Lord Tsang-Yun Lake had his own ways to make him obediently come ashore and do business with him. It just needed to take a little time. However, the greater possibility was that he took the initiative to come ashore. Bad people who had lived long and climbed high were often not stupid. This was a matter that made people feel helpless. As for the 15th flying sword, it was only following the Shaoxi Canal Lord and didn't seek to kill the enemy. Knowing the approximate location of the Dragon Palace at the bottom of the lake, he had more capital to do business. Qin Pingan turned his head to look at the sky and asked with a smile, "Old Mama, why are you rushing over? Are you afraid that I don't know how to swim and can't return to the ferry?" Ancestor Fan Weiran was full of anger. This Lake Lord Marquine actually ran away and used him as a scapegoat. If he didn't sense that he was about to arrive, this unfathomable young man would definitely not stop at the last moment and give up chasing after Marquine. Well, he dared to threaten to not deal with the cultivators of the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm. In the next 100 years, I'll see if the depth of your Tsang-Yun Lake or the spells of the disciples of the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm are stronger. It just so happens that my junior sister is destined to have no hope of breaking through, so I'll let her bring people here to confront the monsters of Tsang-Yun Lake for 100 years. Looking at the young man who was politely exchanging pleasantries with one hand in his sleeve, 2 fingers pinching the terrifying talisman, it just happened to reveal a bit of golden light. Fan Weiran rode the wind and hovered at the intersection of the island and Tsang-Yun Lake. He glanced at the scarlet wine pot hanging on the person's waist and said with a smile, "You're really a sword immortal and you're so young. It's really surprising." Qin Pingan removed the blade-strengthening gourd, drank a mouthful of water and wiped his mouth before he said with a smile, "All along the way that brother of mine Diu spoke of a large basket of filthy things at Tsang-Yun Lake, and when he mentioned your treasure cave paradise, he felt heartfelt respect and admiration. So I won't fuss about the matter of tonight with you, old mama. Otherwise it would cost money to watch such a good show." Fan Weiran sneered in his heart. Suddenly he realized that the person was staring at him. He slowly said, "So please get lost." Fan Weiran's face was gloomy, and his sleeves fluttered. Fan Weiran suddenly smiled, "There's still a long way to go. I wish this foreign little sword immortal a smooth journey. If you're willing, you can come to our treasure cave immortal realm as a guest." Then she asked a strange question, "Is your ancestral hall very sturdy?" Fan Weiran could tell that this was not a good sentence, but when she had made up her mind, he no longer hesitated and said with a smile, "Little sword immortal, you'll know when you see it in the future." The old woman rode the wind and returned to the ferry. Chen Pingan raised his head and looked at the pitch-black sea of clouds that had yet to disperse. Other than the collision of the Lake Lord Yin-Ho's true body, which was passable, the collision of the other 3 water dragons could not be said to be beneficial to his physique. Chen Pingan put away the blade-strengthening gourd and stood there for a moment. Then he tapped the tip of his foot and jumped out of the island. He stepped on the surface of Tsangyun Lake and turned into a wisp of green smoke. He skimmed the water repeatedly and headed towards the ferry. When Chen Pingan jumped to the ferry, the old woman and the cultivators of the treasure cave immortal realm had already left. Duyu was still wearing the deity's due armor. With one hand on his saber, he stood in place and acted as a door god for the bamboo box, bamboo hat, and the mountain traveling staff. Chen Pingan smiled, "You're so loyal?" Duyu fiercely wiped his face. His whole face was a little stiff from the wind and rain. After wiping it, he winked and rubbed his hands together and his smile became bright. It was not that he did not want to say a few words of flattery, but Duyu racked his brains and could not think of a beautiful sentence that matched the situation. He felt that the good words in his mind were not worthy of the peerless demeanor of the senior in front of him. Chen Pingan gently smoothed out the rolled-up sleeve, put on the bamboo hat again, carried the book box and pulled out the mountain-traveling staff. Duyu was about to move but his legs were a little numb. As a little door god of the Ghost Axe Palace, he could be considered to be cautious and conscientious. Even if he did not make any contributions, he should at least have worked hard, right? "Senior, you are an old immortal at the top of the mountain with a burning gaze. You must be a little concerned." Chen Pingan walked in front while Duyu hurriedly put away the dew armor and transformed it into a military armor pill before putting it into his sleeve. His footsteps were like the wind as he caught up with Chen Pingan and asked softly, "Senior, since we've successfully defeated the water gods of Blue Cloud Lake and chased away the group of cultivators from the treasure cave immortal realm, what should we do next? Are we going to the ancestral temple of the 2 river gods to cause trouble, or are we going to the attendant city to snatch the treasure?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Us?" As for whether defeat was accurate or not, Chen Pingan was too lazy to explain. Duyu chuckled and was not embarrassed at all. However, he still needed to control the situation properly. Then Duyu stopped nagging. After walking for a while, Duyu could not help but ask, "Senior, are we going to the water god temple of the Daoshi Canal Master?" Chen Pingan nodded and said, "I want to rest there for a few days and wait for Hu Jun to come ashore to talk to me about business." Duyu nodded and did not dare to ask anything more. They returned to the water god temple. The maidservants and servants in the residence, whether they were ghosts or living people, had all scattered. Chen Pingan came to the door of the inner residence where the plaque, "Green water flows forever," was hung and kept it in his hand. Although the Daoshi Canal Master's golden body had disappeared, this unusual plaque still contained some water spiritual energy. It was very likely that it was the most valuable item in this ancestral temple. Chen Pingan took off the bamboo box and bamboo hat and sat on the bottom step. He let Duyu light a bonfire in the courtyard. Chen Pingan began to practice the sword furnace stance. After a great battle, recuperation was essential. Otherwise, if there were any sequelae, it would be a long-term hidden danger. Moreover, Chen Pingan also wanted to use the inner vision technique to see if the golden python and the jade snake, which had not been completely refined, could really benefit the water mansion. Duyu sat cross-legged beside the bonfire and carefully glanced at the senior's sitting posture. He didn't have any thoughts. Cultivating an immortal's divine ability was not just about having a posture. Besides, he reckoned that with this senior's identity, it must be an extremely brilliant spell. Even if he were to be taught the entire incantation, he wouldn't be able to learn it. A firefly streaked across the night sky and drilled into the wine pot at the senior's waist. Duyu silently told himself that he was used to all kinds of strange things. About 2 hours later, Duyu added a few dry branches to the tree. Then, Duyu discovered that when the senior opened his eyes, he seemed to be in a good mood and had a smile on his face. Qin Pingan raised his head to take a look. The thick sea of clouds that had almost enveloped the entire Cangyun Lake had already dispersed. The full moon was in the sky. Qin Pingan asked, Do you think that no one can change the customs of Cangyun Lake that have been accumulated for 1,000 years? Du Yu said casually, unless from top to bottom, from the lake lord to the water gods of the 3 rivers and 2 canals, all of them are changed. Especially the lake lord of Cangyun Lake, he must be the first to be changed. However, if you want to achieve such a feat, unless a peak cultivator like Senior personally takes action and spends at least 10 years here to keep an eye on it. Otherwise, according to me, it's better not to change. In fact, Marquis of Cangyun Lake can be considered an overlord who doesn't drain the pond to fish. Those floods and droughts that he deliberately causes are just to add a few beautiful maids with good qualifications to the Dragon Palace. Every time hundreds of people die. If he encounters some muddle-headed gods of mountains and rivers, he can't even retract his innate magical power. In a flash, thousands of people die. If his temper is a little more irritable, he will easily fight with the gods of mountains and rivers, or make enemies with his colleagues. Within the territory, the people will really have no way to make a living and starve for thousands of miles. I've been in Jianghu for so many years and I've seen many gods of mountains and rivers, Lord City God of various places, and the people of the land don't care at all. The immortals on the mountain, the martial arts masters who open sects, the relatives of the officials of the capital, and the seeds of hope. These are the people they focus on winning over. Qin Pingan glanced at Du Yu. Du Yu said with an innocent face, Senior, I'm just telling the truth. It's not like I'm doing those bad things. With the senior by his side, not to mention the ownerless River Granny Ancestral Temple, he could even dig 3 feet into the ground of the Dragon Palace at the bottom of the lake. Qin Pingan closed his eyes and just practiced the walking stance. It wasn't until noon that Du Yu returned with 2 large bags. He returned from a rewarding journey. Qin Pingan said, The bag of valuable items is mine and the other one is yours. Du Yu's face was sad. Senior, what did I do wrong? Qin Pingan still practiced the walking stance without stopping and said slowly, There are rules for cultivation, rules for walking the Jianghu, and rules for doing business. Do you understand? Du Yu actually didn't understand, but he pretended that he did. No matter what, he just had to nervously accept one of the bags. But Du Yu thought for a moment, opened the 2 bags, and put the few valuable items in his bag into the senior's bag. Qin Pingan didn't stop him. Qin Pingan stopped practicing the walking stance, and flew to the ridge of the tallest building, looking in the direction of the attendant city. Then Qin Pingan practiced the walking stance on the ridge of the buildings. Du Yu was puzzled. Why did it look like the Jianghu people's boxing stance and not some kind of immortal magic? Du Yu was immediately impressed. The senior's way of doing things was really different and he had returned to the basics. At dusk, Du Yu lit the bonfire again. Qin Pingan said, Okay, go back to your Jianghu. After staying in the ancestral temple for a night and a day, all the onlookers already know what to do. Du Yu was a little embarrassed. His little thoughts couldn't escape the senior's eyes. If they separated at the ferry, Du Yu was afraid that he wouldn't be able to walk to the attendant city alive. Du Yu thought for a moment and felt that he should stop while he was ahead, so he picked up the sack and went to the attendant city. Qin Pingan suddenly said, Stay a little longer. Du Yu obeyed, put down the sack and sat cross-legged on the ground and whispered, Senior, in fact, I also know a secret talisman from the Hall of Ancestral Masters. It's not inferior to the Snow Mud Talisman and the Camel Tablet Talisman. Qin Pingan smiled and waved his hand saying, It's fine that you did such immoral things when your life was hanging by a thread. Now that your life is not in danger, it's not good to use the sex rules to add flowers to the brocade. On the path of cultivation, you have to be human before you become an immortal. Du Yu was stunned. He glanced at the sack on the ground. It was as if he had only vaguely caught some clues at this moment. Du Yu clenched his fists, silent. Qin Pingan stood up. Du Yu subconsciously wanted to get up, but Qin Pingan reached out and stopped him. Du Yu turned around and a moment later, a familiar figure entered his field of vision. She was beautiful no matter how he looked at her. She was Fairy Yanqing indeed. Qin Pingan frowned. Du Yu was a bit scared witless. Senior, I beg of you, please don't be so ruthless. Such a beautiful fairy is dead. Senior, are you willing to let her die? This junior is worried. Yanqing asked, Since you killed 3 river deity channel masters in one go, why did you deliberately let Marquis of the Lake escape? Du Yu did not sit properly and hurriedly reached out to support himself on the ground. Qin Pingan asked, Who gave you the guts to look for me again and again? Yan Qing smiled and said, Is a sword immortal who is worried that the sea of clouds will harm innocent people really someone who kills indiscriminately? I Yan Qing am the first to not believe it. Qin Pingan said, What does it have to do with me whether you believe it or not? I'll give you one last advice. My patience is limited. However, Yan Qing walked straight to the bonfire. Du had already shifted his butt. He could observe the changes in his senior's expression and began to admire the beauty under the moon. Then Du opened his mouth bit by bit. A wisp of green smoke swept towards the white-robed fairy who could compete with the moonlight. Then Yan Qing was lifted into the air like a chick and rushed up to a roof with the green smoke. The green-robed woman spun on the roof, and the white-robed beauty spun in an even larger circle. Whoosh! Fairy Yan Qing disappeared. Qin Pingan jumped down from the roof and returned to the steps to sit down. Du wiped his mouth and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Qin Pingan waved his hand. You can leave now. Du was about to bid farewell respectfully. The senior suddenly revealed a vexed expression and stood up. The entire ancestral temple caused a commotion similar to the one at the ferry. What an earthquake! Du was in a dilemma. Should he leave or not? It was not good to not even inform him. If he did not leave, what if the senior suddenly felt protective of the fairer sex and returned hand in hand with the delicate and gentle fairy Yan Qing? The moonlight was good and the beauty was even more beautiful. Du slapped himself in the face. He carried the sack and began to run. As soon as Du walked out of the water god temple, he was in a daze. Perhaps this time he was in a rush for some unknown reason. Was that senior truly using his full strength? From the water god temple behind him to Tsangyun Lake. The green-robed figure had long disappeared, but the sound of thunder could still be heard. Du sighed heavily. Qin Pingan landed at the ferry and narrowed his eyes. The annoying young female cultivator from the treasure cave immortal realm had already been smashed into Tsangyun Lake by him. She was not injured. At most, she had suffocated for a moment and was in a sorry state. However, when he thought that the lake lord of Tsangyun Lake might be nearby, Qin Pingan had no choice but to rush over. Indeed, after the woman fell into the lake, she had disappeared. Qin Pingan took out the Yuqing light talisman with 2 fingers. Just as Qin Pingan was about to throw the talisman at his fingertips, the surface of Tsangyun Lake broke open, and the marquis of the lake, who was dressed in a dark purple dragon robe, walked out. Beside him stood the young woman who seemed to have just broken free from the spell cage. She stared at the green-robed man at the ferry with a face full of anger. Marquis extended a palm forward and said with a smile, I was worried about Fairy Yan Qing's safety just now. The situation was urgent, so I performed a small spell to try and reduce the momentum of Fairy Yan Qing entering the lake. I apologize for my offense. Fairy Yan Qing, please go ashore. Yan Qing's expression was cold. She shook off all the remaining water vapor on her body and floated to the ferry. If the culprit had not rushed to the ferry, Yan Qing could not imagine what would have happened to her. Qin Pingan glanced at her. Why aren't you leaving? But those scholarly families and rich families who can make the clan leaders run away will spread word of mouth. Naturally, they will move to other places. Over time, year after year, the feng shui of Tsangyun Lake will continue to flow out. But if Tsangyun Lake sets such a rule that both sides are well aware of, it will be easier to appease people. In addition, the Dragon Palace can be considered to have generous compensation for the people on the shore. To tell you the truth, many rich people can't wait for their daughters and granddaughters to be noticed by the Dragon Palace. The Lake Lord of Tsangyun Lake paused for a moment and said with a sigh, the good business in the world is never a sudden wealth with a small capital. It will only flow slowly over the years. What do you think, Sword Immortal? Qin Pingan used his thumb to wipe the corner of his mouth and smiled. Such a good principle. Why does it sound so strange coming from Hu Jun's mouth? Marquis smiled without saying anything. He was waiting for the other party to make a bid. He didn't care about how much he hated the person in front of him. Since his skills were inferior, the other party could do whatever he wanted in his Blue Cloud Lake. His Dragon Palace could only suffer in silence. They stopped their losses in time. It was much better than making mistakes on top of mistakes. At the very least, the former would allow people to survive and not have to worry about firewood. The latter would often affect the whole situation and cause the building to collapse overnight. Qin Pingan put away the wine pot that was close to him and asked, what about the decaying golden body of Lord Qing Wang? Marquis came to visit tonight and could be said to be honest. Thinking of this, he couldn't hide his schadenfreude. He smiled and said, "The scholar who became the prefect not only exceeded our expectations but also carried a part of the fate of the county city and the literary fate of the silver screen country. Moreover, the share was much more than what I and the Dragon Escort City imagined. In fact, if it wasn't so, how could a young boy escape from the Dragon Escort City by himself? Moreover, he had another marriage. At that time, there was a princess of the silver screen country who fell in love with him at first sight and couldn't forget him for the rest of her life. In order to avoid marriage, she became a Taoist nun who was painstakingly guarding the green lamp. Although she didn't have the qualifications of a chi cultivator, she was a princess who was deeply doted on. She unintentionally entangled a trace of the country's throne with that prefect. Later, after hearing the bad news in the Taoist temple in the capital, she stabbed her neck with a golden hairpin and resolutely committed suicide. Together, there was the sin of Lord Qing Wang, which directly caused a fatal crack to appear on the golden body that couldn't be repaired with virtue. Qin Pingan asked a final question. What is the possible outcome of the attendant city? Marquis Ying glanced at the attendant city, shook her head and said, "It's very tragic to have such a Lord Qing Wang who wants the people of the county to share the karma and bear the heavenly tribulation. It can be said that every family's ancestors didn't accumulate virtue. Not long after, the heavenly tribulation will descend. At least, most of the mortal teachers in the attendant city will be dead. Therefore, those chi cultivators who went to the attendant city will leave before that. Even if they can't obtain the rare treasure, they won't dare to stay." Marquis Ying thought that she would have to bargain for a while tonight. She didn't expect that the young green-robed sword immortal would turn and leave. This made Marquis Ying uneasy, but she didn't dare to go ashore. She could only suppress her hatred and anger, as well as a sense of uneasiness. She operated her supernatural powers and returned to the Dragon Palace at the bottom of the lake. Qin Pingan returned to the main water deity temple of the Caoshi Canal. He found that not only Du Yu had returned, but that Yan Qing was also there. However, this time, Qin Pingan didn't say anything. He walked to the bonfire and squatted down, reaching out to warm himself. Du Yu squatted at the side and said, "I saw Fairy Yan Qing return earlier. At the thought of Senior's sack of treasures being left in the courtyard without anyone guarding it, I was worried and hurried back." After Yan Qing entered the ancestral temple, she stood on the steps and looked at the ghost hatchet palace cultivator. She didn't have any impression of Du Yu in the past. However, she had heard of him once or twice, and that was because his parents were a pair of Tao companions on the mountain. She only knew that he was someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong, and liked to wander the pugilistic world. Yan Qing said, "I'm only asking a reason. I'll leave after that." However, that person only stared at the bonfire in silence. Yan Qing was silent for a moment. "Why did you reveal your hand to he? It's normal for you to be ruthless and do whatever you want after hearing some filthy things about Songyun Lake from Du Yu's side. However, you shouldn't have seen He Lu before." Du Yu rolled his eyes and made a face. "Oh my, she's still here to cry out for her gigolo lover. He deserves to be thrown into Songyun Lake by Senior to drink water." In fact, Yan Qing was already mentally prepared that this person would remain mute. However, she did not expect that person to say slowly, "The first thing He Lu said to dissuade me was not for me, but for the Daisy Creek Canal master who invited you to tea." Yan Qing was not stupid and naturally knew about this. That person continued, "Because He Lu felt that I was a cultivator with a higher cultivation level than the Daisy Creek Canal master." Yan Qing wanted to listen more, so she hesitated and planned to sit at the top of the steps. However, that person looked at her sideways. Seeing that person's heart-palpitating gaze, Yan Qing immediately stopped and did not do anything else. That person suddenly retracted his gaze and continued to stare at the bonfire, falling silent again. He clearly did not finish speaking, but he had no intention of speaking. Yan Qing felt ashamed and resentful. Was she so insignificant that it was difficult for him to say a few more words? Yan Qing's heartstrings trembled. Without hesitation, she quickly left on the wind. Du Yu hesitated for a moment before getting up and leaving. Qin Pingan nodded. Qin Pingan stared at the bonfire. Reason was not only in the hands of the strong, but also not in the hands of the weak. Reason was reason. It was not because you were strong that you had more, and it was not because you were weak that you did not have more. However, it seemed that this was only Qin Pingan's reason. The last time he entered the city, he asked about the ruins at the incense shop. Qin Pingan stood outside the door in the dead of night. Qin Pingan looked at the rotten door. There was no longer the door god or the spring couplets. That scholar didn't even manage to avenge his parents' death. Then what about Chin Pingon from the Mud Bottle Alley? A young man who no longer wore straw sandals and no longer needed to go up the mountain to gather herbs took off his bamboo hat. Some of the Chi refinement warriors who had been lurking, hiding, or taking root in the vicinity of the haunted house. Almost even the Chi refinement warriors who were the slowest and had the lowest cultivation level were shocked. All of them panicked without warning. An old man with a little monkey squatting on his shoulder stood on a roof in the distance. He frowned. Last time at the city gate, he was blind and did not see through this kid's cultivation level. The old man raised a hand and gently pressed down on the irritated pet. As for those useless people who felt suffocated for no reason and had poor spirit chi flow, no one dared to show themselves to see who exactly this person was. When the person on the street took off his bamboo hat and bamboo box, he disappeared into thin air. The old man began to take a few steps back. On the street outside the door, the sleeves of the green robe fluttered in the absence of wind. His figure disappeared in an instant. A wisp of green smoke cut through the night sky. Finally, it landed outside the city god temple. A burly martial judge in iron armor appeared at the city god temple. He said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" However, the young swordsman just raised his hand. The sword immortal behind him slowly unsheathed and spun gently. Finally, it was gently held in the hands of that person. He held the sword horizontally in front of him. Holding the sword with one hand, 2 fingers of the other hand gently brushed the sword body and slowly moved to the tip of the sword. The bright sword body was originally shining with a golden light as thick as water. As the fingers of the green-robed swordsman brushed an inch, the golden light increased by an inch. That person narrowed his eyes and just stared at the bright sword light in his hand. He murmured, "Whether it is karma or heavenly tribulation, I, Chin Pingon from the Mud Bottle Alley, will take it all. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. "5:05. The doors of the Xing Wang Temple opened slowly. Other than the Lord Xing Wang who was stuck in the mud, everyone else in the Xing Wang Temple had been mobilized. The civil and military magistrate, the various officials, and the underworld ghost officials were all carefully standing behind the door. Although the entire Xing Wang Temple was considered their territory and would be protected by a certain amount of providence, it was still safer to stand in the Xing Wang Temple. Chin Pingon looked at the door. After that tragic incident, Lord Xing Wang chose to kill one and release the other. Hence, General Jia Sua should be the new one, while the Lord Xing Wang's 6 divisions should still be the old one. Chin Pingon held the sword immortal in his hand and looked down at the blade strengthening gourd. "After I've used my sword twice, you can do whatever you want tonight." Chin Pingon raised his head and looked at the door of the Xing Wang Temple. Who is the Lord Xing Wang Temple's Lord Xing Wang Temple? The civil and military magistrates, the day and night wandering god, General Jia Sua, and the rest of the divisions did not hesitate and looked at one of the middle-aged Confucian officials. The underworld officials' robes in the Xing Wang Temple were roughly the same as the Yang Realm's imperial court, except that the pattern of the official patch could not be messed around. There were also some differences between the different continents. For example, in the North Continent, the official robes were mostly black and white, and there was a bronze seal engraved with their official position hanging on their waists. He took a step forward in fear and his eyes wandered. He suppressed the fear in his heart and bowed with cupped fists. "Sword Immortal, please forgive me for not coming out to meet you. May I know why you're looking for me?" Those with good intentions did not come, but those who came did not come with good intentions. Not only him but all of his colleagues also understood this simple logic. Otherwise they would not have appeared together. The next moment, the green-robed sword immortal was already standing in the Xing Wang Temple. Behind him was the Lord Xing Wang Temple's Lord Xing Wang Temple. The civil and military magistrates, even though that person had already barged into the Xing Wang Temple, they still moved symbolically as if to make way for him. Then they all looked at their colleague. From the Lord Xing Wang Temple's forehead, there was a straight and thin golden line all the way down. In the blink of an eye, one of the golden bodies shattered into pieces. Even the Judge Wu, who was the best at killing malicious ghosts in the city god temple, and the new General Jia Sua, who liked to go out of the city to hunt for wandering souls and wild ghosts, did not see clearly how and when the other party attacked. For a moment, all of the city god temple officials had gloomy expressions. It was tragic. He really was a foreign sword immortal who had traveled all the way here. It was said that sword immortals were the most eccentric and domineering in their actions. They definitely could not be judged with common sense. The statue of Lord Xingwang that was enshrined in the back hall of the Xingwang Temple glowed with a faint golden light, and a scholarly old official walked out. The front hall was not obstructed by him at all, and he floated to the stairs of the front hall. After standing still, he pointed a finger and said sternly, "As a sword cultivator, you can casually kill an official of the underworld who was conferred with the imperial seal of an emperor?" Chen Pingan raised his head and looked at the thick black fog that shrouded the escort city. It was filled with a murderous aura, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was somewhat similar to the sea of clouds of the Fu family in Old Dragon City. However, the latter could not be seen by Qi cultivators who were below the level of Earth immortals. In the escort city of the Silver Screen Kingdom, it could not be seen by ordinary people other than cultivators. Chen Pingan said, "I will try my best to block the heavenly punishment for you. How will you thank me?" Lord Xingwang was shocked at first and then he was overjoyed. "Really? Sword Immortal is not a joke?" The young green-robed Sword Immortal nodded. Lord Xingwang felt that there was always a way out, and there was always a silver lining. Lord Xingwang said loudly, "As long as Sword Immortal can protect my Xingwang Temple, you can take any treasure you want. If Sword Immortal finds it troublesome, just say the word and everyone in the Xingwang Temple will give it to you without any hesitation." A ray of golden light slashed down from the sky. Many of the underworld officials in the Xingwang Temple felt as if their guts were about to explode as their golden bodies became unstable. Lord Xingwang, who had been high and mighty for countless years, was the same as his colleagues in the underworld department. First, a golden light appeared on his forehead, and then a straight line slowly spread downwards. He was indeed the Lord Xingwang who had enjoyed the worship of incense for many years. His golden body that was soaked in the essence of countless incense did not collapse on the spot. Not only that, Lord Xingwang could still raise his hands and press them on both sides of his head. He wailed, "Are you crazy? Once I die, the heavenly punishment will immediately descend. Do you want to resist the heavenly punishment by yourself? If I don't die, you and I can still work together to resist the heavenly punishment. You are crazy. You will die a horrible death." Chen Pingan's gaze was higher than Lord Xingwang, and he looked at the altar in the front hall. There was a towering statue that was also enjoying the worship of incense, but there was no divine light. He did not know if it was because they were in cahoots, or if it knew that a great disaster was coming. It withdrew a bit of divinity from the Xingwang Temple statue. Chen Pingan said, "I'm sorry, I forgot to say something just now. You need to thank me with your death." Lord Xingwang's hands pressed tightly on his head. From all directions, there was an endless stream of incense that did not care whether it was pure or not. As long as it was the incense of the person offering incense, no matter how impure their thoughts were, they were all detained by him in the Xingwang Temple. As for whether this was quenching thirst with poison, he did not care. As long as he increased his cultivation base, there would be a slight increase in his chances of keeping his golden body after the heavenly punishment descended. As for whether the Xingwang Temple would be destroyed, whether the ghost officials' cultivation base would be insufficient and they would all be implicated, or even the lives of the people of the county. From the first day of the great loss of merit and the decay of the golden body, Lord Xingwang had not cared at all. For this reason, he even specially invited a group of cultivators that he had good friends with to go to the capital. They brought heavy gifts, lobbied the Ministry of Rights and the Kintiangian, and persuaded the Emperor of the Silver Screen Kingdom to let the court suppress the news and not allow the people of the city and the county to flee. Otherwise, it would be the worst outcome of a country's feng shui and a Xingwang losing both sides. During this period of time, the descendants of the person who received the letter in the capital, especially the current family head, could be considered to know the severity of the situation. As a result, they put in a lot of effort. They used the connections and incense that they had accumulated in the court and the officialdom over the generations to help the Xingwang Temple slowly plead for mercy. Only then did Lord Xingwang finally see a ray of hope. Die in a county, protect the golden body. Every man for himself and the devil takes the hindmost. Moreover, as the Lord Xingwang of a county, I am a golden body deity who sees the nobles of the human world as short-lived seedlings. Lord Xingwang pressed his hands on his head and looked down slightly. Although the speed of the golden thread was slowing down, it did not show any signs of stopping. Lord Xingwang's heart was filled with fear and he actually cried, "Why is it like this? Why can't so many incense stop it? Sword Immortal Master." Lord Xingwang, who was standing at the top of the stairs, did not have any of his arrogance anymore. He begged for mercy. "Sword Immortal Master, please spare my life. Is there anything in this world that cannot be discussed?" Lord Xingwang did not dare to raise his hand and point above his head. "Sword Immortal Master, raise your head and take a look. Without my Xingwang temple controlling the incense and using the fate energy of the land to help resist the heavenly tribulation, Sword Immortal Master, you will be alone. Could it be that you are not afraid of wearing down your hard-earned cultivation?" That civil magistrate, who was almost scared out of his wits, also felt that it was inconceivable at first, but after thinking about it, he understood. However, it made him feel even more despair. This foreign Sword Immortal Master had nothing better to do and wanted to resist the heavenly tribulation. Why would he care about gains and losses? If he really wanted to care, why did he enter the Xingwang temple? Didn't Lord Xingwang often teach his subordinates to be steady when faced with problems and not make mistakes in a hurry? It seemed like when things really came to a head, it was nothing more than this. However, the civil magistrate of the Xingwang temple was miserable. He was no longer a bystander. There was no joke to watch. For hundreds of years, the gods who presided over the feng shui of an area, looked down at the kind men and women who entered the temple to burn incense. There were all kinds of people who were raised by the same rice. There were foolish men and women who hated work but prayed for wealth and prosperity. There were vicious women who hoped to find a lover. There were children whose elders were seriously ill and were unwilling to spend money to treat them but came here to burn incense and make a wish. There were bandits who killed people like flax. They thought that by spending more money in the temple and burning a few incense sticks, they could eliminate their sins. There were many kinds of jokes in the world. They were numb to it. When the golden body of the Xingwang temple shattered, the sky above Escort City was instantly filled with thunder. The sound was far louder than normal thunder. It was like firecrackers exploding beside one's ears, causing countless people to wake up from their deep sleep. Black clouds rolled as if there were black dragons swimming in the sea of clouds. Not only that, the sea of clouds started to slowly descend. First, some of the families in the city were woken up by the thunder and started to light up their lanterns. The rich families also hung up lanterns one after another. In a bustling county, the dots of light kept connecting into a piece. There were also the sounds of children crying one after another. Last but not least, the Qi cultivators who had sneaked into the Escort City were all dumbfounded. After a moment of panic, they began to curse loudly. How could they have known that the damned heavenly tribulation had arrived in advance before the real treasure had appeared? There was a lot to pay attention to here. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the world were born with innate spirituality. It was extremely difficult for Qi cultivators to capture and seize them. The city lord of Huangyi City once brushed past the treasure because the celestial treasure's flying speed was too shocking. It was said that the treasure in Escort City was of a very high grade. It was the condensation and nurture of a county's 1,000 years of spiritual luck. Not only that, it was said that when Escort City was first built, there was actually a military celestial weapon buried deep underground. In the end, the two merged and became a supreme treasure of the human world that had both civil and martial luck. It was both offensive and defensive. Whoever obtained it could reach the sky in one step and become a top cultivator. That was why Huangliang City and the Treasure Cave Wonderland, the two top immortals, had moved out together. They were determined to get the rare treasure. If Huangliang City could get it, they would be sitting firmly on the top of the mountains of dozens of countries, leaving the Treasure Cave Wonderland far behind. If the Treasure Cave Wonderland could get it, their power would surpass Huangliang City. After the strange phenomenon of the city god temple appeared, Fan Weiran, who had settled down in Escort City, made a prompt decision. She led the cultivators of the Treasure Cave Wonderland and sent people to remind the Qi cultivators who relied on her sect to quickly leave Escort City and go to the Blue Cloud Lake. After all, that lord who owed her, Fan Weiran, a big favor. After his vitality was greatly damaged at the Blue Cloud Lake, he would not dare to be like that night at the banquet. That was why Yen Qing was able to find an excuse to leave the Dragon Palace banquet on the elder ancestor's side. She said that she was going to the water deity temple of the Daozi Creek Canal Master to relieve her boredom. After that, there were endless storms. After Yen Qing came to Escort City, she was somewhat uneasy. Not to mention Fan Weiran, even Yen Qing's martial nephews could see some clues. Fan Weiran's deep-seated hatred for that young sword immortal increased a little. How dare he spoil my Yen Qing's Dao heart? She had already been appointed by that immortal as one of the candidates for the future leader of the Treasure Cave Wonderland and the mountaintop immortals of the dozens of countries. Once Yan Qing stood out in the end, the Treasure Cave Wonderland would be able to obtain another immortal Dao technique. For so many years, the Treasure Cave Wonderland and Huangliang City were nothing more than two chess pieces that were secretly chosen to rear fish in the dozens of countries' ponds. The so-called life and death battles were like water and fire. However, how many cultivators from the two sects had really died? Not many. Moreover, those who died were those who seemed to be in a passable realm but had no hope of reaching the great Tao. Weren't most of those who died actually the cultivators of those subordinate sects? Why had there not been a single golden body realm martial artist in the dozens of countries' pugilistic world for 200 years? One had to know that the last one was killed by her junior sister and Yu back then. Now, those sixth realm martial artists who were flaunting their prowess in the secular dynasties, the so-called martial arts grandmasters, the number one swordsman, and the number one fist master, which one wasn't a person who was about to die peacefully with rotten skin? Fan Weiran turned his head to look at Yan Qing who was following beside him and smiled slightly. He didn't know why his junior sister had to kill that golden body realm martial artist back then, but he knew clearly why. After all, this was a great secret that only one person in the Treasure Cave Wonderland and Huangliang City knew about in each generation. As for the other mountains, they simply didn't have the opportunity and qualifications to meet that immortal. As for that foreign sword immortal who appeared inexplicably, it would be best if he was affected by the heavenly tribulation and accidentally died in the city god temple. That would be too easy for you. Otherwise, you would be heavily injured and captured by me, Fan Weiran. Compared to the unique secret technique of the Treasure Cave Wonderland's ancestral hall, Marquis Yin's blue cloud lake water lantern was nothing. The cultivators of the Treasure Cave Immortal Realm and the various vassal sects all headed in the same general direction, and all of them rushed towards Blue Cloud Lake at top speed. However, those that were unable to ride the wind could only rely on their two legs to fly on the ground, and those that were the worst off could only ride horses out of the city. After Fan Weiran rode the wind and left Escort City, he suddenly asked, "Didn't the mediocre military cultivators of the Ghost Hatchet Palace follow us out of the city?" Beside the old woman, a junior cultivator of his family who was hiding in the wilderness with the identity of the current governor of the county said respectfully, "Ancestor, after receiving my news at an inn, I don't know why they didn't leave immediately. They said that they needed to deal with some urgent matters. I didn't dare to stay any longer, so I left first. In the end, I found that they left Escort City in another direction. I don't know if they will go to Blue Cloud Lake to meet us for the time being." Fan Weiran was furious and his face was full of killing intent. He asked again, "What about that guy named Yu? Did you see him?" The old cultivator said, "I saw him at the inn. He was really, as the rumors said, a mischievous and incompetent person." That night, the movement over at Songyun Lake was big, but no cultivator in the Escort City dared to come close to watch the battle. When immortals at Songyun Lake's level fought, if you clapped and cheered from the side, neither side would appreciate it. With a casual flick of their sleeves, they would turn into ashes with a slap. What's more, immortal treasures and immortal spells didn't have eyes. If they went to the gates of hell to take a stroll, wouldn't they die in vain? Therefore, the old cultivator asked doubtfully, "Ancestor, why did you ask this person alone?" Fan Weiran's face was gloomy. He didn't reveal the secret and only sneered, "I'll settle the score with this bastard later." The premise was, of course, that the foreign sword immortal surnamed Chen was dead, or had lost half of his life in Escort City. When Yan Qing rode the wind, she looked back at the blurry outline of Escort City. Vaguely, she could see a golden talisman exploding at the bottom of the sea of tribulation clouds. Yan Qing sighed faintly in her heart. Such a young sword immortal who was so good at scheming people was actually a fool. At the peak of the Black Glaze Mountain, which was further away from the Escort City than the Songyun Lake, there was a slightly rough mountaintop viewing pavilion. There was a slender middle-aged man dressed in simple clothes, and the only ornament on his body was the jade token hanging on his waist. The man stretched out his finger and gently stroked the seal script on the jade token, his mind full of worries. The handsome youth, He Lu, sat to the side and took off the yellow bamboo flute. He was gently wiping his beloved magic artifact with a piece of rare silk woven by immortals. The middle-aged man only looked at Escort City. The incomparably thick black clouds slowly descended, as if the entire sky was hanging down on the mortal world. At a glance, he couldn't see the top of the sea of clouds at all. A white-haired old man sitting cross-legged laughed and said, Heaven and earth are connected for no reason. This is the great calamity of the mortal world. City Lord, after this heavenly tribulation landed, I don't think the Black Glaze Mountain's great array can be maintained. It's still that granny fan who calculated carefully and hooked up with Blue Cloud Lake's Marquine. In this matter, compared to us having to choose Black Glaze Mountain and spending our own money to build the array, we have the upper hand. The white-haired old man kept beating his legs and said bitterly, I really don't know what that sword immortal from another place is thinking. Even if he wants to snatch food from us in the treasure cave immortal realm, he should at least wait for the rare treasure to appear, right? But if he really killed Lord Xing Wang, this heavenly tribulation will find him. What the hell is he after? City Lord, my brain isn't very bright. Why don't you tell me? When I encounter something I can't understand even if I crack my head, when I see a beautiful woman who can topple a city and burn my mouth, my heart will itch. The man standing in the pavilion was Yellow U City Lord Yi Xian. Yi Xian said, a sword immortal from another place came barging in to mess things up. Actually, the game is still the same and the situation hasn't changed much. The surprise brought about by this person's cultivation would be mostly wiped out by the heavenly tribulation. What I'm worried about isn't this person, nor is it the treasure cave immortal realm or Fan Weiran. Instead, I'm worried about a few other outsiders. Compared to this sword immortal who does things openly, they are much more sneaky. For the time being, I only know that fox from the Silver Screen Nation. She's one of them. When the white-haired old man heard about the fox, he immediately became interested. The Silver Screen Nation's emperor, the Empress of Iron. Ah, how interesting. So she's also from another place. I knew it. Our dozen or so countries can't raise a five-tailed heavenly fox. Yi Xian shook his head and said, she hid it well. She's actually a six-tailed golden core fox. This information was obtained by Yellow U City using the life of a Dragon Gate cultivator. The white-haired old man was speechless. Then I'll have to avoid her when I see her in the future. Damn it, she's at the Golden Core realm. Doesn't that make her the same as you, City Lord? He Lu was only wiping the bamboo flute. She was not interested in the top secret of the mountain. Yi Xian shook his head and said, cultivators at the same realm are worlds apart. Fox demons are naturally blessed by the heavens for bewitching mortals. However, fox demons have never been good at fighting. I don't think she can defeat Fan Weiran. However, since she's from another place, she must have one or two special Dharma artifacts on her. My chances of winning against Fan Weiran in a head-to-head fight are not high. I don't even have extravagant hopes of successfully killing her. Yi Xian turned his head and said with a smile, if there's a chance, if the sword that the outsider is carrying is really a Dharma treasure, I can try to fight for it and see if I can exchange it for something else and give it to you. The white-haired old man was confused. City Lord, what do you mean by exchange? Also, what else do you need to fight for here? Yi Xian shook his head. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. After hearing the City Lord's promise, He Lu's eyes lit up. Suddenly, when the handsome young man glanced at the direction of the attendant city from the corner of his eyes were like a lamp wick that had been cut, becoming brighter and brighter. Yi Xian shook his head. Don't think about it. Not only you, even I don't dare to have any other thoughts. Yi Xian's expression became serious. He said with the heart lake rippling voice, He Lu, the battle is imminent. I have to remind you. Although your talent and fortune are slightly better than Yan Qing's and you can follow me to the Immortal Mansion to meet the Immortal, although the Immortal himself did not show up and only sent someone to receive the two of us, it's already an honor. You're already ahead of Yan Qing. However, on this mountain, half of 100 miles of cultivation is 90 miles. The difference of one realm is like heaven and earth. Therefore, that little boy from the Immortal Mansion, relying on the Immortal's support, dared to shout at me disrespectfully. That treasure has already revealed its origin to you. It's an innate sword embryo. Sword embryos in the world are divided by people. Do you glanced at the long sword that was dimming with golden light? After fiercely shaking his head, he slapped himself several times. Then he put his palms together and said softly with a firm gaze, Senior, don't worry. Trust me, do you this time? I'm just carrying you to a secluded place. This place is not suitable to stay for long. Do you waited for a moment? Since Senior is not speaking, I'll take it that you agree. "506. Do you only felt his scalp go numb? He forced himself to summon up the little bit of Jianghu pride he had left. His courage was like the strength of a person climbing a mountain. When he reached the peak, he said timidly, "Senior, if you do this, I'm a little scared of you." Qin Pingan held the jade bamboo fan that Shui Dongshan had given him. He twirled the bamboo fan with 2 fingers. The bamboo fan opened and closed slightly. The crisp sound rang out again and again. He smiled and said, You have saved my life. What are you afraid of? Shouldn't you be thinking about how to reward me? Why are you still worried that I'll settle accounts with you? Your Jianghu affairs have long been forgotten at the Shaoxi Canal's water fairy temple. Qin Pingan was wearing the robe of gold wine that he had not worn for many years. The green robe of spring grass had been completely destroyed. No matter how much money you spent, it would not be able to be repaired. He kept it close to him, putting it together with the worn-out straw sandals and the empty wine jug. The previous battle, how dangerous was it? Was very simple. He did not even have the time to change into this robe of gold wine. He could not even do it in an instant. Therefore, he could only rely on his physical body to withstand the Cloud Sea tribulation. It was probably equivalent to soaking in the small lightning pool of Jixiao Mountain for a few days and nights. Du Yu gritted his teeth and said with a long face, Senior, you didn't come out this time to slaughter an ungrateful city, did you? Qin Pingan glanced at Du Yu from the corner of his eyes. Are you stupid or am I crazy? Then what am I supposed to do? Du Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead. That's good. Senior, don't be angry with those ignorant people. It's not worth it. He was really afraid that another wave would rise before the first wave had subsided. When the time came, he would not be the only one to suffer and die. He would definitely implicate his parents and the entire Ghost Hatchet Palace. If it was said that Fan Weiran, that old woman, was venting her anger on him at the Shaoxi Canal's water fairy temple, it was hard to say now. Perhaps even Huangliang City's Yi Yu had set his eyes on him. There were some things that he didn't think too much about in the past, but now that he was circling the gates of hell and jumping on the road to the Yellow Springs, he thought about it again and again. Especially since he had been staying in the haunted house for the past few days, helping his seniors clean the house and courtyard, carrying buckets and wiping cloths, and doing the chores that he had not done since he was in his mother's womb. It was as if a lifetime had passed. Qin Pingan fastened the folding fan to his waist. He looked over the wall and said, Doing good or evil is a family matter. What is there to be disappointed about? Du Yu nodded vigorously and said, A gentleman does not expect to be repaid for his kindness. That is the style of a senior. Qin Pingan laughed and said, Forget it. Don't say such flattering words in the future. Du Yu, your skills are too low. It's hard for you to talk and it's tiring for you to listen. I've tolerated you for a long time. Du Yu smiled awkwardly. Qin Pingan took off the blade-strengthening gourd and placed it on the bamboo chair. He stepped on the sword immortal on the ground and gently bounced it up into his hand. You stay here. I'm going out for a while. Du Yu naturally did not dare to question his senior's decision. He asked carefully, Senior, when will you return to the house? Qin Pingan laughed and said, It shouldn't take much time to go to the county governor's office that is a few steps away, and then to Tsangyun Lake or Black Glaze Mountain. Du Yu heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Pingan walked out of the haunted house. Du Yu faced the vermilion wine pot, put his palms together, bent over and prayed, Thank you, Master Wine Pot. Please protect me. When the door of the haunted house opened, the white-robed immortal really appeared. The people of Follower City who were originally clamoring, regardless of whether they were men or women, old or young, dispersed in a hubbub. Most of the people in the crowd were rich families who thought that they had suffered an unexpected calamity and suffered heavy losses. The servants and retainers who were sent here by their family heads to ask for money, as well as the local ruffians who came from all over Follower City to join in the fun. There were also many chivalrous young men who wanted to see what a sword immortal was. Although everyone said that this foreign sword immortal was very good-tempered and rich, he was seriously injured and had to stay in Follower City to recuperate for a long time. Hiding in the haunted house for such a long time without daring to show his face proved this point. But who knew if he would not let go of someone on the street after leaving the haunted house? In any case, he was a sword immortal. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse, so it was better to be careful. It just so happened that a group of strong young men were rushing over with a dung cart, laughing endlessly. Originally, they were feeling complacent about their heroic act, enjoying the thumbs up and cheers of the people nearby. They pushed the dung cart with even more vigor. They were only 20 or 30 steps away from the eerie house that no one dared to live in. In the end, the white-robed immortal with a long sword just happened to open the door and walk out, looking straight at them. The 3 young men who had been idling around Follower City all year round were instantly dumbfounded, their legs unable to move. Not only that, there was also a person who walked out from the corner of the street and went against the flow. She was dressed in a white dress and was a rather beautiful woman, holding a baby in her arms. In the cold spring the weather was especially cold. It was unknown whether the baby was sleeping soundly or frostbitten, but she did not cry. Her face was full of grief and her footsteps became faster and faster. She actually passed by the dung cart and the strong young men, falling to her knees on the street with a plop. She raised her head and sobbed to the young man in white, "Immortal Lord, my husband was killed by the collapsed house. How am I, a woman, going to live in the future? Please have mercy on us, Immortal Lord, and save us." The woman cried and wailed as if her heart and lungs were being torn apart, as if she was about to faint from crying. The people hiding in the streets and alleys began to point and whisper to the side, saying that it seemed to be the woman from your alley, and that she was indeed married last spring. What a pitiful person. Chin Pingan squatted down. In such cold weather, such a young child as a mother, can you bear to do so? If there's a problem, when you leave the haunted house, take the sword cultivating gourd and find an experienced pharmacist. Du was like a chicken pecking rice. Chin Pingan thought for a while and twisted his wrist. The only remaining walnut appeared in his palm. After you throw it out, its power is equivalent to an all-out attack of an earth immortal cultivator. There's no need for any opening incantation. Any chi cultivator can use it. Even if the physique of a person in the lower 5 states is weak, they'll just spit out a few mouthfuls of blood and use up their spiritual energy. There won't be too big of a sequela. What's more, you're at the peak of the cave-dwelling state and a military cultivator. Du was still holding the child. He had to turn his body sideways, bend his back, and reach out slightly to grab the priceless treasure of immortals. Du was relieved. It was rare for the senior to be so long-winded. But for some reason the senior at this moment felt a little familiar. Chin Pingan took a deep breath. He stopped holding the sword immortal and hung it on his back again. You're addicted to playing, aren't you? Du sighed. The familiar feeling was gone again. He told himself silently, just take it as the senior's good intentions to help Du sharpen his state of mind. The senior had disappeared. There were no spiritual energy ripples, nor was there a breeze. It was as if he had merged with heaven and earth. Du hugged the child and shook him gently. He did not dare to move too much, afraid that he would wake the child up. Damn it, I've never been so gentle to those female heroes of the pugilistic world in my life. Du looked down and sighed. Little child, your fortune is greater than the heavens. In a quiet and narrow alley there was no one there. The man leaned against the wall and swallowed his saliva. It seemed like they didn't chase after him. In order to earn that small sum of money, it was really troublesome. Although the immortal Master Fuji who had contacted him did not seem to be able to take out the small sum of money, the immortal money could not be faked. If he did not take it, he would die. If he did not take it, what else could he do? He found a city official who accompanied him. With similar methods he gave him a bag of silver. If he did not take it, he would die. The city official was not stupid. He helped him find the adulterous couple in your alley. That was how he got what he had today. The mountain cultivator took out the small sum of money and smiled. He muttered to himself, Immortal Master Fuji really doesn't treat money as money. I hope there will be another dozen of such transactions. Someone smiled and said by his ear, You're not bad yourself. You don't treat lives as lives. The man turned his head stiffly and saw the white-robed immortal who was holding a folding fan. He was standing a few steps away but he did not notice him at all. The man said with a trembling voice, Great sword immortal, it's not impressive. I was forced by the situation and had no choice. The immortal Master Fuji of Dream Liang Peak who taught me how to do things also felt that doing such things would dirty his hands. In fact, compared to a wild cultivator like me, he doesn't care about the lives of mortals. The man squeezed out a smile. Great sword immortal, you don't know. That woman in your alley was born with a heart as venomous as snakes and scorpions. Her man is a wretched and filthy person. For such commoners, it's a pity that their aptitude is lacking and they can only roll in the mud. If not, they would be treated as cultivators and do bad things. That would be the best. The white-robed sword immortal smiled and said, Don't ask your heart, just look at the situation. Otherwise, how many people can survive in the world? What do you think? The man nodded and said, Yes, yes, yes. Lord Sword Immortal is right. As for Fan Weiran and Yi Yu who had brought along such a large group of trash, they were unable to snatch the treasure from the hands of Hu Mei and the old man. In fact, Xia Zhen was not that annoyed. The spiritual qi was the foundation of his great Tao. As for the rest, there was no need to be greedy. Back then, the nascent Soul Cultivator Alliance was not a joke. Furthermore, there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Since the situation was good and stable, you can refine your merit treasure and take the risk to become a sword cultivator. I can swallow my spiritual qi like a whale and have the hope of breaking through the layers of bottlenecks and quickly ascend to the upper 5 realms. It was necessary to be smart, but one could not rely on it for one's entire life. An Earth Immortal should have the vision and state of mind of an Earth Immortal. Xia Zhen seemed to have remembered something. After the heavenly tribulation, I went to Follower City and discovered something unexpected. The Confucian-robed old man smiled. Fellow Taoist, please speak. Xia Zhen placed his hands on the green belt, and smiled. If I'm not wrong, the sword on the back of the foreign sword cultivator is a half-immortal weapon. I have some skills when it comes to fighting, but unfortunately, I'm mediocre when it comes to refining. Fellow Taoist, since you're proficient in refining, why don't we sign a contract and become allies? The old man's eyes shone brightly, but it disappeared in an instant. If it was a magical treasure, he would not be interested. Now that he was refining the Xiantian sword pill filled with merit, it would be the foundation for him to ascend to the upper 5 realms in the future. But if it was a half-immortal weapon? However, the old man quickly calmed himself down. Such a rare item, was this Xia Zhen his own father or his own son? Why would he be so kind as to tell him about it? Thus, this old nascent soul who was temporarily the imperial tutor of the Dream Liang country waved his hand and laughed. Fellow Taoist, you can take it. You should have such a fortuitous encounter. As for me, let's forget about it. Before I successfully refine this item, there are many taboos in my actions. I'm sure fellow Taoist is aware of these great troubles. With fellow Taoist cultivation base, it's definitely not difficult for you to kill an injured young sword cultivator. I wish fellow Taoist success in obtaining a quasi-immortal artifact. Xia Zhen smiled and nodded. He did not find it strange that the old man was so cautious. Both of them were nascent soul cultivators. If they had taken the bait so easily, they would not have lived to this day. People like us who kill and rob without blinking an eye will still need to be afraid of ghosts after walking in the dark for so long. These words were engraved in Xia Zhen's heart when he was young. Even after countless years, Xia Zhen still remembered them clearly. It was the greatest fortune that his master, a cultivator of the 5th level who had died at his hands, had left behind for Xia Zhen. At that time he was only at the 2nd realm. How was he able to kill his master and steal his treasure? It was precisely because the master and disciple had accidentally bumped into an iron plate. Thus, in the long years that followed, whenever Xia Zhen found himself satisfied with his success, he would dig out this sentence and silently repeat it a few times. Xia Zhen stood up and smiled. Fellow Taoist, there's no need to send me off. The Confucian-robed old man grabbed the little monkey and stood up to send him off. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. I will leave the Dream Liang country soon. Xia Zhen's figure turned into a streak of light and flew away. In an instant he was as small as a mustard seed. He broke through the low-hanging sea of clouds and flew away freely. The imperial tutor of the Dream Liang country shook the little monkey in his hand. He raised his head and laughed. It must have been hard for this Xia Zhen to not make a move. In the distance, Hu Mei and the skinny old man stood respectfully with their hands clasped behind their backs. Hu Mei softly said, "Master, are you really not going to leave this half-immortal weapon alone? Although it doesn't mean much to Xia Zhen, master." The Confucian-robed old man used his heaven and earth sleeve to imprison the monkey into a small world. He turned his head and said, "I'm in the Dream Liang country, a small place with limited information. I'm not as well informed as Xia Zhen. If you want that half-immortal weapon, can you go and get it for me?" Hu Mei didn't dare to speak. She didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Her identity had already been exposed by Huangliang City's Yi Jie. She was no longer a femme fatale of the Silver Screen country. As long as she returned to Escort City and exposed her whereabouts, she would become a target of scorn. The Confucian-robed old man sneered. A sword cultivator who is willing to take on the heavenly tribulation and a young man who dares to reveal a half-immortal weapon. Is he a soft persimmon? If that's the case, why didn't Xia Zhen take it for himself? Why did he reveal this secret out of kindness? Moreover, once a half-immortal weapon recognizes a master, especially if the master it serves dies, it will go out of control. You guys are really frogs at the bottom of a well. You don't know the severity of the situation. In the sea of clouds, Xia Zhen no longer turned into a streak of light. Instead, he slowly walked with his hands behind his back. Xia Zhen had a helpless expression. He muttered to himself, "Since he's from the hemp sect, I shouldn't provoke him, right?" Xia Zhen glanced back at the capital of the Dream Liang country. After obtaining that Xiantian sword pill, a half-immortal weapon just so happened to appear. With such a fated fortune, how could you resist it? With such cowardice, how could you become a wild cultivator? After being a mortal teacher of the Dream Liang country for several decades, you've cultivated your heart and character quite well. Xia Zhen stretched out a hand and said a few names. They were just enough to count with one hand. Any more and he would delay his own great Tao. Fan Weiran was easy to order around. Yi Jia was smarter. Yi Lu had good aptitude. Yin Qing wasn't bad either. As for that little girl Cui, she was a little strange. Xia Zhen raised another hand and said 5 names. They were all people who weren't too old or had a high cultivation base. Xia Zhen strolled leisurely above the sea of clouds. He looked at his 2 palms and gently clenched them. Can the golden cores of 10 other people compare to my unpolished jade realm? Why don't I just kill them all? However, Xia Zhen quickly shook his head. Forget it. There's no hurry. I'll just leave 5 golden core spots open. I'll kill anyone who has a chance of reaching the nascent soul realm. Xia Zhen pressed his hands on his green belt. This fellow is quite formidable. I don't know why, but he insisted on me suppressing the martial fate of the 10 countries in the oath so that no golden body cultivators would appear. So it was to reduce the number of wars in the 10 countries so that he, the imperial tutor of the Dream Liang country, wouldn't commit murder and could peacefully accumulate merit. Xia Zhen stretched his body. He couldn't help but recall the scene of the heavenly tribulation. This wild nascent soul cultivator's mood turned heavy. Could it be one of the 10 people with similar statuses as Lu Jinglong and Yang Ning? But it didn't seem like it. After careful consideration, it was obvious that none of them matched. Xia Zhen stopped and looked around. He smiled and said, I wonder which fellow Taoist it is? Why don't you dare to show yourself? At the end of his vision, at the end of the sea of clouds, someone stood still. However, the sea of clouds beneath his feet suddenly surged up like waves and rushed towards Xia Zhen. Xia Zhen didn't move at all. He lightly patted the green dragon on his waist and smiled in his heart. No need to pay attention to it. Close combat is exactly what I want. The uninvited guest seemed to be travel-worn and tired. The sea of clouds that had risen up was like a wave hitting the shore. He floated to the ground and slowly walked forward. It was as if he was chatting with an old friend who he hadn't seen for a long time. He grumbled, You guys are really troublesome. You made me come back from the sea again. Do you really think I'm a cross-continent fairy? That's not all. I was almost chopped to death by the angry little Quan. Fortunately, I have a telepathic connection with that brother of mine. Otherwise, I wouldn't have noticed the situation here. But I still came too late. This brother of mine shouldn't take revenge on a woman who is infatuated with him like this. So I forget it. If he didn't do this, he wouldn't be the brother I admire. Moreover, that woman's infatuation was indeed something that no one could enjoy. It was a bit too overbearing. You can't blame my brother. That person continued to grumble endlessly. What's wrong with the feng shui of your North Continent? Can't you just let me go back and eat my fill and wait for death? Back then, I was kind to everyone here. I'm a well-behaved son-in-law of your North Continent. You shouldn't make fun of me like this. He spoke without thinking and spoke nonsense. Xia Zhen was confused, but he didn't really care. A person who had attained the Tao wouldn't reveal anything through his words. Moreover, he was so fluent in the North Continent's language. You're telling me that he's an outsider who traveled across continents? The person in front of him had Zhang Sheng's face, and it was absolutely real. It wasn't some kind of trick, unless it was an immortal at the peak of the mountain. If the trick was on him, even if you were in the unpolished jade realm, it wouldn't work. The sea of clouds beneath that person's feet dispersed. His realm wasn't low, but he liked to show off such petty tricks. Xia Zhen didn't retreat. Instead, he took a few steps forward and asked with a smile, May I know your name? That person hesitated, took 2 steps back and replied, My nickname is Zhou Fei. My real name? I won't say it. I'm afraid that you have a woman in your family or sect. What nonsense was that? Xia Zhen was still calm. May I know why you're blocking my path? The man who called himself Zhou Fei was indeed born with good looks. He was handsome and elegant above the sea of clouds. With a long face he said, Take it that I'm begging you. Can't you stop? Can't you just let me go back to the Aquarius continent? Xia Zhen sighed and said apologetically, fellow Taoist, if you continue to be so tactful and say such nonsense, I won't keep you company. He gently lifted up a corner of the swaddling cloth and counted with his fingers. He nodded and muttered to himself, it's just a small karma. There's no harm in bringing him away. It can save him some unnecessary trouble. How can a ranger bring an orphan to travel the world? How can he gain the favor of the fairies? Since it's like this, I can only do so much. This child barely has the talent for cultivation. He's not afraid of anything except for money. Little doll, consider yourself lucky in your previous life to have met us two brothers. Unknowingly, Du Yu's hands became light, and the child was taken away by Zhou Fei. Du Yu quivered and subconsciously fought with him. Du Yu's life and wealth, as well as the safety of his parents and sect, were all in this small house. That person laughed. All right. Go back and tell that brother of mine. Tell him that I, Zhou Fei, have brought this child to the Aquarius continent. Let him travel in peace. There won't be any problems. Du Yu's eyes turned red. He wanted to snatch the child away. How can you take him away like that? That person extended out a finger and stopped Du Yu in place. He blinked his eyes. I've heard of the Ghost Hatchet Palace. Then have you heard of Jiang Shangzhen? Sheng as in ginger, Chong as in revered, fake as in real. Du Yu almost fell for it. He was both shocked and angry. After realizing it, he roared, I am your master Jiang Shangzhen. Return the child to me. That person stretched out his hand and gently covered the swaddling cloth so as not to wake it up. Then he stuck out a thumb and said, You're a good man. You're even better than the Xia Zhen who could fight and run, and barely had half of my elegance back then. My brother really had good taste when he asked you to guard the door. Du Yu had never heard of Jiang Shangzhen before. But Jiang Shangzhen's next move broadened his horizons. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a golden military armor pill and gently tossed it to Du Yu. It landed right on top of Du Yu's head. Since you are an absolute expert of the military faction, then I will gift you a golden crow armor befitting of an expert. Then, in front of Du Yu's dumbstruck expression, the person looked at him with pity. Your Ghost Hatchet Palace definitely does not have any good-looking fairies, am I right? Du Yu's mind was blank. That person had disappeared into thin air. Without a sound. With a flick of a finger, Du Yu's body swayed and his limbs returned to normal. He caught the golden military armor pill. It's a little heavy. What's going on? Du Yu felt as though he was dreaming. Since fortune and misfortune were hard to predict, even if he was holding onto a treasure, he would still feel uneasy. Over at Songyun Lake's Dragon Palace, Lake Lord Yin Ho was the first to turn pale with fright. Not good. Yi Xian and Fan Weiran looked at each other. Then, Yan Qing suddenly raised her head and looked towards the door. He Lu, who had been smiling and looking at her, followed Yan Qing's gaze and looked out of the palace. First, the entire Dragon Palace began to shake violently. Then a white-robed person arrived on a sword, holding a scabbard in his hand. After landing on the ground, he strode over the palace's threshold, and the sword returned to its scabbard. Finally, there was a series of sounds that sounded like spring thunder in the lake. The person had actually left them far behind. The white-robed sword immortal had a smile on his face, and his footsteps did not stop. He held the scabbard and gently pushed it forward, throwing the sword out of the scabbard. With a flip, the sword tip was nailed into the ground of the Dragon Palace, and the sword was slanted, sticking into the ground just like that. That person stood there confidently, his two snow-white sleeves fluttering. He had one hand behind his back and the other hand extended towards the sword on the ground. Everyone heard him say with a smile, "You can take it." But the next sentence was even more chilling than the previous sentence. "If you can't take the sword, then leave your head behind." The third sentence, however, caused everyone's heartstrings to loosen slightly. Except for a young man dressed similarly in white, He Lu. He Lu will go first. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.